Now he was sitting at the computer and creating his game. He said that there will be a secret door that hides valuable artifacts. Even if there is no money there, the benefits are still huge. He pressed a key and said it was done, after which he stretched and said he was so tired. After the game goes online, he really hopes that someone will find this Easter egg. His boss appeared behind him. He was very angry. He hit him on the head with a pile of papers and asked if he was really fooling around here again. Did he even see how many bugs he has? He didn't fix anything for a whole year. He spends his days creating useless things. He's just an idiot. Does he really want him to pay him? If something goes wrong with the game after the release, then he can immediately get out. His name is Song and he is a student. And just recently he graduated. By mistake, he got a job as a programmer in a rotten company. Since his boss is a stingy person, he is the only person in this company who works on benefits in games. We need thousands of bugs that one person will not fix. The boss treats him like a machine. In order to finish the work faster, I had to turn some bugs into Easter eggs. Hearing this, it was with very angry and asked what Easter eggs. What kind of programmer is he? He will now make him a report on all the benefits in the game and will file in it. For a whole month he will eat air. Hearing this, his colleagues only grinned. Over time, Sun-On discovered that everyone treated him like a sucker and did not do anything useful themselves. He just mumbled that yes. Here a girl was passing by and accidentally dropped the papers. She apologized and said that the wind had blown. Now she would raise everything. She tried to bend down to pick up the papers, but said that in this skirt you can't bend down at all. Then Song-In decided to help her. He picked up her papers and handed them to her, saying that here, let her take them. The girl thanked him, and she herself thought that Song-In was such a loser. Song-On was embarrassed and said that it was not worth thanking. The girl thought that this look of his was so annoying. She went up to the boss and said that that scoundrel Song-In was staring at her breasts. It was just unbearable. The boss started shouting that this trash was fooling around all day. Song-In told them to wait because there was just a misunderstanding. He only wanted to help her up. He couldn't pass by. The boss said he was also a slippery type. Didn't he do it on purpose? How can such a social scum like him, having acted abominably, also refuse to admit it? Song-In said that, but that's just a misunderstanding. The boss told him to stop dodging. He had to admit guilt. That's it. Now he's cutting his salary for the next month. The girl thanked the boss for restoring justice. Did the boss say it was his duty? This weirdo deserved it. Song-In asked what kind of weirdo. He complained about his fist and said that if he wasn't like everyone else, that was fine. 6 months later, Song-In was still sitting working. He said that he had finally fixed a huge number of bugs. With this level of quality, the release of the game will be successful. Of course, there were plenty of mistakes in this game, but he successfully replaced them all with Easter eggs. Otherwise, I would have to work until the year of the monkey. He thought that a total of 1,000 Easter eggs were made, wasn't it? Then he got a message. He picked up his phone and thought that a message could have come from someone at such a time. Well, the boss came and started shouting for them to work harder. Today is the release of the game. If something goes wrong, then they will all be left without a bonus. He looked at Song-In and said that this was especially true for him. Working on Easter eggs, he did not shine with quality. Song-On said that even if he didn't get the money, he would still be satisfied that he wouldn't be sitting here working on this game anymore. He received a notification about the loan, in which it was written that he had to return 10,000 yuan by July 31st. If there is no money, then they will not be responsible. The amount will be 2,920,000 yuan, and this money will be paid for the next 30 years. They also attached a link to the repayment to him. Song-In sighed and said that he hoped that he would be able to finish everything that day. He didn't think that entering the game was so fast. But then an earthquake started in the office. Everyone was scared, and they jumped up from their seats, asking what was going on. Is this an earthquake? Everyone ran away and said they needed to find shelter faster. Song-In was the only one who was slowing down. He looked out the window and thought, what the hell is this? His head is splitting. After which he fainted. The system said that the game is loading. Then she sent a message saying that welcome to their multiplayer game called New World. They wished them a pleasant game. Song-In finally got up. He asked, what is the New World? Have a nice game. Why did such a notification pop up in his head? He remembers how he fainted. He looked out the window and saw the complete devastation of the city. He asked if it was really some kind of joke from the company. The company? No, the whole city has changed. What happened? The system told him that the player Song-On was successfully registered. Song-In turned around and saw this notification. He asked what the player was. A new world. Isn't this the New World system interface? Is he in the game? He thought, is there really a holographic Samatosensory mode in the game? Why doesn't he know? Is he the company's guinea pig? But why is everything so real? He even feels that it's all real. The system said it would randomly give him a role. Song ran to this notification and told them to wait a minute. He doesn't need anything. But the system has already congratulated him on the fact that he has acquired the status of a merchant. And also an equipment called an ancient stone knife was obtained. A real knife appeared in his hand. This knife gives +10 to the attack. Song was very surprised and asked what. It turns out that he was just given a casual job, wasn't it? Is he an entrepreneur now, or what? There are only 3 roles in this world, such as healer, merchant, and warrior. The warrior has a bonus to abilities and attributes 5 easy adaptation. The healer provides support to the team. The merchant has an advantage in collecting resources. They can make equipment, but there are also disadvantages. Their fighting abilities are low. In order to average the number of roles, the system issues roles randomly. By the way, there are some rare roles in the new world that need to be unlocked. Song started looking at the whole office. He said that the flickering computer screen, the mayhem in the office, everything here looks like in reality. The system told him that he should get his one task. If there is no answer, then after 5 minutes they send it automatically. Song thought that the game had become a reality. But if all this is happening in the new world, does this mean that his Easter eggs are left? Then he can use these Easter eggs to become the first in this world, right? Will he be able to get rid of these debts? He won't need to look at these people's faces anymore, will he? He smiled and said that being a developer is so cool. He uses all the bugs to change his life. The system told him that there were 4 minutes 53 seconds left before resending. Song thought that there is an Easter egg when creating a character. Is there to die? Before the start of the first task, you can reset your role. Maybe he has a chance to get the special personality he would like. He looked at the stone knife he received and said he would commit. It was too much. If he is not mistaken, then he will not really die. User Sun has been restored. There are 4 minutes and 43 seconds left before resending. Song jumped up and said he had survived. He hasn't even been to the next world. We can say that the plan to use bugs in the game is quite good. The system congratulated him on acquiring the status of a healer. Song sighed dissatisfied and said that at least he would die 100 times, but he did not want to be a doctor. He wants a special role, so he decided to try again. After he recovered, the system congratulated him on acquiring the status of a warrior. But this did not suit him either, so he had many more attempts. Subsequent attempts in all systems talked about the status of a warrior. Sun woke up again, and the system told him that there were 11 seconds left before resending. And he was congratulated on acquiring the status of a merchant. He was lying on the floor and said that as he was a merchant, so he stayed. He died 30 times, but he's still a merchant. Even here he's a loser, isn't he? Time will run out and he will not have a chance to change his role yet. He looked out the window and thought that this was the last opportunity. Then he jumped out. The system said there were 4 seconds left before resending. Song was flying down and asked that why is fate so unfair? So many possibilities, however he still can't reach out. They joke about him. He works for everyone, pays his debts. What is he doing wrong? Does he just want to change his destiny? He doesn't want to become a loser again. He will commit suicide by crashing to the ground. He shouted loudly to be given a chance. The system notified that he was dead, so the restoration of personality and roles began. There is 1 second left before resending. After that, the system notified that the identity was successfully restored. The role was chosen randomly. The countdown ended so that a new task was received, live. Achievement, Iron Head. They congratulate him on acquiring the role of gold merchant and warrior. Song was very happy and said that did fate smile on him after all. The most difficult dual role in the game. He started looking through all the system alerts and asked, what is the Iron Head? Suddenly, he died and got an achievement. He's just in shock. He hopes that this will not happen again. Otherwise it hurts so much. Traders have a bonus to experience. Apparently, it is guaranteed not only for the beginning. His exclusive warrior skills were also highlighted. It was strength, strengthening all attributes by 100%. An exclusive merchant skill is a golden bonus, a business passive. The resource acquisition rate has been increased by 50% plus 100%. Crafting can create equipment and props in. Probability increased. The success rate is 65%. Achievement, Iron Head. Hidden reward, experience gain increased by 10%. PC. The number of deaths is a lot, then the reward is valid. Song said that this is exactly the start that the main character should have. Fortune did not abandon him. But there is one problem. His glasses are broken. It seems that they broke when he jumped off the building. Why is there no ball that would save him from myopia? Where would he find another pair of glasses now? So everything seems to be fine. Then another notification came, in which it was written that a massive monster had been discovered. The danger is very close, so he must be careful. Song said that there could be a terrible thing in the game. With the current one, it wouldn't cause them any problems. But then a very strong shaking began, and announced all that huge monster. The system said it was very dangerous. This is the leader of the demons. The danger is very high. The level is unknown. Song was very scared and said it wasn't even funny. And I thought, okay, he won't brag anymore. We need to get out of here quickly. The system said that his task was to survive. Survive until the end of time, 59 minutes 39 seconds. He has to be very careful. If he is killed by a monster, then he will really die. Song ran from the monsters as fast as he could. He asked that yes, why are there more and more of them? Thank God the biggest one can't get into the building. Otherwise, he would have already glued the fins together. He thinks that there are some game restrictions that do not allow him to enter. Now his problem is these devils. They were servants of the devil. Each of them had level 15. Song said that you give an increased level of combat. Fighting them is a lost cause. He must get a weapon as soon as possible. Here this acolyte stopped and showed him the middle fingers. Song cursed and said that even this jerk looks at him like shit. Then we heard some screams. Someone shouted for him to get away from him. Song heard this and thought that this voice, is it really that bald prick? It really was his boss, who also fled from these devils. The boss said yes, where did these geeks even come from? His subordinate ran next to him and said that, and how would he know that? He saw them in front of his nose as soon as he woke up. If he hadn't run away right away, he would have died long ago. Then they saw On's dream. The guy asked if he was really there. The boss started scolding him and said that he was lucky not to die yet, right? Song thought that they had just run away from monsters like plucked chickens, but they were still laughing at him. The guy told the boss that he thinks they don't need to go there anymore. The boss said he was confirming. Then they rushed back. The guy started blaming Song saying that it was all his fault. He created monsters and let them in here. Song also ran alongside them and asked what was he driving at him for. Better let him yell at them. The boss said that the Lord had brought him down as a scum like him. He has to think what to do with it. Otherwise they'll all die here. Song shouted that it was as if he didn't know that. And he himself thought that if his memory does not change, then there must be a shelter somewhere here. Just then they began to sort through different rooms. But then he found a door and said that he had found a door opposite. But it turns out that only he saw this door. Did the boss say he was dumb or something? It's a wall. Song said they should listen to him if they don't want to end up here. The boss started scolding him again and said that if he dared to lie to him, then he would not live. After that, the system notified them that they had entered the shelter. The guy said he almost gave up the ghost. The boss said they were really saved. Song also exhaled and said they were safe. And the monsters were discouraged. They didn't understand where they all went. The guy was very happy and said that they did not see them. Song said that's why it's a shelter. They can't see them and can't attack. And he himself thought that he was really a genius. He put a shelter in this place. Shelter is the most used opportunity in this game. Since a monster cannot invade here, players can safely heal, improve armor or weapons, as well as protect newcomers. Then a girl called out to him. She rushed to hug him and said that it really was him. This girl's name is Huey. Song said he didn't expect to meet her here. Huey said she was so worried about him. There are so many monsters outside. Dream. He said that everything was fine and asked how she found this place. The guy was very angry and said that this mistake of nature communicates too closely with Huey. The girl asked him what he had forgotten, or what. He himself asked to check it out when he created this shelter, so she is also a developer. Huey studied with Sunan at the university. She works in the design department of the same company, helps in the design of the game. She is also Sunan's first and only friend in this company. Fortunately, there weren't many monsters nearby, so she could safely enter the shelter. Huey said that on the way she captured a couple of colleagues and others who were in danger, so they hid together. Has Miss changed so dramatically and become like this? Everyone feels just awful. Seeing people like this is simply unbearable. Sunan looked at all these people and thought that they were not to blame for all this. Did they spread all the snot for something? Then the boss intervened and said that it wasn't because of them that all this happened. If they have time to deal with this shit, then why don't they think about how to fix it? He told them to work harder, and what did they do? What have they done? If they were working normally, this would not have happened. His company, his money. Sunan thought he was a crazy, greedy jerk. Then some tall guy said that it wasn't their fault. They can't fix it. The guy with glasses said that he needed to moderate his ardor and be more reasonable. The boss was very angry, said they were just a useless bunch of garbage, they were all fired. Sun turned to Huey and asked if anything unusual had happened or if she had met someone while walking here. Someone who would look weird. The girl asked what was strange. Then a guy intervened and asked what he was about in PS. Sun said yes. The guy said that there are a lot of them in this game. They have information about all levels, checkpoints, and drops. Once they find them, they will have a chance to survive. Someone asked him what, well, how to find them. Another asked if anyone was involved in NPS development. The girl asked this guy if he knew anything. The guy said that he remembers someone named Lee Cho-ji at level 1. Then some little girl showed up and said that like Huge, he was a fool. How can adults have a worse memory than a snail? Some guy started pointing at her and said yes. It's that girl with the arrow on her head, Lai Zuj. If she likes them, then they can count on a reward. The girl shouted at him not to poke her with her finger. Sun Anya thought that those on, it's a little devil. He is not a specialist in interacting with this type of characters. Huey came up to her and said she didn't think Kyuj was the NPS, and she also wondered whose child was lost. Thank heavens she's fine. The girl was very happy and thanked her for bringing her here. Thanks to her, she's safe now. She is very grateful to her for this. That's why she wants to give her sister a gift. Huey said it was a gift. The girl took something out of her backpack and said that she should take it. The system said that the player Huey received a mini card. Huey said it was just unbelievable. That guy started pointing at them again and said that he also said that NPS has useful things. Sun said that Huey specifically has a map. And I thought that this is a very useful feature in the game. If he wants to attack the main tower a little later, then he will really need this map. He needs to find a way to get it. Then this girl was approached by a woman who then said that Sun was staring at her. She called the girl a kitten and handed her candy. And she asked that this little sister would give her these sweets and she would give her a card in return. Okay. And she herself thought that fortunately she had some sweets in her pocket. This can bribe a child. But the girl stuck her tongue out at her and said she didn't want to. She's a hypocrite. She ran the fastest, and now she pretends to help. She hates people like her the most. The woman got angry and said she was an asshole. But just let her try to say it again, and she would ask her. A fat guy came up to her and told her that she was their only chance of survival, so she should calm down. The other guy, who was also restraining her, told Zio Mei to stop. This girl told them they weren't worried about her, they were only saving their skinny ass. And now they want to get a card, don't they? No way. The scale of relations was 0. After that, the girl turned away from them dissatisfied. Some guy said that they can't even talk to her, what's there to a normal relationship? Then their boss got mad again. He said they were just a bunch of idiots. There is no point in explaining yourself to a child whose milk has not even dried on his lips. They just have to take everything from her. Why try to appease her? He doesn't give a shit if she likes him or not. He's going to take the damn card anyway. The girl pulled away from him and told him not to approach her and called him a nasty bald man. But the boss grabbed her by the backpack and told her to give him the card. Sun told him to let her go. But the boss didn't even hear him and said that there should be something else useful in her backpack. He'll take everything. But then Sun hit him in the face and told him to stop. She is still a small child, so there is no need to use violence. He, as always, tries to intimidate people. This is no longer the world he used to live in. The boss called him names again and asked him why he dared to hit him. He also took it upon himself to point him out. She's just a fictional character from the game, and he still cares about her feelings. He's just a jerk. He just wants her card. He wants to get out of here and return to the normal world. While they were all sorting things out, Huey comforted this girl and told her not to cry, because everything is fine. But the girl started crying very much. The system notified them that the NPS ratio had fallen below 0. The Easter egg launch has begun. Let them not hope now that this NPS is suitable for harassment. Whoever bullied her will be punished. The punishment is the liquidation of the asylum. Sun said, "What the hell?" And the girl began to cry even louder and said that how dare they mock her. She will tell everything to her brother. The boss asked what was going on here. Where do all these messages come from? The system said that the liquidation of the shelter had begun. 30 seconds left. The fat guy said the shelter was going to disappear now. The boss immediately turned to Sun and asked that it was his doing, wasn't it? Sun thought he was just a jerk. Why add these eggs? The system said Easter eggs. When the NPS ratio scale is negative, the closest players are awarded a penalty. There are already 27 seconds left. In the next message, it was said that you need to stay alive all this time. The countdown started, 42 minutes and 14 seconds. The system notified that the shelter will be liquidated in 24 seconds. Everyone started to panic. The fat guy asked what they should do now. What should they do? This time they will really die. Sun thought that the shelter would soon disappear. If they don't come up with something now, then the road ahead is not open to them. Maybe he should try to distract the monsters on himself. If he gets out of here, then he can act on his own. There is a thing in this building that he really needs. As soon as he gets it, he will deal with the monsters at once, too. But now the main problem is that he needs to get through these monsters. And how to do it. Then the boss shouted at him to go install them. Then I pushed him out of the shelter. The boss said it was all his doing, so he has to go and fight them. All the monsters immediately attacked Sun and Huey approached the boss and asked how he could just throw him out. Did he literally send him to his death? The boss said that if he hadn't done it, they would all have died. So they need to get their asses up and get out of here while he distracts the monsters. If she's so eager to die, then go ahead. Huey said he was a fucking murderer. Does he really care at all? At that time, Sun shouted to her that everything was fine. He was alive. After all, he has bonuses for the role of a warrior, which increases his characteristics. He told the girl that there would be no shelter soon. When that happens, they should run and not look back. There are still 4 seconds left. Sun told them not to forget to take this girl with them. She is very important. He's done everything he can. Huey wanted to say something, but the fat guys interrupted her and said that he had said himself that there was no need to worry. The report is almost over, so they need to run. When there were 0 seconds left, Sun shouted that it was now. They need to run. The system notified them that the shelter had been destroyed. This is an extreme danger. The boss naturally ran ahead of everyone. He shouted at them not to push him. The guys who ran from behind said they noticed them. The girl who was currently sitting in Huey's arms mentally thanked Sun and she really hopes that her little gift will help him. At that moment, Sun received an alert from the system, in which it was written that Kyuja's attitude towards him had increased to 60. He received a mini card from her. Sun was very happy and said that he could not get it. Just think, he finally got what he wanted. He thought that if compared with real people, the game characters are much more pleasant. And yet the new world is not so bad. Then he ordered his assistant to open his card. The map opened and Sun began to study it. He thought it was obvious it was right here. It's very close, isn't it? But in such a prominent place, then he will notice it anyway, won't he? But he noticed that monsters were running after him. He said how he missed them. But there are no doors nearby. He needs to go back and look again. How did they all get it? But then one monster managed to hit him. At the same time, that company was also being chased by a monster. One of them has already been killed. About the last one, the guy who was wearing glasses lagged behind very much and shouted for them to help him. He doesn't want to die. But it was too late, he had already been killed. The boss looked around and said that another one had died. Now they all had one task, they needed to survive. The remaining time is 31 minutes and 6 seconds. The fat guy asked why this task lasts for as long as 30 minutes. How can they even survive in such an insignificant amount of time? But then they looked at this monster and said no. He looks at them again. The boss said they were just stupid. We need to hurry up and come up with something. Then Huey told them to all run straight down the corridor. The map shows that there is an elevator at the end. Everyone immediately rushed over and asked what were they waiting for. He doesn't want to stay here for a second. Huey thought that Sun simply had to survive. Meanwhile, Sun has suffered a lot. His HP was 11 out of 120. The system said that he has critically little health. Sun came to his senses and said that he almost died. One more blow, and he would really have met the grandmother. But he thinks he should thank them. Did he almost miss this place? The system told him that the Easter egg was unlocked. It was a secret office. It is possible that some gray mouse is still working overtime here. Sun said he finally remembered where the entrance was hidden. After that, he wished this monster all the bad. He remembered them. After that, he entered the secret office. Sun said that traveling in space is so exhausting. He feels that he is seasick. But what is this? In front of him, he saw skeletons that Sai had made at a desk and was working on a computer. He kept saying that there was still a page. The system said it was an NPC, the restless programmer On-kun. Sun thought how nice it was to watch what he had created. After which he greeted him. On-kun told him that he didn't even notice him. He, like him, works overtime, doesn't he? He hasn't seen anyone for a long time. He's very sorry. But he has a lot of work to do, so he can't talk to him. Sun told him not to worry, he would rest soon. And he himself thought that as his creator, he knows what needs to be done. He took a felt tip pen and said he would borrow it. On-kun sighed and said it was useless. The boss said On-kun couldn't leave before midnight. but somehow the arrow still can't get to 12. From a handsome man, he literally turned into a walking skeleton. He has already accepted that the only reason for his existence is working overtime. It fills his life with meaning. This is his cross that he carries, so he shouldn't distract him. Meanwhile, Sunan was doing something and told this skeleton that if he were in his place, he would take a look here first. He showed him his watch, said it was long past midnight. He can quit his job. On-kun said that it was already more than 12 o'clock. Is he really allowed to leave already? He knocked over a table with a computer and said that in the ass overtime. Yes, so that the horseradish who stuffed him here became impotent. He's only here because he couldn't get out. What kind of psycho would agree to work forever? Sunan thought that he was the dick who locked him up here, wasn't he? Thank God he doesn't know that. The system said that the task was completed. On-kun wants to get out of work as soon as possible. Did Sunan think he did it? The skeleton said that since he no longer needs to work overtime, he thinks that this is the end of his life. He is very grateful to him, so he will leave him some of his belongings. He hopes that they will be very useful to him. Then the skeleton disappeared. Son, he said yes. He promises to put them to better use. If there is another life there, then he wants to find him a better boss. The system said he accepted the award from On-kun. He got 2 of his things. One, it was a strong programmer's bone, and 2 invisible glasses. Son, he said that after all this time, he finally got what he wanted. There are even glasses here. After that, Sun immediately put on these glasses. Their exclusivity consisted in the fact that they are one of a kind. Efficiency 100% plus vision. Sun said he was seeing again. And they are also invisible. It's just awesome. Even if they have, in fact, one function, it's better than nothing. He picked up a bone and said that this was the main reason why he dragged himself here. However, this bone looks really strange. It was a solid programmer's bone. Type, raw materials. Class B. The indestructible bone has been strengthened for decades thanks to the sedentary lifestyle of its owner. This bone is stronger than the bones of an ordinary person. Sun Al said to open the skills panel. His equipment was a knuckle blade. This is a blade that symbolizes the unshakable willpower of the programmer. Raw materials, a strong programmer's bone, 1 piece and 1 steel knife. The success rate is 99%. The system asked what to combine. Sun said yes. After that, the unification of this programmer's bone and the knife began. The system notified him that the production was completed. It was a knuckle blade. Rarity, Class B, damage 75+. Additional chips. 1. This is penetration. Attacks pass through 30% of the enemy's defense. 2. Chip is a blade that cuts away from demons, and it carries 10 times more damage to the demonic race. Sun, he said 10 times more. Thank heavens he's also a merchant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten the blade so smoothly. And now it's time to settle the score. He now had level 1 himself. His role, merchant, gold rank, and he was also a warrior. His health was 11 out of 120, MP 80 out of 80. Features, item creation, trade, passive, power, passive. Acquired capabilities, no. Strength, 4, endurance 6, agility 9, intuition 10, intelligence 10. The remaining points are 0. Task, to survive. You need to stay alive for the rest of the time countdown. 33 minutes 36 seconds. Meanwhile, those monsters were already waiting for him. And one of them broke On-kun's computer. But then Sunan appeared and said that you should never stand with your back to your enemy, and wounded one of them. However, this monster didn't take any damage, but he became even angrier. Sunan dodged his attack and said that wasn't he supposed to take tenfold damage? Why didn't the ability activate? He told his blade not to let him down at such an important moment. If he gets another blow, he will not live. After that, the blade was activated. The monster was dealt damage of 700 units. Sun, he was a little surprised and said that it turns out that the ability is activated immediately after one hit. Isn't it too easy? After that, the system notified him that he had reached level 2 and his health was restored. He was very happy and said that he was like a cucumber again, and the level had also risen. However, the monsters did not decrease, but on the contrary, even increased. Well, now Sunan was not scared. He said he sort of figured it out, so now they are. He dodged all their attacks and said that only an idiot would run to fight them head on. After that, he went back to the secret office. Monsters began to pound the hidden office, but the system said that the blow was ineffective. Damage could not be inflicted on a special zone. After that, Sunan showed up again and said that since they couldn't even touch him with a finger, he would have to make his move. He wounded one of the monsters again and the blade activated. However, Sunan was dissatisfied with this and said that he had only managed one. He needs to go back and wait for it to open. However, he did not have time to do this as a monster flew at him. He said that obviously he didn't want to let him in. Where did he get so much power from? However, he won't be able to hold him for long because he injured him. But then another monster arrived. Sun thought that they were going to attack together. He couldn't dodge. But then the system notified that 700 units of damage had been inflicted on the monster. His level has risen again. However, the monsters immediately hit him. Now his HP. It was 41 out of 160. But he managed to wound the monster and the blade activated. 700 damage was dealt again. His level rose again and his health was restored. Sun thought that if you think about it like that, then he's really cool. Meanwhile, that group had already reached the elevator. The elevator opened and they said that everyone needed to go inside. The boss, of course, broke in one and said that it was impossible to block the entrance. Let him enter. The fat guy was the very last one. Told them to hurry up, the monsters are already close. Then they all got into the elevator and the guy asked what and where they were going. The boss asked him if he was stupid or yes. Of course, on the first floor. But Huey stopped him and said that the map shows that there are fewer monsters now. Maybe Sun was able to escape after taking the monsters away. We have to wait for him. Xiaomei shouted at her and said that even at such a moment, all she was thinking about was this Sun. The boss said that, yes, he had already died somewhere. Or does she want to follow him? Huey said that they have already thrown it 2 times. But they really couldn't wait for them anymore because the monster had already got close to them. However, he destroyed the entrance to the elevator shaft. But then Sun arrived and wounded the monsters with his blade, which immediately activated. He told this monster that who let him hurt his friend. The demon was killed and its level rose again. But Sun was still too late. He said that Huey must have gone down. The system notified him that all the monsters had been destroyed. It's already been cleaned up. Sun asked, is that really all? He thought that he would be able to raise his level a little more. However, he still pumped well after raising the level. Now he had level 5. His health was 220 and 220. MP was 120 and 120. His strength was 9, endurance 11, agility 14, intuition 15, intelligence 15. The remaining points are 15. Sun thought that it turns out that when raising the level, all his skills get 1 point. In addition, he gets 3 additional points, and with a bonus for the role of a warrior, he can get 16 points after each such raising. Yes, roles are really important. He remembers that the average for new players was about 10. This number is for the sake of prostration and depends on the role of the player. If he understands everything correctly, then initially he had 10 points each. Intuition and intelligence, 6 for endurance and 9 for agility, which means that his strength was 4 points. Still, he's a weakling. Okay, first of all, he wants to add points to strength, agility, and endurance. We need to stop already thinking that he is a lazy homebody. He just didn't have time to go to the gym. Now his characteristics are strength 14, endurance 16, agility 19, intuition 15, and intelligence 15. The remaining points are 0. Sun said that he finally looks like a normal person, maybe even a little better than it could be. But then the violent shaking started again. Sun asked what was going on. Why is the building wobbling again? Isn't everything cleaned up? Did new monsters appear? Just don't let them tell him. And then he remembered about that huge monster and thought that it was the boss. Oh my god, Huey is in danger right now. The whole group had already got out of the elevator and went outside, but they were not happy about it at all, because they ran into this huge boss. The boss cursed everyone in the world. The fat guy said he thought they'd be safe once they got out. Why are there even more of these creatures here? The system notified them that this is an extreme danger. The fat guy asked Huey to open the map and see if there was a way to get out of here. Huey said she understood and immediately opened the map. But the game map showed that it was impossible to find a way out of here. She said they had nowhere to run. The boss said he didn't want to die. After that, he rushed to the drain and shouted again that he did not want to die. They shouted at him not to run away alone. However, this monster noticed the movement and immediately killed their boss. Xiaomei screamed in fear. The fat guy said that his ability to freeze it all. We have to run, they have to split up and run. Huey ran after this guy. She was still holding this child in her arms. The fat guy said he was already here. But then Huey tripped and fell. She asked him to help her. She said she seems to have twisted her ankle and thinks she won't be able to run any further. She asked if he could take the girl to a safe place. She lost consciousness, but this boss was already close to them. The guy asked Huey for forgiveness and rushed to the leak. Huey hugged the girl tighter and begged for someone to save her. And then Sun came to her aid. He wounded this boss with his blade. The system notified him that the damage from the firewall was cancelled. Huey opened her eyes and, seeing Sun, began to cry and said that thank God he was fine. Sun apologized to her for being so late. It wasn't easy coming down the stairs here, so she had to rely on him. He would not spare anyone who dared to hurt her. The countdown was 19 minutes 7 seconds. Sun asked her how her wound was. Huey looked at her leg and said that it looks like she just sprained her ankle, but she definitely won't be able to run any further. Sun said it was better than it could have been. Huey told him that, but for some reason the girl is unconscious, although a couple of minutes ago she was fine. Did Sun say it wouldn't be for long? Did he think she was just scared? She should take care of her and let her leave the rest to him. Huey said it was a monster. Sun told her not to worry, he would be careful. Does he already have a plan? He asked that Sun Yu was here somewhere, wasn't he? Hide your ass among the trees, he won't hide from the monster. Sun Yu is the programmer responsible for launching the New World game and the compatibility of its components, and he also likes to watch Xiangxing. This is a genre of traditional Chinese comedy performance. Sun said he had an Easter egg that would help them escape, but he will need his help. He wounded that boss again with his blade, and the blade activated. Sun told Sun Yu to decide faster. He doesn't know how much longer he can fight back. Huey can't move right now. Huey asked him if there was anything she could do to help him, but Sun didn't pay any attention to her at all and turned to Zhu again and said that he was the only one who could help her. Sun Yulia finally came out and told him to tell him what he could do to help him. Sun told him to find a wooden stick and draw a circle around Huey. Yes, more. Sun Yu was surprised and asked what to draw a circle with a stick. He's kidding, isn't he? Sun continued to fight off the monster and told him to do as he said. Sun Yu said that he only trusts him now, and they need to clarify something. He is not doing this for him, but for Huey. Then he drew a circle around her. In a classic Chinese novel called Journey to the West, when Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, needed to go somewhere, he drew a circle on the ground with all his things inside so that no monsters could take them away. The monkeys were stolen. There was a master, Tang Sao Tsang, whom he always told to stay inside the circle and never come out. But his friend usually never listened to him and almost died every time he left the circle. The system notified that the conditions were met. The Easter egg was launched. Sun Wukong's protective circle. Sun Yu said that it just couldn't be. How did he do it? The system said that the effect, those inside this circle are insensitive to external damage. It has a limit of 10 minutes and can be used only once. The master should stay inside the circle and not listen to that jerk. These were Wukong's words. The word jerk refers to one of the Monkey King's companions, Zhu Beizi. After that, the countdown began. They have 9 minutes 59 seconds left. Sun thought it had worked. Sun Yu now began to look different. Sun Yu asked, why did he turn into a monkey? He turned to Sun and said that his egg was defective. The system said the Easter egg was launched and he is the Monkey King. Here, when Wukong's protective circle is activated, the player turns into Sun Wukong. Effect: the player will continuously apply the teaser, active for 10 minutes. Let them try to approach him if they have the guts. A small monkey appeared on Sun Yul's head, which was now blowing a trumpet. It was a very loud sound. The guy plugged his ears and said he was going to go deaf. What's going on anyway? The system said he was provoking the leader of the demons. Sun Yu got scared and told him to plug this pipe. Sun pulled him towards him and told him not to stand like a jerk. Sun Yu asked him that he had planned to kill him from the very beginning. Hadn't he? Sun said no, he just wanted him to be the bait. He will distract the monsters, and Sun will take the opportunity and kill him. Sun Yu was very surprised and asked that he wanted to kill him. He is not involved in this. Sun told him that the protective circle wouldn't be here forever. If they don't kill him, he will kill them. So I just have to help him. Besides, even if he's not going to do anything, the monsters will still notice him and attack him. Sun Yu said that, but he would die if he ran to beat him like that. He won't be able to dodge. Huey told this guy to listen. You can dodge his blow. He opens his mouth before attacking. If he manages to escape while he opens his mouth, the fireball will not reach him. Xingyu thought that Huey was worried about him. He can't believe he practically left her to die. But even so, it's still very difficult. Then his monkey trumpeted with a new one. Sun Yu jumped up again and asked what the hell was wrong with her. She scared the hell out of him. Sun told him to get ready. The monster has changed. The system said that the leader of the demons is very indignant and very angry. Sun Yu asked that why was he angry? He didn't even do anything, did he? In fact, the Monkey King is known as a prankster and a prankster. He teases everyone and everything as soon as the chance presents itself. So even now the boss was very angry. Sun Yu said how hot it was. He turned to Huey and said that he was dying. His HP began to decrease. They were all surrounded by infernal hell. Huey told him not to worry. This attack is intended for a wide area. who, although she is strong, but not deadly. Sun thought that it was very risky to rush to the breach, but there may not be another chance. The system told him it was hell. It takes 3% of the maximum health reserve every second of being in the affected area. Lasts 15 seconds. Sun thought that thanks to this, he had a chance to get closer. He made a few cuts on this boss's leg, but said you were too shallow. After that, I decided to make a few strokes. His HP. It was 176 out of 320. Well, that monster found him. At that moment, the monkey on Sun Yu's head worked again. Sun Yu asked why the fuck he was swearing. It's a monkey really swearing in that tone. The system reported that they had angered the leader of the demons. Sun said he was good. The system reported that the effect of the demon blade has been activated. 600 units of damage were inflicted. Sun thought it was working, but the damage is still insignificant. The system reported that now the object of anger has changed. The leader has noticed it. Sun told this monster that let him forgive him for distracting, but giving him as if he wasn't there. He shouted at Sun Yu to distract him faster. Sun Yulia said he deserved it. Now it's his turn to substitute his ass. He was always attacking him. Well, now the leader of the demons noticed him again because of this monkey. The system notified that he had angered the leader of the demons again. But Sun Yu managed to dodge his attack. He said thank God that Huey told him how to dodge his attacks. He didn't think he would be that good, so let him attack him if he wants to. But the monkey began to squeal again. Sun Yu told him to stop. Stop pouring oil on the fire already. The system said he had angered the demon leader again. The anger of the leader and the demons has reached its maximum. Sun Yu asked Sun that he was satisfied now. He's definitely dead now. Sun dealt him 600 damage again and said he was healthier than he expected. He should hold out a little longer. Sun asked him to hurry up. He began to produce more of these balls. He won't be able to hold out for long. Sun was doing damage to him again with his knife and thought that they were already on the verge of life and death. After some time, the system notified him that he had defeated the leader of the demons. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Yu came up to him and asked, did they really do this? Sun said it looked like it. The system notified him that he had raised his level several times. Sun Yu said that he also raised his level 4 times. The system said that the Easter egg has already run out of time. From the head and Sun Yu, this monkey disappeared. It's a monkey even said goodbye to him. The guy said that who wants to talk to her at all. He really hopes that he will never see her again. Sun thought that the monsters were defeated and the eggs were activated from Huey. Everything should be fine. But he seems to be missing something. After such a difficult battle, he only gained a few experience points. He feels puffed up. This demon is supposed to be the boss, so why didn't he get any drop? But then he saw something, and I thought, is it really orange? How is this possible? The system notified him that the area was protected from monsters. The remaining time is 6 minutes and 31 seconds. The squeeze mission was completed earlier. Now a new zone has been opened for them. All restrictions have been lifted. Sun Yu said that now that the restrictions are lifted, they can get out of here. Sun told him not to run ahead of the train, they should look around first. Then someone spoke to them. This person said that they beat the leader of the demons, and this is a level 40 boss. And how did they do it? It seems that it was not a man at all, but a cat. Sun Yu said he was upstairs. It was a little flying kitty. She greeted everyone and said that she was Raffaello, their guide. It's wonderful to get to know them. Raffaella said she was their fairy godmother. They completed the task ahead of schedule, so she came to congratulate them. In fact, they are the first players to finish it at all. Sun asked, what are the first ones? And I thought that, of course, there must be other people besides them. Raffaella said yes, but others aren't even close to as strong as they are. Right now they're still running from mobs. No, most likely they are too strong. How the new arrivals can beat the level 40 boss. Are they cheaters? Sun said no, they were just lucky to get a good weapon. Raffaello asked what really. Sun said it was true. Raffaello said it couldn't be that simple. Sun said that she is. And he himself thought that he could not tell her about the Easter eggs. Then they heard some sounds. Someone said they were almost out. They can already see the light at the end of the tunnel. His colleagues came out. Xiaomi said her legs were going to fall off. The guy told her she could hold on to him if she needed to. Did Xiaomi tell him to back off? It's all his fault. He led them to not understand where that they had to run just like that. Sun Yu asked her where did they run off to? Xiaomi told him that even if he didn't ask, they had been looping around until about all this time. Not so long ago they found out that there is an invisible barrier that does not allow them to get out of here. They just got an alert that the area was cleared, so they went out to look around, but they did not expect to see them alive and well here. She saw Rafaela and asked what it was. The fairy said she was Raffaello, and if everyone is assembled, then it's time to give out gifts. The system said that the survival task has been completed and they received 10,000 coins. Each bag contains 100 gold coins, each of which is equal in value to 100 simple coins. Sun said that this is the currency of the new world. Raffaello said that's right, these coins are now their one and only currency, and it has several uses. If they want to trade or improve their characteristics, they will need coins anyway. So the more coins they have, the better. Even if they are a simple merchant who has no abilities in battle, they can use money to become incredible, powerful. Sun thought, what does money mean? It's power, isn't it? If he's a merchant, he should make full use of it. Then Xiaomei came up to her and asked what they should do next. Sun Yu supported her and said yes, where should they go? Raffaello told them to just wait. Sun Yu asked what to expect for what. After that, different zones gradually began to open up. The system said that the demons have retreated, and now they are completely safe. Raffaello said this one. The system also gave them a plot in which it was written that their perseverance and endurance helped them to wait for salvation from the Imperial Army and beat the demons. Despite the fact that their homes were destroyed, at least they were able to save their lives. The main mission was also received. This mission was called the Call of Fate, even though the demons were exorcised. The disaster attracted other magical creatures. They have to talk to the commander in each zone in order to take on expeditionary missions. The recommended level is from 1 to 10. Sun Yu said that the main plot had finally arrived. Sun asked that the expedition, in the sense of hunting mobs, isn't it? Raffaello said that everything is exactly like that. From now on everything is simple. They have to fire the task in order to upgrade their level. The guy asked what and where to find them, those who gave them the task. Raffaello told them not to worry, because they will always have a navigator with them for tasks. They may even meet other players on the way. Sun looked very puzzled at thought they were saying that from 1st to 10th level. It seems that the rewards from the story tasks will not be large. Why not step even further and go level up yourself? You won't achieve much by staying here. But then I remembered something to you and thought that he had completely forgotten. He asked if there was a healer among them. Sun Yu asked, what is the healer? Are they assembling a squad or what? Sun said no. Huey twisted her leg, so she can't walk. He is a warrior and therefore he will not be able to help her. And he asked again, are there any healers here? And he himself thought that for now he would keep it a secret that he was a merchant. Huey tried to get up and said that it wasn't that bad. However, the leg still hurt a lot. Sun told her that she had a serious injury, so she needed to stop fooling around. The guy said he was also a warrior. Xiaomei said that what a misfortune, she is also not a healer. Sun Yu was upset and said that, why isn't he a healer? He could cure Huey. Huey said it looked like she was a warrior too. Sun said that yes, there can be no such thing. There are only people here and none of them is a healer, or what? And he himself thought that this was a bummer. But then some guy came up and told him that he could try. This guy's name is Lu Zhenjia. Sun said that of course. Huey thanked him. After that, this guy used his healing skill. This skill slowly restores wounds, costs 3 MP for every 10 seconds. Huey said she doesn't hurt anymore, and thanked the guy. Sun Yu said that it turns out that healers are very useful. Xiaomei asked him why not convince him to join them. She would have thought about it then, too. Sun Yu said that it was noticed, and then they will be able to complete tasks together. Xiaomei said that then he would take care of him. A guy came running to them and told them to take him too. Lu Zhenjia said that she was healed early. Huey asked if she could ask him for something else. This girl's condition is getting worse and worse. Was she ill? Could he cure her? The guy tried to heal her, but notifications were displayed in which it was said that healing was impossible. Treatment of game characters is prohibited by the system. Sun asked what was going on. The system said that the healing process was interrupted. There were deviations in the program of this girl. Sun asked Raffaello what was going on here. Raffaello said she didn't know either. Sun asked if she wasn't the fairy godmother here. Raffaello thought that healing should not be prohibited for game characters. Then why has the system intervened now? Is there anything they don't know about this character? Then someone called her. Raffaello called him a master. She asked the master what kind of assignments he wanted to give her. Sun looked at her and wondered who she was talking to. The master asked the fairy godmother to bring this girl to him, and also she must not let anyone know about it. Raffaello said yes. The system notified that with the life and strength of this girl are fading. Huey was very worried and said she was bleeding. What should they do? Raffaello said that this character is unusual. Some anomalies were found in her data that were provoked by the system. It's better not to move it. Otherwise, it will quickly lead to death. Huey asked what is it like. Raffaello said she needed to pick her up. Does she know how to help her? We need to get her before it's too late. Huey said that then let her save her. After that, the movement began. Raffaello said that's all for now. If they get into trouble, they can always call her. They will be able to find her in the friends list. Sun stopped her and asked her to wait a little longer because he still had questions. He asked that she knows who turned their world into this, doesn't she? How much does she know about the system? Raffaello apologized to him and said that these were not the questions she could answer. Not in her jurisprudence. She can only answer questions that relate to the content of the game. They should hurry up and become stronger in order not to waste their lives in the future. Then she wished them luck and disappeared. Sun thought that, damn it, she knows something anyway. Sun Yu asked if she had just disappeared. Wasn't she going to give them monster hunting equipment? Xiaomei asked what they would do now. Sun Yu asked, what besides completing tasks and leveling up? Anyway, they need to think about how to survive in this world. Huey asked Sun what he was going to do. Does he want to do tasks together? Sun thought that the place he was going to was too dangerous and he couldn't guarantee her safety. He has to go there alone. Therefore, he said that he was not planning to leave for a mission right now. He has more important things to take care of. And he himself thought that the rewards for the plot were too low. It was not profitable for him. He's going to go to a more dangerous area in order to look around. He apologized to her and said he thought they should split up from now on. Huey said that's how it is. Sun said that both of them didn't worry so much. Does he have something for her? And asked her to open her inventory. This should protect her if she finds herself in danger. Huey asked what is really orange. There can be no question, is this a weapon? Sun said that yes, he picked it up recently. This weapon was called the Demon's Eye. This necklace summons demonic power in order to create a powerful shield or fire attack. The shield is equal to 150 units of force. Price, all MP. The usage time is 2 hours. Special features, transformation, can be transformed into a weapon. You cannot use weapons after the necklace is put on. After the person receives a new item in the property. Contact with a demon, you need to fulfill certain conditions in order to get strength. The amount of strength then directly depends on the conditions. Special skills of the healer. Healing, slowly restores wounds, costs 3 MP for every 10 seconds. Resistance, passive, resistance to negative influences of a low level, extends to 40% of the energy stat. Rounded. Huey said she couldn't take it. She didn't help him much. Sun asked what was she talking about. He's just giving it to her for a while. Let her use it for now. And he himself thought that because of his character, he would not take something for nothing at 100%. That's why you have to use a trick. Then he said that besides giving her this necklace, he could rest assured that she was safe. After all, there are a lot of unreliable idiots around. Sun Yu heard this and asked, what is he doing there? He helped too. Sun didn't pay any attention to him at all, just handed this necklace to Huey and told her to take it. Huey accepted this necklace and said a big thank you to him. Sun turned to Sun Yu and said that since there were no gifts to be expected in the near future, he was giving it to him. Sun Yu caught a bag of coins and asked, what are the coins? Sun said he was giving him everything they got from the mission. Sun Yu said that it was necessary so he still has a conscience. However, he didn't make a fuss when he attached the gun and the Huey hatch. Sun said he was great, and in the future, he hopes that he will not cause her problems. After that, Sun got ready to go. And Huey said that with this he was saying goodbye. She should not forget that she should treat him to lunch when they meet again. The system notified him that he had left Zone F. Sun thought that people killed by monsters were scattered everywhere on the roads. At first, he thought that this world was pretty good. But now that he has seen these disfigured corpses, he can't help but think about the transcendent cruelty of this world. Who did all this to them? He clearly heard, there must be some unknown master behind Raffaello. Tiano, who is he? He rules this world interrogative. And what is he going to turn it into? So many questions and so few answers. Then he drew attention to the building and said that he was already here. And he himself thought that he had completely forgotten, so he would not waste time on empty reflections. He must become stronger and find answers. After which he said that the dungeon, here it is. There are 2 types of monsters in total. Type 1 is wild wandering monsters. They are weak and not so many useful pieces fall from them. As a rule, they provide raising the level at the initial stage and obtaining the items needed to complete tasks. And they are very fast. Type 2, these are monsters and their bosses who are in the dungeon. The dungeons are scattered in different zones. Local monsters give much more rewards and rare items. Moreover, many ores that are used in the manufacture of weapons and armor can only be found here. But, of course, this involves a lot of risk. The monsters in the dungeon are specially created to be more dangerous and gloomy, whose actions are difficult to predict. One wrong step and the man is dead. Sun walked into the mall. He saw the flip-flops that he had been wearing for 5 years, and now they were no longer in that condition. He said that, fortunately, there is a shop here, otherwise he had to look for new sneakers. He changed his clothes and said that, and it looks pretty good. If he had been here before, he would not even have been able to dream of buying such a thing. This jacket is probably very expensive. After that, he took the shirt tag and began to study it. And I thought that he thought here that he was fine in an old shirt. He looked at some building and said that, apparently, there was a major brawl. When a catastrophe occurs, even gold becomes a useless piece of metal. Well, so much the better for him. After that, he used his inventory and put all the gold he found there. He said that in their time, resources are more important than ever. Now he had 0 coins, and he said that even though he had given 10,000 coins, this should be enough for him. Well, he's ready now, so it's time to get started. He's about to go to the Crystal Mole Cave now. The difficulty is D. Recommended team level 12. Recommended number of participants from 5 to 10. The system asked him if he really comes in alone. The danger level is very high. He said it wasn't a problem. He had already prepared. After which, he entered the Crystal Mole Cave. And said that he had already lost his breath. So this is the dungeon. There are a lot of ores everywhere. He took one piece of metal and said that he would rely on it when he made weapons later. Then he heard a squeak. It was a mole. Jumped back and thought that he was already near him. It was a level 11 crystal mole. Examined it carefully and thought that this was what he was, a crystal mole. So if he wants to mine the ore, he has to kill him first. Fine, he thought it all out. After that, he opened his inventory. He took out a gold bracelet and told this mole to see what he had. It's a gold bracelet. He rolled away. Even his eyes lit up. The system said that the crystal mole values such benefits as his own life and cannot resist the attraction to golden and shiny objects. Threw him this bracelet and said that since he liked it so much, then let him take it. The system said that the crystal mole can't control the obsession with this gold bracelet. Approached this mole from behind with his stone knife and thought that greed was his vice. Then I cut him. The mole howled in pain, then died. The system immediately informed him that the crystal mole had been killed. He gained 88 experience points. Thought that was it really only experience that he shouldn't have bothered so much and entered into battle with him. If they come running again, he will simply lure them with gold. But there shouldn't be many of them at a time, so everything will be fine. But then he heard a squeak, and not alone. Asked that why did a chill run down his spine. He can't be such a loser, can he? He turned around and asked what the fuck. He quickly opened his inventory. Now his level was already 9. His health was 380 out of 380. MP, 144 out of 144. Its capabilities, item creation and trading are passive, power is passive. No, he has no acquired capabilities of strength. He has 26, endurance 19, dexterity 22, intuition 18 and intelligence 18. He has no remaining points. Threw them gold. He asked where did so many of them come from. If he doesn't come out now, then he'll waste everything. And I thought that there is such a movement going on here, he can't just sit and watch it all. And just then, the boss showed up. The system said that this is the boss, the ruler, the king of the level 15 crystal moles. And I warned him that it was very dangerous. Said that since he was here, they would start having fun. The king also began to get carried away with all this gold. He was really very happy now. He said in his own language that all this gold is his. Said he was sitting, he was happy. He took out more gold from his inventory and said he had more. Does he want to? The king immediately paid attention to him. Asked that it looks like he can't wait, right? Then I threw him all this gold. The boss immediately caught everything. Meanwhile, while the boss was distracted, took out his knife and thought that now. He thought that he had even beaten the demon leader from level 40. It's easy to deal with him, because he's just the king of moles. But it didn't turn out what he expected. The system informed him that the crystal mole had discovered him. Thought that how is it? The mouth crystal rushed straight at him. Thought that he was rejoicing early. Why did he think he would be easily defeated? In the same way, he is not a demon, but animals. A bone blade can't do much damage to him. It will be no easier to fight him than with the leader of the demons. Then he noticed that the little moles began to sneak up on him. He thought that yes, they were just mocking him. Was surrounded and thought he was in the ass now. After that, all these cards pounced on him. Began to fight them off and said that both of them had fallen away from him. He thought that if he spent all his energy on the small ones, then he would not have the strength to start with the most important. Why is he staring at him like that all this time? After that, Sun Nu beat the crystal mole and again received 88 experience points. He thought, no, it can't go on like this. He needs to get higher. So first he has to jump, and then sticking the blade into the wall, he has to climb up. He should be able to do it. But then he jumped up and was very surprised, asking what. He said he jumped too high. How could he even jump so high? After that, he easily landed on the hill he wanted. He thought, is it really because of the experience points? He did not think that this could pump his body. It's really quite useful, but he'll think about it later. After all, there are still problems that he has not solved. He can't fight them all alone. Everything in his power is now such a table with the king. We need to find a way to kill him, otherwise all his plans will go down the drain. And how does he do all this? Besides gold, what else can he use? He looked at his inventory and thought what he had come up with. How good that he went into that abandoned shopping center and picked up all sorts of junk. Meanwhile, the king of moles had already climbed to him on this hill. Sun did not expect this either and thought that he had already climbed. This will save him a lot of problems. He was holding a gold bar in his hands. The mole king was right behind him. Sun said that it turns out that he really wants his gold. If he wants it so much, then it's very simple, they will make a bet with him. He started pouring out all the gold from his inventory, and there was really a lot of it, because he took all the gold from the store, and said that all the gold he likes is all he has. If he misses it, then all this good will become his. Would he dare? And he himself thought that he wasn't talking to the wall, was he? Then the mole king growled. Sun thought it was wonderful, apparently he understood everything. Seeing all this huge pile of gold, the mole king immediately rushed at her. But the obstacle was Sun, so he had to jump over it. Sun ducked so that the mole wouldn't touch him and said that he had changed his mind. Let him take everything at once. After that, the mole king fell right into a mountain of this gold. Since the king could only think about gold, so he did not suspect anything strange, and did not try, because he wanted to get all this gold for himself as soon as possible. But the king of moles got into some kind of muck. Sun said it was fuel. Even if he understood everything, it's already too late. And he himself was holding a Molotov cocktail in his hand. Sun said that he poured fuel on the gold at the very beginning. Sun really calculated everything, because he would never miss such a prey as the king of moles, who is also equal in strength to that huge demon. He foresaw that he would rush straight to the gold, as if crushed. And he was right. He swung and said it was payback for his greed, and called him a toasted mole. He thinks it's fucking delicious. After that, the king of moles caught fire and began to growl loudly from the pain. Sun thought that now, even if he didn't die, at least their skin would burn to ashes. His subjects heard the roar of their king. Sun thought that he couldn't let him call more moles, he needed to finish him off quickly. The king continued to call for help. Sun told him that his enemy was here. If he has balls, then he has to fight him alone. He's scared, since he's calling his subjects. The system informed him that the Crystal King had noticed him, after which, he rushed straight at Sun. Sun thought that he had an ace up his sleeve all this time. Didn't he? Is he not taking damage? It's a crowd control ability. The system reported that he was blinded. Sun got scared and thought he couldn't see anything. The countdown has begun. It was a black veil. It is an ability that is passed down by the Crystal King from generation to generation. It allows you to emit a cloud of black smoke from the body of the ship itself, which blinds the target within a radius of 3 meters for 12 seconds. Sun thought that, but he could still hear the hints of the game. The system told him that every time I take damage inside the black curtain, the countdown will increase by 2 seconds. He thought he couldn't let him hit him. He still has 9 seconds. Sun thought that even though he had to hold out, he could still win. But he would naturally not miss this wonderful opportunity to attack him. If he was him, he would have been at the back the whole time. Did he really dodge? It seems that he also hit him. But then the Crystal King hit him right in the stomach. Sun thought that another one. The system notified him that the length of the veil had been increased. Sun thought that there was more and more time. He can't wait any longer. It's time for him to get out of here. Otherwise, he's finished. But then the king hit him again. Sun thought that it hurt so much. The system notified him that his health level was too low. He couldn't dodge once. Things are only getting worse. The effect not only did not disappear, but also increased by 2 times. Was he too presumptuous? Relying on his Easter eggs and intelligence, he thought it was easy to handle him. Is it worth using his trump card so early? No, if he can't cope with the veil, then the outcome is unlikely to change. And if under such conditions he gets hit, then he is definitely a corpse. The king hit him again. Now his HP was 2 out of 360. The system notified him that his health level was too low. Sun thought that he was dying. His health was almost at 0. Soon it will be too late if he doesn't use the Easter egg. But why is his hand still hesitating? It's as if his brain is deliberately stopping her. Is there really another way out? Could there be another way out here? Maybe he missed some important information. Classes, Easter eggs, or are they objects? He can't regret giving the demon eye to Huey, even if it cost him his life. His only weapon is the bone blade given to him by Kun, which is absolutely useless right now. What should he do to turn the game around? But wait, he remembered only 2 items that he received from that skeleton, and he said that he had another reward from Kun. Meanwhile, the Mole King threw a huge piece of stone at him. Sun thought that he had completely forgotten about them because of the invisibility. All this time I have been suffering these beatings in vain. Then he activated the invisible glasses. The system notified him that the invisible glasses with black frames are 100% vision, plus resistance to blinding when activated. Due to the ability to resist, the clutch effect was removed. Sun said it was very close. Fortunately, his vision returned. If 1 more second, he would have died. Thanks to Kun, he is alive now. He helped him again. The Mole King clearly didn't understand what had just happened. Sun said that it seemed like getting rid of the veil surprised him. But don't let him worry, he has another surprise for him. The system said that this player's health had dropped to 1. This launched the Easter egg, the last battle. Sun said he activated the Easter egg, so he lost all chances of winning. The last battle system said that players will reach this phase when they have only 1 health unit left. The remaining indicators will double by 3 minutes. However, as soon as the time runs out, the player's score will decrease by half from the original appearance for 1 hour. So they have to remember that their health is not restored during the last battle. That does not kill, makes stronger. Sun said that he feels the power that overwhelms his body. And I asked the King of Kratts if he was ready to die already. The Mole King attacked him again, but now Sun was ready to defend himself. He thought he was really strong now. Can he kill him? His stats have doubled, so he can easily see all the king's movements. But at the same time, he is still very weak. 1 blow from him, and he is a corpse. So he needs to be very careful. Even using the same techniques, he wouldn't lose to him again, because he wants to be king. Meanwhile, somewhere in the forest, Sun's colleagues fought monsters. One of the guys said that aren't these people cheaters? Another said that this is not even a task anymore, they are really fierce. Level 6 fruit monkeys are literally nothing to her. She took on all the monsters of this zone. Why are they here at all? Sun said they didn't even need to do anything. It's so cool to sit here and watch someone earn him experience. All this time, he received 40 units of experience. Huey, who deftly dealt with all these monsters, said that everything was fine, she would be able to protect them all. They can just pick up all these items. With Sun's weapons, these monsters are like dirt under your fingernail. Now she was using the item he had given her. It was the Eye of a Demon. Rarity, level AUC weapons, a serb from the underworld that can cut everything. Attack power, initial strength. The current strength index is 192. Special features, transformation. Contacts with a demon. You need to fulfill certain conditions in order to get power. The amount of power depends directly on the conditions. This item can be transformed into a necklace. You cannot use the necklace after it is activated near the demon. After the owners of the demon's eye will receive a new item in the property. After defeating these monsters, Huey turned this item into a necklace again. She said she kept thinking, what is Sun doing now? The guy said he really couldn't understand Sun. He did not join anyone's team and did not keep such a useful weapon for himself. What was he going to do? Maybe he was going to search the dungeon alone. Xiaomei looked at him and thought that he was an idiot. Sun said that the dungeon. It's just ridiculous. How can someone go to a place like this alone? Their doctor said that 45 monkeys left only 11 fruits. Sun said that he had been working on the data all this time, which means he should know that it takes at least 5 people to go there. Huey said she didn't think he would do something he wasn't 100% sure about. Sun told her that she trusted him too much. Let her just remember that how weak he was working for the company. Maybe he's all ready. But Huey interrupted him and said that this would not happen. The Sun she knows is more resilient than anyone. Meanwhile, he had already defeated the Crystal King. His level had risen several times. The condition was completely restored. The countdown has started, 1 hour. Sun was lying on the ground. He was very happy and said that he had won. The system told him that he had reached level 10. Now the function of obtaining skills is available to him. He has unlocked 1 skill slot, and the system asked him if he wanted to get the Crystal King skill. This skill was a black veil. His level was S. This skill blinds all targets within a 3 meters radius for 12 seconds and costs 50 MP. If there is damage to the target while it is inside the black curtain, Then each such attack will increase the countdown time by 2 seconds. The effect does not expend additional MP points. This skill can be upgraded to level 3. And he also received a special mole crystal. Rarity, level C. This crystal increases perception scores by 15 points. A special opportunity. Rodent King. You need to get the ability of the king over the rodents. It can also be used as a material for improving weapons. He also received another item called the Crown of Greed. Rarity, level D is a unique item. Special opportunity, irresistible greed. Trading with the characters of the game will bring in more money, plus 10% in benefits, but everyone needs to know the measure, since excessive greed will bring failure. According to legends, the crown belonged to the old king. When the Crystal King got hold of this relic, the crown became a symbol of power. All the abilities of this item are unknown, but it looks like someone is still trying to find out. And he also received a bag of coins, in which coins are stored. It contains 30,000 coins. No other information, it's just money. Sun said that the ability he barely restrained, didn't he? Who wouldn't take it? This is an S-rank skill. After that, the system notified him that he had received one skill, Dark Veil. It is very interesting how skills work in the new world. New skill slots open at levels 10, 30, 60 and 90. You can get a skill only if the player has an unlocked slot for it. In addition, skills can be obtained through fighting monsters alone or with a team. Different monsters have different skills. Players can choose the skill they want, but taking a skill once will not be possible to replace it under normal conditions. And of course, skills also have their own ranks and levels. There are only 3 ranks, such as S, A and B. The skill rank depends on how strong the monster is. Most skills can be divided in such a way as type, from whom you can get, rank and skill level. S-rank level 3 can be obtained from bosses, dungeons and other powerful monsters. The monsters from which the S-rank skill falls have a mark dominating in their descriptions. And the rank of level 2 can be obtained from rare and high-class monsters. Monsters from which such skills fall have a high-class mark in their descriptions. And the rank of level 1 can be obtained from monsters that do not have a special name and description. Skills that have fallen from defeated monsters always have an initial level of 1 level therapy. In order to improve skills and increase their level, players need to use coins. Sun said that every time the skill level increases, its capabilities will change dramatically. This can't be happening. The system told him that it was about raising the level of the Dark Veil. To increase this skill by level 2, conditions are required, 30,000 or 1 million coins. He doesn't have enough coins right now. Sun, seeing the requirements, was very surprised and asked, "What is 1 million? He thought that even if raising the level would bring him a lot of benefits, wouldn't it be too expensive? He is afraid that the next level will cost him as much as 5 million. Now it's clear why Raffaello was talking about the importance of coins. Even a simple level up costs that much money. He banked that everything else will be just as expensive. He looked through the other things he had received and thought it was alright. After all, money is exactly what he is here for. And now everything is ready, it's time for him to start. He turned to the subjects of this king and asked what they were also waiting for. Would they not wait? And how did they gather here so quickly? There's no need to be so aggressive. Their king has already died. There's no need to fight him anymore. It's better for them to live together. After that, he activated a special mole crystal and said that from now on they were all his servants. After that, the system told him that he controlled 198 crystal moles. Sun said it was just wonderful. He did not expect that there would be so many of them. Now he can not worry that he will lack workers. After that, he turned to mole number 1 and mole number 2 and said that each of them takes control of the mole corals and goes to the crystal mines in the east. And 3 and 4 go west, 5 and 6 go south, 7 and 8 go north. Well, that's great. Now Sun's mining team is officially established. He addressed all these moles, calling them children, and said that as their father, mentor, he relies on them, so they should bring him good luck. He can count on them, can't he? All the moles beeped very loudly. Sun said it was fine. That's the attitude. And now they have to hurry up and go to work. When they all left, he thought that, and this is really not bad. Everything is going according to plan. But then he noticed a little rat next to him, who took him by the pant leg. He squeaked something to him, asking what he could do to help. Sun said that who would have thought that there would be such a crumb here. He bent down to him and began to stroke him, saying that he was still too young to help. Moreover, he already has enough workers, so he can do what he wants. There is no need for him to work. This mole was very upset and squeaked that he also wanted to be useful. Sun told him not to get upset like that. He'll think of something, he'll see. And he himself thought that wow, What kind of weirdo would set up for work like that? After which he asked this mole, what about this? He will be its auditor. He should help him check who is working hard and who is fooling around. The one who works hard, he should encourage with 1 gold coin. He took out a bag of gold coins from his inventory that had fallen from the Crystal King. And he told this brother that he could not cover for someone or take the coins for himself. If the work goes uphill, then he will be generously rewarded. From now on, his name is Baby Zero, and he will be his boss. Little Zero accepted his order. Son Anya laughed and said what a well-mannered young man he was. After that, Baby Zero rushed to his own and began to squeak loudly to them. The moles started working much harder. Sun An looked at all this and thought that he could be relied on. The number of crystals has greatly increased. He already has some crystals, so it will be possible to make some kind of weapon. And started creating items. Mole crystal is a magical mineral of crystalline rock that is mined in dungeons. It is classified as a low-order magic crystal. It can be used in the manufacture of items, weapons, and armor. 20 mole crystals can be used to create one random item that is suitable for players from level 10 to level 20. Most likely, Sun An will receive a 99.5% grade item with errors. However, there is a small chance, 0.5%, that he will get the rank of C. The rank of the item depends on the type of magic crystal. It's very simple. The more difficult the dungeon level, the better the appearance of the crystal, and, accordingly, the higher the chance of obtaining a high rank item. After that, Sun An created 2 items for himself. It was a D-grade crystal armband. He adds to strength +4 and to stamina +3. And he also created a stone helmet also of rank D, magic +6 and a 1% reduction in magic damage. Sun An immediately put on this helmet and said that the characteristics are almost the same. 1% damage reduction, in fact, does not make any difference. It's probably the worst of the worst D-grade items. But there is also another way to classify items. This is the color. Rank S is red. Rank A is orange. Rank B is purple. Rank C is blue. Rank D is green and rank E is white. The characteristics of different ranked items differ from each other. The characteristics of items of equal rank also differ. Sonya Anya's stone sword is at the very bottom of the B rank. And he has a B rank only because he has a special ability, inflicting great damage to the demonic race. Sun An said there was no hurry anyway. This is just the beginning. After all, he can just keep crushing the crystals with the Easter egg. Other players have a limit on how many minerals they can mine, but he doesn't have one. The system informed him about the symbiosis. Mole crystals and crystal moles are in a symbiotic relationship. As long as the number of crystal moles exceeds 100, the crystals will be automatically restored. A symbiotic relationship is a relationship between 2 different kinds of creatures that benefit both. In such relationships, organisms stimulate and support each other's development. Sun An thought, how long does he need to be here? If he stays in the dungeon for too long, other players will overtake his level. Time is money. The crystals have recovered already. Each mole takes about 10 minutes. In order to get 1 crystal, the efficiency of 2 such cities is equal to the work of 1 person. Thinking this way, if he wants to get 12,000 sets of items, then he needs 240,000 crystals. If every mole will work at an average of 16 per day, then at the end of the day they will get about 96 crystals. In total, he has 197 working moles. This means that it will take him as much as 14 days. As expected, then he needs to wait 14 days. This is his first step to power. 14 days later, Baby Zero was panicking a lot because of something. He shouted that oh no. He tried to call Sun An, who had been in the tent all this time. Sun An came out of the tent and asked him what had happened. Little Zero told him they were fighting. Mole number 3 and number 5 did not share the large crystal they found. They are fighting over who one found this crystal for the boss. Sun An thought that this was how they were fighting over him. He's even touched. He said okay, he understands their zeal. He has gold for each of them. Do they have to make up after all? It's not worth getting into a fight over such trifles. And he threw a gold coin to Baby Zero, saying that it was for his efforts. Sun An shouted to everyone else that if they also wanted to get a reward, they needed to work especially hard. He's counting on them. This is their last call. And he himself thought that he was very grateful to them. He was able to harvest such a bountiful harvest in such a short time. He sighed and thought that in these 10 days he had been able to create a whole bunch of magic items. In total, he created 11,379 items and failed 9 times. This is because the chance of success is not 100%. Among all this pile, only 67 items have the rank of C. He has already managed to put on the best of them. Everything else is rank D. He can sell them for a good price in the game character market. Now he has already put on an orange crystal helmet of rank C. This is invisible armor. as well as reducing the damage that the player receives from magical attacks by 6%. He also donned a green breastplate. It was also an invisible armor. Special feature: 0 immunity to damage that is less than 2% of the player's maximum HP. All of his other items were of the same rank as the orange crystal helmet. Then he put on the crystal spirit armband. The taming of the shrew. The player can tame a monster of rank D and below to make it his pet. Once tamed to get tired, it is impossible to change. There was also a tartar belt about him. Stamina increases by 19. And there is also a special feature, such as health regeneration is automatically regenerated if, after the end of the battle, health is equal to or less than 20 units. He was also wearing a crystal wind. These are shoes. Invisible armor. Dexterity increases by 14. And there is also a special feature such as acceleration, increasing the player's speed for a short period of time. Cannot be used permanently. He also donned crystal armbands. Strength increased by 18, stamina increased by 5, critical stats increased by 2%. He was also wearing black mountain gloves. Strength increases by 15 seconds, endurance by 4 and critical index by 3%. And he also had an invisible cloak. It's an invisible armor. Dexterity increases by 8, intelligence by 6. There is also a special feature, such as invisibility hides the presence of the player. It does not allow high-level and ordinary monsters to see the player, and makes bosses less hostile by 20 units. But it cannot be used permanently. Little Zero agreed with Sun and said that, however, they would leave it for later. He thought that, however, in order to meet with the trading NPS, he would need to clear this dungeon. And this means that he will need to get rid of all his moles. He can't do it. Then Little Zero asked him what he should do next. Sun thought that during these days he realized that they were actually quite cute. He must be cruel and selfish if he plans to surpass everyone, so victims cannot be avoided. Should he get to the merchant? He looked at Little Zero, who was still waiting for his order, and he thought he didn't have to be that determined, did he? He activated the crystal spirit armband. And I thought that if he made Baby Zero his pet, then the dungeon rule would not apply to him. After that, the system told him that he had signed a contract with the crystal mole. Now the crystal mole is his pet. After that, he told Little Zero that his order for today was to be his companion, and he himself thought that you should atone for his guilt a little. Then someone shouted, "What the hell is going on here? Why are there so many items?" It was Raffaello. She saw Sun and said it was him again. Sun didn't expect to see her here and thought, what the hell, why is she here? Raffaello told him that he was suspicious already the time he killed a level 40 boss, and now he took this bunch of items from somewhere. It doesn't matter how he sees it, because it's not normal. It is better for him to explain all this to her very clearly. If he's a cheater, she won't let him get away with it. Raffaello said that he controls an army of moles in order for them to get him crystals and has a whole bunch of things. He had to explain everything to her quickly. Sun thought, what the hell is she doing here? Was she able to find out that he was using Easter eggs? But why now? And asked her what the cheater was. Is it possible in this game? Raffaello said of course not. So, she's asking questions here. Sun thought that no, it was unlikely that she found out the fact that she was asking meant that she didn't know anything about the eggs. He could still find out the truth. He had to somehow secretly remove all these things so that she wouldn't notice. And he told her that if she was asking about the extraction of mole crystals, it was his special power. It allows him to control the moles. Is this cheating? Raffaello told him to let her see. Sun asked that she wasn't going to take it for herself after he had worked so hard to get it. Raffaello asked that why would she do that? He should just let her see. After that, Sun gave her this crystal. Raffaello said it was a certain game piece, and I thought that it still doesn't explain the fact why so many moles are acting on Sun's orders. After which she said that everything was fine with it, and as she promised, she was returning it. Sun said it was fine, because it wasn't easy to get him. Raffaello pointed to a mountain of things and asked what was wrong. And what about this mountain? Let him not even think of dodging questions. Sun thought that he had not had time to translate the topic. Raffaello told him that under normal conditions, all the resources of the dungeon are strictly limited in quantity. How did he manage to get so many crystals? A maximum of 10 things can be done using crystals from the dungeon. At the same time, not counting failed attempts to make things. And she asked him how would he explain it all to her? Without thinking twice, Sun said that he didn't really know either. Initially, he wanted to get quite a few crystals, but it turned out that there were a lot more of them here, so he just sat down and started crafting all these things. Raffaello asked him if he had received any system error notification. Sun said no. If he had seen the alert, then he would have known the reason for all this. And he himself thought that he was not caught, not a thief. She wouldn't do anything to him. Raffaello asked that yes, how is this possible? Besides him, is there anyone else here? Sun said no, his little bros can confirm it. All the cats squeaked, saying that their boss was absolutely right. Raffaello asked that how did they all obey him? She hates mice. In general, I had to come here because of complaints from other players that they could not enter this dungeon. But she didn't think that the problem would be so serious. Sun thought that maybe he had tried too much here, which prevented other players from coming in. Raffaello asked him again, is it true that he doesn't know anything? Or is he just pretending? And it would be better not to lie to him. Sun said he wouldn't dare. He declares with all responsibility that. Then an alert message came in which it was said that the Easter egg symbiosis was activated. All the crystals have recovered. Raffaello asked what is this? The characteristic of this symbiosis was highlighted and Raffaello said that it was not from the game. Sun realized that he was hit and said that he remembered here that he forgot to do something. It's probably time for him. Raffaello asked if he really decided to deceive her. 100% he uses holes in the game system, but he said he didn't know anything. Sun asked her to calm down and let him explain everything, and he himself thought that here is the Gatsvo. It was necessary for them to recover right now. After that, Raffaello began to fix everything and said that she would not allow any tricks to be used. Sun asked her to stop, and I thought that everything was very bad. If she continues, the Easter egg will disappear. But the system said that a fix is not possible. This feature does not contradict the rules of the game, so there is no need for repairs. Raffaello and Sun were both very surprised. He thought, can't the system get rid of Easter eggs? Moreover, she defines them as something normal. This is really unexpected. Raffaello asked that yes, how is this even possible? Even things are fine. Sun thought that it looks like this is the biggest tank of this game. This is exactly what she sees Easter eggs, but still allows them to be used. Raffaello looked very depressed and said that what was all this for her. Sun said that he had said from the very beginning that he had not cheated. Even the game system says things are fine, so there's no need to keep trying to fix it. But Raffaello, apparently, did not trust him anyway and said that she would not allow injustice to destroy this world. Well, she didn't want to use the last resort. After that, the system reported that the destruction was the chosen target 197 out of 197. Sun did not expect this and shouted that number 8. Number 7. The system notified him that the crystal mole had been destroyed, and for that, he received 88 experience points. He told the kid to hide in a blindfold. It needs to be done very quickly. Raffaello said that after destroying his slaves, she would leave him. It is unclear why the system counts it as murder and gives him free experience points. This is his happiness, so let him enjoy it. Sun could not put up with this and told Raffaello to stop all this now. He couldn't stand it, took out his sword and attacked her directly. Raffaello evaded and asked if he really decided to cut her. Sun told her to stop it right now. Raffaello said it was too late for the command to be cancelled after it was activated. This is her justice. The system said that the number of crystal moles is less than 100. The Easter egg is deactivated. Sun asked, what is justice? Is taking other people's lives justice? She's just pathetic. Raffaello said she couldn't be wrong. Sun was very angry with her and said, what is she saying? The system reported that the Easter egg was activated. A dangerous player. Condition, killing 150 monsters with his own hands in one action, whose levels are equal to his or even higher than his capabilities exceeded all expectations. So in the eyes of his enemies, he is a dangerous player. Now he has a secret weapon. When meeting an enemy that is 15 times more powerful than him, his stats will be increased. Damage plus 50%, defense plus 50%, magic resistance plus 50%, and fear effect. Raffaello was surprised again and asked, is this really a hole in the system again? She's very angry right now. Sun thanked her and said that thanks to her so-called justice, he was able to obtain a rare ability. She must be furious right now, isn't she? Just for general information, she's already going to use destruction to get rid of him, isn't she? Or is there nothing she can do to him? The system reported that all the crystal moles had been destroyed. Raffaello said he was a fucking cheater. Sun thought he was bluffing. Destruction is not such a team as everyone here needs a clear number of selected targets. A total of 197 targets were selected. These are all monsters, except for Raffaella, Baby Zero and him. Judging by her behavior, his bluff was very successful. Teams do not apply to players. Someone came here. They both turned around, and Raffaello asked who was there. Some guy came with a huge backpack and asked if he was really at the wrong time. It was an NPS. The system said it was a traveling merchant, Adong. He appears after clearing the dungeon in order to buy or resell items, and sometimes sells the goods the player needs. And Dune said he would just go somewhere else. He shouldn't have interrupted their conversation. But Sun stopped him and told him not to leave. He's just in time. He's been waiting for him forever. He shouldn't worry, she wouldn't bother them. She can't do anything to him. Do they need to discuss something? And Dune asked that everything was really fine. Rafaelo called Sun and said that he was crossing all boundaries. Then she decided to fix this guy again. But the system said it was impossible. The command cannot be used on players. Sun told the merchant that she had PMS, so he shouldn't pay attention to her. The merchant said it was good. Rafaelo told him to come back here quickly. And I thought that how he infuriates her. Why can't she handle him in any way? Where did this cheater come from anyway? Then she saw that there was some kind of emergency. Some player sent a request for help. Rafaelo thought, what kind of player do you have in mind? And in addition, this is an emergency situation. Then she would need to leave Sun. How infuriating it is. She shouted to him that she would come back for him. Yes, she can't do anything to him right now, but she will find a way to stop him. Then she disappeared. Sun thought that at last it was the lowly with the ears that had disappeared. Does he still feel guilty about his kids? They're just innocent workers. Then a merchant called out to him. He called him Mr. Sun told him that it was better for them to avoid all these formalities. He could just call him Sun, and asked him what he thought about the cost. The merchant said he would buy one item for 6,000. What would he say about that? Sun said it was too little. Is it vital for them merchants to cheat people or what? So, counting all the time, materials, chances of success that were spent on manufacturing, only the cost price will be equal to 5,000. Now most of the players have a level above 10, so the demand for things of rank D is very high. Even if he resells them one thing for 20,000, there will be no questions. In addition, he has more than 10,000 devices here, and he really thinks that 6,000 is the appropriate price, or what? The merchant asked that then why wouldn't he set the price himself? Sun said he wants 12,000. The merchant said it was a big deal. He's the one who wants to cheat him here. Maybe 7,000. Sun said 11,000. The merchant said that 8,000 he would lose all the money if he continued. Sun said that 10,000 if he did not agree, there would be no deal. The merchant was already getting angry and said 9,000. He really can't give any more. Sun said it was covered. 9,000. Now he was already at level 14. His health was 910 out of 910. MP, 268 out of 268. Features, item creation, trade, passive, power, passive. Acquired features, level 1 dark veil, strength 37 plus 76, endurance 24 plus 67, agility 27 plus 49, intuition 23 plus 51, intelligence 23 plus 44. Remaining points 9. Special abilities, physical damage resistance, plus 8, magic resistance plus 6%, critical score plus 5%, dangerous player, pets, crystal mole, baby 0. Sun said it was a pity to even give it away. The merchant began loading all these items into his backpack. Sun watched it all and thought that he also didn't think there would be so many items. The merchant said that if the players continue to raise their level, then they will not need all these low tax things, and he will lose a lot of money. He told Sun not to worry because he has a plan for such a case. He will give him 50 items from the rank. Still, this is their one deal, so let him think it's a welcome gift. The merchant said that the cost of each is about 200,000. Is he really ready to give it all away just like that? Sun told him to wait and listen to him. He will offer players to play the lottery, naturally spinning the drum. Basically, they will come across things of rank D, but they will always have a small chance to win rank C. Now finding things of rank C in stores is not an easy task. How can they not agree to such an offer? By the way, the chance to win a bonus, rank C, is 0.5%, which means that he will sell a bunch of things of rank D. The merchant asked him if he was really a god of business, how such a wonderful idea came to him. He grabbed him by the hand and said that he would definitely be his friend. The system said that Adong's positive attitude towards him is growing. Sun thought that he should thank the person for coming up with the idea of acting things out. He just borrowed it. The merchant asked him to wait. He will now give him coins. Sun thought that's right. Can't he forget it? Now his crown is activated. Greed is average. The price for each element is 900 plus 9,000. Total cost, 111,198,880 coins. While Sun was thinking about it, the merchant had already taken out what he had in mind and said that he should take 11 million in cash and 100 million in cashless on a VIP card. This card is certified by the New World Chamber of Commerce. If he goes there, he will be provided with special offers and VIP service. Sun said it was great, and he accepted it all. The system said that he had received a new achievement, a billionaire, and also the attitude towards him on all NPS bases has grown to level 10. Now he had 111,988,800 coins in his account. Sun thought that she was one step closer to her goal. Sun hugged this merchant and told him not to get lost. He will have more goods for him. And Dune said that, of course, he would be his VIP client. He was so kind to him, so let him let you thank him. The system notified that Adong's positive attitude had reached the 100 mark. Sun thought that so many all sorts of nice gifts meant for the full scale. Relationships are supposed to be rewarded, aren't they? After that, Adong took out holy water from his pouch. This one had 3 small bottles. The system said the holy water could be used at any time. It destroys any negative impact, restores the entire health scale and MP. Sun said it was a useful thing. The merchant said that, of course, besides, she is very rare, and therefore she has only 3 bottles. If it wasn't him, he wouldn't even dare to pull them out. Sun thought that now he could take a big risk. Then Adong told him that if they were done, he would continue on his way. I'd rather sell it all and get my money. But then Sun stopped him, asking him to wait. The merchant asked, what is it? Sun said he needed something else, and he asked if he had any white powder. After a while, Sun came out of the cave. The system said that the cave of moles has been completely cleared. Sun said he was finally done with it. The system said that the recovery is distributed over 3 days. Sun said that this is how it is now on recovery mode. He thought that, of course, it was difficult, but in the end he did everything he wanted. He received skills, items, and money. He probably needs to modify the weapon now, doesn't he? It's all settled now, he's coming right now. But when he came to the right place, he was surprised and thought, what the hell is going on? NPS started pestering him. One of them asked where he was going. Let him sit in his swallow, he knows this city like his 5 fingers. Another asked him if he wanted a discount. He will give it if he sits down with him. Sun thought, why are there so many taxi drivers at the entrance? And he asked to be allowed to think. He wondered what had happened while he was gone. Then a car pulled up to him, and the driver asked him if he needed a car. They will fly with the breeze, and he can tell him everything about this world. Sun thought that another one. One of the taxi drivers asked, is it really Lihan again? This is not his territory at all. Sun thought that this was how they were competitors. Another taxi driver said he wouldn't let him steal his customers anymore. Not this time. And he turned to Sun and said that he would give him 20%. Sun thought that that driver looked more reliable, so he would go with him. And he will be able to get answers to all his questions about this world. So let them forgive him. Then he jumped into the taxi driver's car and told him to drive. He needs to mount Mata Zone G. The man said he accepted, and thanked him for choosing his taxi. And he said he had to buckle up. When they were far enough away, Sun Lan asked him who are these people? Why are they lined up in front of the entrance to the dungeon? The taxi driver said they were trying to make money. People, how they transport people from one place to another, what they do for a living. And why are they, on the contrary, dungeons? Yes, because it is profitable. Sun said he doesn't think they get much. Why don't they just go and start killing monsters and completing tasks? This is a faster way to get coins. The taxi driver said he was willing to bet that he was very good at games. Sun tensed up and asked what? Why? The taxi driver said that it was not bad, but very good. It's just that not everyone can adapt to the innovations of this world. He handed him a cigarette and asked, what's a cigarette? Sun refused. Then the taxi driver lit a cigarette himself and said that the world took such a look very unexpected for them. The real miracle is to be able to survive in new conditions, and he does not even stutter a normal, calm existence. Those people were, on the contrary, dungeons because they can't find monsters to kill them, so they rely on the experience of their past work and try to earn at least something. Sun asked what they couldn't find. Not happening. Monsters are constantly being reborn and there are just a lot of them. At least wild monsters. The man said that yes, I am a lot, but you need to get to them first. The main thing is that the guilds have already scored monster reward points for themselves, so simple low-level players can't even get close to them. Sun asked what guilds. He's been in the dungeon for too long, and he's missed a lot, so he doesn't really understand all this guild stuff. Can he clarify this a little? The man said that it was good, and he was not mistaken. I asked him about it. He's the only one here who knows everything. There are 3 main guilds in total. One of them is the Raiders, the other is the League of Star Coins, and the last one is Dongshan. Each of them specializes in something specific, but the strongest group is the Raiders. He had heard that their leader, Lai Ji Rui, had reached level 20. The raiders have more than 80% of the world's high-level players in this group. Their goal is to stand at the top of this world. The League of Star Coins has Zhu Fei as the leader. Each member of this group has at least 100,000 on deposit, controlling important resources of the game. The Dongshan group's leader is Guilan. They capture and occupy low-ranked dungeons and rob other players in order to raise their level. The most numerous guild and the most hated. Sun and thought that Liji Rui. It sounds very familiar. Had he heard that name somewhere before? The taxi driver said that people from Dongshan are bad people. They specialize in looting items and resources and other players and recruiting people. Every low-level monster reward spot is occupied by them. That's why they level up so slowly. Many thanks to them for this. It would be better if he never crossed them. Sun and thought that looting items, guilds, he didn't think that things could change so much in just 10 days. From now on, nothing can be resolved peacefully. He has to get stronger. After some time, they did not arrive at Mount Mata. The man said they were there. Sun and handed him 35 for the trip. The man asked him what if he just didn't tell him that he was going to wander around here alone. There are a lot of wild monsters, level 10 and above. It will be difficult to fight them alone. Sun and said that everything was fine because he was used to doing it alone, and thought that wild monsters. He recently cleared the dungeon. The man apologized for his impudence and said that, however, if he got into trouble, he should just run. Life, after all, is the most important thing that they have. If he can't defeat the monster, then he just has to run away too. There is no shame in trying to survive. Sun and said he understood and thanked him. The man said that then he went. If he needs anything, he should just write to his friends. Song and thought that he didn't even remember the last time someone took care of him. He went to his friends and said that earlier he was so busy that he forgot to add Liu Huey as a friend. I wonder how she is now, although she has the eye of a demon, so there shouldn't be any problems. That he heard some screams at the cave. The man told him to move and let them in already. Sun Yan thought, is there really someone here already? The man said that they have a lot of people, they can clean up the dungeon. Why don't they let them in? The guard said what he had said earlier. They haven't reached level 20. They can't enter the dungeon. It was an NPS from the Sentinel Guard. With an average level above 30, especially dangerous dungeons will be guarded, preventing premature death of players. No matter how loyal the guardians are, they will still have bad habits. One of the guards said that's enough already. If their level is less than 20, then they are not allowed to enter. Then a man jumped in and asked what, maybe they just don't catch up, what are they capable of? He is the deputy master of the Raiders Guild and the factory of his Kai Howley. He made a sweep of 5 dungeons, and he is the second strongest in the most powerful guild. Is there something in this game that he can't? The guards repeated that if their level did not meet the requirements, they would not enter. These are the rules. Ki Holly asked what the rules were. Well, then he will break them. The archer asked that they would go ahead. The guards said that if they dared, they would have no mercy. Then Sun intervened in their conversation and said that he did not advise touching the guards. And he himself thought that he would never have thought that he would meet so soon with the guild members, and even with the deputy master. Kai Howley turned around and asked who he was. Sun said that even if he defeated them, would he be able to escape punishment for attacking the NPS? The deputy master asked what the punishment was. What the hell is he talking about? He had never heard of such a thing. Sun said that just because he doesn't know about it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. He can ask them. After all, NPS don't lie. The guards said he was right. If they did make their way, then their names would immediately be blacklisted in the dungeon of the Hardamoon Kingdom. The Hardamoon Kingdom is the largest NPS kingdom in the New World, and thus they would be banned from visiting the dungeon for 15 days. The spearman asked what 15 days? Then they will be much worse than others. The deputy foreman thought it was a good thing they hadn't broken in. So it turns out to be true. Who is this dude and how does he know all this? Maybe he's someone like Lu Zhenjia, the game developer. He told Martha to check his role and status. Martha said it was fine. She activated her detective watch. This is an item that gives the skill of investigation, which includes information about the role of the player and his level. Sun told the guards that he also wanted to go to the dungeon. Will they let him in? The guardian said that he didn't reach level 20 either, didn't he? They have nothing to talk about. Sun told them not to jump to conclusions, and opened his inventory. He said it was so crowded and they needed to talk in private. Then they found themselves in his tent. The people who always came were also very shocked and asked what else is that? Is it really a tent? What is he up to? The guard told the others that he could handle it. They should continue to guard the dungeon. One of the guys laughed and said that just don't let them tell him that he was going to strangle the guard. To which he was told that it was enough to carry this nonsense. Martha reported to the captain that his name was Sun. He is level 14, and his role is a warrior. He does not belong to any guild. There is nothing special except for strange glitches in its interface. The captain asked why he was so weak but still dared to come here. Martha asked what they should do now. The captain said they would wait until he got out of there, and he himself thought that he had just said that his goal was also a dungeon, and he said he wanted to see what he would achieve. The head guard asked Son Annie what he meant. Son said it was nothing like that. He just wants to be the chief guardian's friend. He took out the coins and said he wanted to treat him to a drink. He took out 50,000 gold coins. The guard asked what he was doing. He is an honest, law-abiding citizen. Does he really think he can be bribed so easily? Son thought that at least he took his eyes off the money before saying such a thing, and he said that he apologizes. He did not express his sincerity to him enough. After that, he added another 200,000. The guard asked what this demon was doing. Can't he hold back? Then he accepted all the money and said that from now on they are friends, and he himself thought that he was not usually like that. However, he has given him so much that he cannot refuse. Son thought that, as expected, it is very easy to live when he is rich. The system informed him that it was an Easter egg, a bribe. The player can increase the level of NPS location with the help of money. Their number depends on the role of the NPS. Instead of racking your head trying to please others, you just need to use the money. This is still cheating. After that, Son asked him if he could enter the dungeon. The main guard said that friends are friends. However, the issue of entering the dungeon, Son added another 200,000, said that he thinks he will find a solution for him. The head guard said no problem. He has a special pass just for such an occasion. He was just waiting for him. Everyone was waiting. Someone asked, why is the kid still here? Is he doing something naughty here? The deputy master said that he was thrown out. At this time, the tent disappeared, and the head guard told Son that he had been awarded a special pass for fearlessly risking his life defeating numerous enemies. If their relationship hadn't been so great, then fuck what he would have given him. There may be some problems, but they are unlikely to affect anything. Son said that this problem could become his Achilles heel. The guard said that he would tell him right away. He would not return the money. Son looked at this map and thought, who developed this shit at all? It was written on the map that it was not for singles. It will help to avoid the NPS, who is not allowed into an extremely dangerous dungeon if he has a partner. If he takes a partner with him, he will be grateful. Son thought, is this fair to solo players like him? The deputy foreman said it looked like he had been given something useful. Would he let them take a look? Son thought that these were the same ones from the raiders. Are they still here? Key Holly said they were actually the first. Aren't they supposed to have the same thing? Son thought how threatening. He would kill him if he refused, but unfortunately, it wouldn't work for him with Son. He said it was a pass from the head guard. How can John give it to him just like that? He wants this pass, then no problem at all. They can discuss the terms. T. Holly thought it meant he had a pass after all, and asked what are the conditions. Son said they were very simple. He wants half the rewards from the dungeon and all the loot from the final boss. The archer couldn't stand it and asked if he was mocking them. If they give him half, what will they have left? He said no, so no. Then let them forget about it, since they are not eager. T. Holly said these conditions are too harsh. How about they help him clean up the dungeon? And in return, he will join the raiders. What would he say about that? He should understand that to be personally invited with the deputy master of the guild, it's just an incredible honor. The system said that his role, 2-hearted, is special. His level is 18, and he is a member of the Raiders Guild. His special role is 2-hearted. It is an innate ability to share the mind, thereby the best, understanding and controlling their abilities. Has 2 times more skills. Son thought that he would never have thought that he had a special role. Is he trying to show the strength of the raiders? However, he is not interested in guilds. Moreover, they will hinder his progress. So he said he wasn't interested. The items are much more valuable. The archer asked what was what. He generally knows how many people wanted to join them, but could not. He should stop being so ungrateful. Key Holly said he didn't want to do that. Good. Son told the archer to take a look. Even his captain agreed. Kai Hul actually got very angry and said that, however, first they would find out if he had the skills. Son thought that he intended to kill. The archer said that Brother Hula used his skill without saying a word. It was good that he dodged quickly. On the other hand, the Khan's campaign is for the kid. Guards Nick said that such fights are prohibited here. Kai Holly thought something was wrong. This feeling, he stopped it. Son was unharmed and said that if he didn't like the conditions, then he could say so. He can always ask for more if he wants, and he himself thought that it was good that he had new equipment. Otherwise, it would be hard to stop this attack. It is not so easy to knob him. Kai Holly was very surprised and thought that really a level 14 player can do so much. Is this some kind of special equipment, Or what? And this kid is really not easy. It seems that we need to finish the grader with him, because now the dungeon is more important. The archer was also surprised and asked how this could be. Moreover, he is elusive. Martha said you were because their captain didn't use all his strength. And the boy with the backpack was looking at him attentively. Kai Holly told him he didn't think he had an ace up his sleeve. Okay, he gets half the rewards. Sun said he hoped he respected their agreement. However, he has several scratches after his lunge. He attacked him for no reason, so he would like to be compensated. And he himself thought that since he provoked him, there was no need to blame him for everything. Key Holly asked him that he still wouldn't settle down. He threw him something and told him to hurry up. They've already lost so much time here. Sun received the seed of the magic flower from him. The level was C. Once planted, it will turn into a whole field of flowers that will automatically attack monsters. Sun thought it might be useful. It seems that they have nothing better. Kai Holly told him to go ahead and rejoice now. They will see what happens to him in the dungeon. Sun walked up to the guard and showed this card. The guard asked that there are only 9 players, right? Sun said yes. The guard said that they could pass well. The head guard shouted at him to come back alive. Sun said he would come back. They'll see each other again. And he himself thought that it looked like he would have difficulties in this dungeon. However, he has nothing to fear. After which, he entered the Serene Pond dungeon. Kai Holly said that this place is different from the dungeon where they were last time. The archer said there were no paths, just a solid piece of land. Sun thought that he knew this place well. There were the most bugs here. He almost died when he was working overtime trying to fix all the jams in this map. Memories that I would like to erase from my memory. Then Key Holly said that the attention is at 10 o'clock on the left side. Martha said that just don't let them tell her that it's the boss. It looks like a monster, albeit motionless. They probably haven't pissed him off yet. Just the thought that they had to fight this monster from the very beginning made her shudder. Key Holly said they need to avoid the boss for now. They'll save it for last. And now they will check the mines. He ordered that the 2 newcomers stay here. They'll start when they're done with the mines. One of the newcomers said that it was good. Sun and Po thought there were newcomers besides him. It looks like they are the merchants who were called at the very last moment. Then they heard something, and Sun thought they were here. Their captain shouted that everyone's attention. The monsters are already close. They were bugs. The system said they were huge, prickly bugs. Their level varies from 18 to 19. Instead of a proboscis, they have a sword, which is why they were so called. It has a high flight speed and is able to drink blood. Key Holly told the guys they were on their way. After that, he used a destructive rock and killed several of these bugs at once. The guy with glasses told him that there are so many monsters here. Then one of the beetles almost attacked Marta, but the archer arrived in time and said that the beetles really infuriate. Sun watched them and thought that they were working well together. They fight so well together after only 10 days. The raiders have a real talent. Even doctors participate in battles in order to immediately treat the wounded. One of the guys who wields a spear used his skill called Fire Tongue and burned some bugs. Sun was surprised and thought that there is even a magician here. These guys are really not bad since they have balanced the forces of their team so well with different roles. Combat roles are awarded depending on the player's preferences. There are aggressive ones that fight and magical ones. For example, collect magic inventory, acquire magic skills and increase your magic status. In this way, the player will develop the quality of the magician. All this applies to other combat roles. Players choose their own combat roles. Even if players spend all their points on strength, they can still be a magician. Sun thought that he was sharply interested in the raiders. Their team is much stronger than a single player. Then he heard a scream. One of the bugs attacked those 2 newcomers. The guys in the cap took out a knife and began to defend themselves, shouting, "What? Why is one of them here?" The other one also took out a knife and said he would help him. The guy in the cap told him to be faster. The guy with the blonde hair said he didn't know how to kill it. But Sun came to their aid and easily killed this bug. He asked that everything was fine. The guy in the cap said yes. Sun said that despite the fact that these midges do a lot of damage, they have low health. If they want to kill them, they have to aim at the stomach. And he himself thought that, as expected, merchants do not know how to fight. The guy in the cap, who was level 12, said that they were not fighters. These creatures have a higher level than him. The guy behind him, who was level 14, said he was Chendong. And the guy in the cap is called Feng. They were called at the last moment to create inventory. Feng said he was a very strong judge by all accounts. He easily killed these mosquitoes and was even shoulder to shoulder with their guild deputy. Why did he come here? Sun said he had his own plan. And I thought myself that I wonder if there will be some kind of drop from mosquitoes. Here he found something. He approached this mosquito and wanted to take something. But Feng also reached for this thing. The guy apologized to him and said that he couldn't resist when the loot dropped. It was the thin leg of a mosquito. Type, junk. The leg of a huge mosquito will give players gold coins if they fail it. Feng handed him this mosquito leg and said it was his. He saved his life. Sun and said that in that case he would be happy to take it. And he himself thought that no matter how thin it was still meat. At least he can sell it for coins. And this guy just grinned and thought how cool their hands had just touched. His gate skill can now steal a random item from his inventory. Even if he doesn't talk about it, he is sure that he has something to profit from. No ordinary kid could have defeated the deputy leader of the Raiders Guild. If he steals a C-rank item from him, it will be generally gorgeous. T. Holly said that this wave is cleared. That archer told him to look there. They shouted to the newcomers and Sun and to come here because they had found the mines. Sun and thought that monsters would not spam the mines territory. Chen Dong told his comrade that they should hurry up. Feng said it was fine, and in his hands he held the already stolen items and thought what kind of white powder it was. Why him? Kai Holly said he didn't think it would be so easy. Usually you have to defeat the boss in order to get magic crystals, and this time the mines are a safe place without any monsters, so they should start mining. If they create a C-grade item, then they will buy it for 200,000. Cheng Dong said 200,000. Now he is full of energy. Meanwhile, Feng was watching Sun and closely. Sun and took out a map and thought that he was somewhere here. It would not be easy to lure the boss here. It's time for him to apply the powder that the merchant gave him. Then he was called by name. Sun and looked at them and thought that when did they find out his name? Kai Holly said that he always had something interesting. If he was able to stop his attack, then it means that his strength is no worse than his speed. So his equipment is pretty good. And he really wants to get it. Sun and asked what kind of equipment. He was just lucky that he was able to stop his attack. And he himself thought that now they were showing their true intentions. He Holly said that then they would have to repeat the experiment in order to find out if he was lucky or not. Sun and thought that he could try his item on them as well. Then I opened my inventory. Kai Holly shouted at them not to let him use anything. He needs to be surrounded and attacked. But Sun and found that object and said it should be here. Where did his powder go? After that, Sun and was attacked from two sides at once. He thought that there was no time to think about this powder now. He used his acceleration and thought he needed to deal with those jerks ahead first. The magician shouted that this bastard was preparing to attack. Kai Hul said what an idiotic decision. The archer has already taken aim and said that his situation could not be worse, and he wants to aggravate everything. Just think that he thinks he has a chance. He will shoot through his skull with his arrow. Sun and thought that they were all in his attack zone and applied a level 3 black veil. Kai Howley thought it wasn't cool, and he shouted that everyone was going back. Sun and said it was too late. After that, the archer was blinded first, and that's why his arrow didn't hit Sun and. Sun and thought that, as expected, the difference between the first and the third level is simply huge. His coins were not spent in vain. The system said that the black curtain is level 2. The attack radius has been increased to 4 meters. The duration of the skill is 16 seconds. Affects any target for at least 2 seconds. Black curtain 3 levels, both radius and increased to 5 meters. The duration of the skill is 20 seconds. Hit by a skill with a 50% chance to miss while attacking. After which, they were all blinded. Their captain said they should get closer to him to avoid an ambush, and he called out to his comrade by the name of Azuo. He understood everything without further ado and said that he understood. Is he going to get rid of this shit now? And applied his skill called low-level variance. He told Sun and that he was just lucky this time. He won't be so happy later. After that, Sun attacked him. He thought they would let him do things his way. In order to heal, it is necessary to use hands or weapons to convert energy. And if you cut off his hands, then his skill will be useless. This guy screamed in pain. Sun and thought that these guys were not worthy of pity. Martha told him that she would save him. Another guy has already attacked Sun, saying that he is a bastard. But Martha stopped him and said no, it was a trap. Their captain told them to be careful. Sun thought it wouldn't be easy. They were trying to defend themselves. It's hard to deal with 1 or 2 of them in such a short time. We must constantly think about the counterattacks of their partners. If he had that white powder, then he looked at these 2 merchants and thought that these 2 merchants were still here. Cheng Dong said he had nothing to do with them, so don't let him kill him. Feng told him not to come here, he's not afraid of him. Sun told them that he was no evil overlord. Why would he kill them? Or do they want to do something with it? And I thought it was very difficult to say. He turned to Feng and said that he wanted him to confirm something. Did he lose something? He should let him test his skills and backpack. The guy realized that he was found out and ran away. Sun said it was fine. Since he confessed, it's even easier. Then I applied acceleration again and caught up with this guy in the blink of an eye. The guy began to think that he was in a lot of pain. He was wrong, and asked him not to kill him. Sunan asked that where is the powder. The guy said it was in his pocket, but he couldn't get it out since Sunan is on it now. He has to let it go and then he will get it. Sunan told him not to even try, because he would get it himself. The guy blushed and shouted at him to wait and not touch him there. After some time, Sunan found his powder and said that it was really there. The guy said that then let him get off him. Sunan said that since he confessed himself, then so be it, he would take pity. Feng got up and dusted himself off and said that he was a pervert. Sunan thought he was a pervert. Did he misunderstand something or what? If you think about it, does the effect of the black veil still last? Chendong shouted at him to stop and said that he had nothing to do with it. Feng communicates with him. After that, the guy with glasses killed Chendong and said that they would all die. Now he turned to Sunan and said that she dared to cut off his brother's hands. He'll tear him to pieces. The captain stopped him and told him to calm down and not necessarily avenge his brother. Since they now know the limits of this skill, then they have nothing to fear. So now it's time to send them to hell. Sunan said that it was good, because he also wanted to finish as soon as possible. The captain ordered his team to exhaust him with prolonged attacks, and they forced him to show all his trump cards. Sunan thought it was very smooth. After that, he took himself to repel all attacks. Feng, who had been behind him all this time, was very panicked and asked what should they do now. Sunan told him to hide somewhere. He didn't have time for them. The captain said they shouldn't let him catch his breath. They have to keep attacking. Sunan thought that let them not think that they would be able to win so easily. Then he opened that bottle of white powder and poured it out. He thought the show was starting now. The captain shouted, "What the hell is this? How many fucking jokers does he have?" The magician plugged his nose and said that it stinks so much. The guy with glasses said he was going to suffocate. How dare he humiliate him like that? He will pay for it with his life. Martha said something was wrong. The magician told all of them to look up. Those bugs came to them again. The magician said that the monsters are coming. The captain said that this powder is a bait for them. They must prepare for battle. The guy with glasses began to fight back and asked why did they all suddenly go crazy? Where is this bastard? But then he was grabbed by someone's huge tongue. It was a toad. This toad was the main boss. It was a level 24 poisonous frog. The system warned that it was very dangerous. The archer said that even the boss came. How are they even going to handle this stuff? The captain shouted that where is Sunan? Where is this jerk? Meanwhile, the frog released its tongue again and crushed the archer with it. The system reported about a 0-level Easter egg. A secret place that is hidden from the outside world has been unlocked. Easter eggs are a classic. You just need to play a little for the bug of it from they already have an Easter egg. Sunan asked Feng why he came here. He must hurry. Feng said it was safe to follow him. Can he stay with him here because it's so dangerous outside? Sunan said he couldn't trust him. The guy said he promised he wouldn't touch him again. He will keep his hands behind his back. Will that be enough? Sunan told him that he had better do what he was told, otherwise. But the guy interrupted him and said that he understood everything. Now they were standing close to each other as they were squeezed on both sides. Feng thought that Sunan was too close. Sunan thought that he would let this guy stay. If he kicked him out, then how would the wives be better than that bald one? And if you think about it, how could he get into such a small place? Is he out of the water or something? Meanwhile, the battle outside continued. Sonia, they said that it seems it will soon become clear who will win. The magician has already been bitten by these bugs, and Martha was dead. The captain, he tried to defend himself and thought that how did it all happen like that? How did their flawless team fall apart in an instant? It's all because of that freak. He shouted for Sunan to get out of here. Then a huge frog got close to him and the captain told Sunan that he should not think that he would give up. He used his skill called him body augmentation and said he hadn't seen what he was capable of yet. After that, he already turned to this frog and asked what they would continue. Feng said he was so scary. Sunan thought that his second skill was body augmentation. This skill increases the user's body size along with all its indicators by 30% for 10 minutes. Although it looks shabby, but the effect is cool. And considering that he has another skill, his skill called Scout Destroyer will now increase his grip and damage. In this case, we can say that 1 + 1 is greater than 2. After that, notifications from the system began to pour in which it was said that 120 experience had been received. Feng said that his level has increased. Now he had level 13. He asked Sunan what he thought. Did he handle the monster alone? Sunan, who had also raised her level and was now level 15, said that the boss was not so easy to defeat, and he himself thought that soon their commander would come to an end. If he does not come to his aid now, then this battle will be the last for him. He told this guy to stay here and keep his head down and out of the way. The guy asked him that he wasn't going out, was he? Meanwhile, Huey's fight with the frog continued. The frog attacked him with its tongue again, and the captain restrained its attack. He asked if that was really all he was capable of. Not so much, but then the poison of this frog affected him. The system informed him that his health would gradually decrease, and the speed of its movement is slowed down by 20%. The captain swore and thought it had poisoned him. The poison is spreading all over his body, and at that moment the frog attacked him again. Then Sunan appeared and told the frog that she was so stupid. It's not over yet, let her relax. He came here for a reward. She'd better not disappoint him. The frog, when he saw him, rushed to attack him. She stuck out her tongue again and was about to attack him. However, Sunan dodged her attack and told her to let her catch up with him, and called her a stupid toad. The guy was very worried about Sunan and shouted at him not to go there. There's a swarm of bugs, but Sunan ran straight there. The system informed him that more than 15 enemies had been detected. Sunan activated a dangerous player. His attack power has increased by 50%. Defensive attack has also increased by 50%, and magic protection has also increased by 50%. And the system also informed him that he had been attacked by a huge, stinging mosquito. The protection has been activated. He is protected from damage that deals damage less than 2% of his HP. Sunan turned to these bugs and said that he was counting on them. He thought it was already here. The frog ate one of these beetles. The system reported that the Easter egg, snack time, has been launched. When a poisonous frog is surrounded by a lot of mosquitoes, it will not be able to restrain itself and will start attacking its food instead of the player. Sunan thought that behind such a curtain of midges, the toad simply would not be able to attack him, no matter how much she wanted to. He applied acceleration again, and attacked her with his knife. The frog croaked in pain, but Sunan said that's not all. After that, he applied a poisonous veil on her. The system reported that the poisonous frog was blinded, but she resists very well. Duration: blinding reduced to 10 seconds. Additional blinding per attack is reduced to 1 second. Sunan said that half the time would be enough. After that, he began to carry blows on her. Feng watched all this and thought that he was so strong. He's already butchered half the boss. With his strength, he can clear the entire dungeon on his own, taking all the rewards for himself. He won't get anything. But that won't do. Where are the raiders' bodies? Does he need to at least pick up their gear? He thinks they're here somewhere. Meanwhile, Sunan kept hitting this toad. The system reported that the duration of blinding has been increased to 28 seconds. Sunan asked if he was angry because of the low HP. It looks like he only has a quarter health left. The frog applied a poisonous blessing. Sunan thought it wasn't a problem. The mosquitoes were still around her. Is he attacking at random now? The color has also changed. Does this poison even destroy stones? All the mosquitoes also flew away. Then this poison got on Sunan's skin. The system said he was poisoned. Huey said that there should be an opportunity to interact with the environment. If there are poisonous creatures here, then there must be plants that neutralize the poison. If they add this to the game, it will be reasonable and will make the game much more exciting. The system informed Sunan that the poison effect deals 5% damage every 5 seconds. Movement speed is reduced by 20% for 10 seconds. Sunan thought it was good that Huey suggested adding plants with an antidote to the game. Otherwise, it would have ended much worse. The frog still hit him with his tongue. Sunan thought that at least it was only a scratch. The system reported that I was still active. He thought that, however, the speed of movement had decreased significantly. Then he stepped on something and turned around and thought, isn't this an antidote? It was a cat ale. It is often found near reservoirs and has the effect of cleansing the poison in the blood. Sunan said that, and that's the advantage of being a merchant. You can use any materials whenever he wants. Then I went straight to the creation. After some time, the antidote, a small one, was received. The deceleration effect has also ended. Meanwhile, the frog was able to see again and jumped straight at Sunan. The system informed him that HP was decreasing. Then the frog landed. However, Sunan managed to leave there and thought that it was very close. He was almost turned into a cake. Then something very strange started happening, and he asked what was going on here. The system reported that this error, it is forbidden to move in this zone. Sunan laughed and thought that it seemed to be another bug. The attack of this stupid frog did not harm him in any way. Instead, she got stuck herself. He remembers that he put a lot of effort into fixing bugs. He didn't think there were still uncorrected ones. But who would have thought that these bugs would only benefit him? He drank the antidote, and the system reported that the effect of the poison was removed. He thought, what a stroke of luck. He will kill her while she is stuck in textures. Then he did it. The system reported that he had killed a poisonous frog. His level rose twice, and his health was restored. Sun finally exhaled and thought that it was much easier than he thought. It looks like he's really gotten stronger. And now it's time for the most enjoyable part, and that's the rewards. Where are they? He leaned over the corpse of this frog and said that the skill of this boss was quite good. He slows down and constantly removes the HP of the enemy. However, his level is still too low, and he still has one skill not unlocked. Things are bad. Then the system informed him that an empty gold merchant skill slot had been found. Would he like to buy it? Sun was very surprised and asked that didn't he already have the Black Veil skill. Have there really been more slots with skills? Does having 2 roles give 4 skill slots for each role? He just used a creation. Maybe that's why the game infected him as a merchant. When he was developing Easter eggs with a double role, he did not set the exact number of skills. He didn't think that the game would automatically install 4 skills for each role. It seems that this bug appeared because of Easter eggs. He received 4 additional skills without any effort. This is very good news. Feng shouted for him to get his hands off him. He didn't do it on purpose. He should let him go right now. He appeared to Sun. The commander said he didn't think he had the strength to defeat the boss, but thanks to him, he raised his level and recovered. Sun thought that he expected this little asshole to hide. However, he didn't think that Huey was still alive. Huey said he also caught one rat trying to drag his gear. How about exchanging his equipment for your partner? Sun asked what made him think they were partners. Feng told the captain to let him go. He said he wasn't going to steal anything from him. Huey said that this means they are not partners. He turned to this guy and said great, then he doesn't need him anymore. Then he hit him. This guy was very badly injured. Huey told Sun that he was a cold-blooded type. Does he know that it is not worth wasting extra energy on such useless garbage? Well, now they need to talk in the language of power. He was lucky to survive, but now he is using all his might to finish him off. Only one of them will get out of here alive. Sun said he didn't care. If this battle is unavoidable, then they'd better end it quickly. This is a great chance to try out his new skill. Huey wondered if he had gotten another skill. Does he have a difficult role? A poisonous blessing. This is a skill of rank C. The skill level is the first. This skill affects the player's weapon with a poison effect and lasts for 1 hour. It costs 25 mana points. Poison. After dealing damage to the weapon, the poison effect will be applied to the enemy, inflicting 5% damage to health every 5 seconds. An additional effect with a slowdown persists over time, reducing the enemy's movement speed by 20% for 10 seconds. The skill can be upgraded to a maximum of 3 levels. After that, Sun said to raise the level. The skill was immediately upgraded to level 3. Level 2 Poison Blessing. Additional effect. The deceleration effect is increased by 30%. If the poison effect is cancelled, the skill immediately deals 20% damage to the target's health. If the effect of the poison parasitizes the environment, then the poison will be on its surface for a short period of time. Level 3 Poison Blessing. Additional effect. The deceleration effect is increased by 40%. Each time the poison effect hits the target, it deals an additional 10% damage from each attack. Targets are pure damage. Huey thought that he had upgraded the skill from rank to maximum. That's about a few million coins. It's just unbelievable. This guy is too dangerous, but he won't lose to him. Then he shouted expansion. Sun said it was too slow and had already applied a level 3 poison blessing. A poisonous effect has been inflicted. Deceleration was used. Sun said that it turns out that the deputy leader of the Raiders Guild is still a weakling. By now, Sun was already level 17. Its roads were 970 out of 970. MP, 292 out of 292. Features, item creation, trade, passive, power, passive. Acquired skills in level 3 Dark Veil and level 3 Poison Blessing. Strength 49 plus 88. Endurance 27 plus 70, Dexterity 30 plus 52, Intuition 26 plus 54, Intelligence 26 plus 47. Remaining points 9. Special abilities: Physical damage resistance plus 8%, Magic resistance plus 6%, Critical score plus 5%, Dangerous player, Pet, Crystal Mole, Baby 0. The system said that the poison effect worked. 21 additional damage points were dealt. Huey said he had lost and laughed. Sun asked why he was laughing. Huey said that he finally realized that people like him and Huey are the same. They're both developers of the New World game. He's right, isn't he? Sun said that he was actually involved in the development of this game. But what's that supposed to mean? Tycho all said that he thought he was strong enough. He got a special role, and he has the skills for such games. And he did everything possible to get good equipment. However, in the end he is still one step behind people like them. Finally he realized, they pulled it all off. They wanted to show off their achievements, and they are all just lab rats for them. Sunan said he didn't understand what he was leading to. Kai Holly told him to go to hell. The system reported once again that the poison effect had worked and 21 points of additional damage had been inflicted. It was a fatal blow. Player Ki Holly died. Sunan wondered if there really was someone who could turn the game into reality. He remembers who this Laiji Rui is. He's a former employee of his company, a celebrity in the eyes of other employees and a genius. However, he almost never crossed paths with him. Then he said that games and reality don't necessarily contradict each other. Communication is very possible. If he could manage the project, then the new world would not be just a game. Sunan thought that these words were the only thing he remembered about him. Based on what Kai Huli said, it's very likely that Lai Rui had a hand in all of this. He is afraid that his role and powers are impressive. The one he noticed that guy was still alive. He thought it looked like he was still alive. Then Feng got up and his cap fell off. Sunan froze for a moment and thought that Feng asked him to help him. It feels like all his organs are mixed up. Sunan thought, is he really a girl? In this case, before. But it's okay, he didn't know, did he? The girl asked him if he had any restorative potions left. She has already used all of her own. She is ready to buy them for a high price. Sunan said that this potion can only repair HP and external wounds. It is useless for internal injuries. But there is another way to fully recover. But whether he will help her or not depends on what she will offer him in return. He still hasn't forgotten what she stole from him recently. The girl thought that would she really have to give him all her savings? She spent so much effort and time to collect all this. But if she dies, then who will take care of Xiao Yu? And she said she could give him star coins, approximately 600,000. That's all she has. Sunan thought it was 600,000. That's quite a lot. The girl begged him. She said she couldn't die here. Someone is waiting for her return. Sunan thought that this was different from his idea of her. He thought she was just a petty thief. But from the look on her face, it doesn't look like she's lying. However, it's still not worth spending holy water on it. There are still a lot of insects that need to be destroyed. It's worth coming up with a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Then he turned to this girl, said that it would be better for her to tell the truth. He doesn't like to be cheated twice. The girl asked what it meant that he agreed to the deal, didn't she? Sunan said that this method would take some time, which is why she should hold out for a little longer. The girl asked if he wouldn't give her a potion. Sunan said he didn't say that there is a plant near the pond that will help stop the bleeding. This will relieve the pain a little. The girl asked what he was going to do. Sunan asked that why is she asking so many questions? She should just sit on her ass straight and wait. After that, Sunan went back to the corpse of that frog. He said that because of Kai Holly, he didn't have time to collect the awards. A good start is half the battle. First you should upgrade your equipment. Long segmentation of the tongue bone. Rarity. Class C. It is an improving metal that can be used to improve weapons. Has a high chance to improve the weapon class. Can only be used to upgrade weapons not higher than Class B. Class weapons will also require additional materials to improve. Tongue bone. Poisonous frogs. But how come there are bones inside the tongue? Happy toad oil. Rarity. Class B. This is a unique item. Specially made oil. Affect the body. After consumption, it can randomly increase 5 characteristics. There is also a small chance that it will randomly reduce by 5 characteristics. The increase or decrease will not exceed 25 points. He also received a large bag of star coins. It is used to store money. Contains 50,000 star coins. There is no more information, it's just money. Sunan thought that the long segmented tongue bone could be used to improve his blade. And as for the oil, if the opportunity arises, he will use it later. It won't be much fun if his stats drop now. He said that it seems that more materials are needed to improve weapons in the classroom. He thought that the special mole crystals, they're from the class, aren't they? Then he uses them. Then he improved his knife. Now it's a bone-smashing blade. Class B+, attack plus 180, perception plus 15. Special features, penetration, attacks ignore 30% of protection. Demon Slayer deals tenfold damage to members of the demonic race. Soaring Strike. After upgrading, the blade can deliver long-range attacks. However, the damage of ranged attacks is only half of the normal damage. Sunan said that these characteristics are almost like those of a class of weapon. He saw a bug that was flying up to him and thought that he would try it on these guys. The range is approximately from 5 to 10 meters. The range of the soaring impact should be sufficient. After that, he easily killed them all. He said it was very cool. Now he has long-range attacks in his arsenal. The next goal is completed. The next thing is to work even harder and pump up as much as possible. First, you need to at least reach level 30. In this case, he will have 2 more skill slots, and this will be a clear advantage. If it works out, then Huey will be shocked when he sees it. I wonder how she's doing there. He misses the days when they could just chat. After he gets stronger, then he will find her. Meanwhile, in the underground parking lot, a whole crowd of people gathered. Their commander asked if everything was clean in the area. Everyone said in unison that it was crystal clear. He brought up Huey on the screen and said that this is a girl. Her weapon is a top-class yummy. Whoever can steal it for him, then he, the demon dragon, will fulfill any wish. Among the shadows, the starling crept up unnoticed. The system reported that he had gained the required amount of experience. Now his level has been raised. Sunan asked that why is the language system a mixture of English and Chinese. It seems that bugs appear much more often in this place. The system reported that the monsters were eliminated. Now the dungeon is cleared. He said that, although if he has already cleared the dungeon, then it's not that important. That merchant appeared in front of him again and told him that he did not think that they would meet so soon. Sunan said that right when he had already finished, and he himself thought that it was actually this morning when he sold him his equipment. He asked the merchant how his sales were going. The merchant said that thanks to him everything is very good. He sold a third in half a day. Most were bought by people from the Dongshin Guild. Almost every one of them purchased 2 or 3 items. He even raised the price to 3 million per item. Sunan said that Down is just a real businessman, and he himself thought that after all, the Dongshin Guild is a bandit group. He must serve them in full. The merchant said that, however, after they received an item from the class in the lottery after 1,000 attempts, they thought that he was cheating them and wanted to attack him. Who is to blame that they are so unlucky? Why blame others? It's good that they were punished by the system for wanting to attack him. Sunan thought it looked like this bug had already been there, and he said that the things he sells are not so valuable this time. They are material from monsters. He's not sure if he needs it or not. The merchant opened his briefcase, said that, of course, he would take it. He was his VIP client. His job is to sell all sorts of junk. The equipment is just a little bit of what he sells. Sunan said that then why didn't he wait here while he was mining? There are still magic stones left here that he did not have time to get. The merchant said the price would be the same. Then this girl came up and handed him a bag and said that here are items worth 60 million, as she promised. And she thanked him for saving her. Her condition recovered after getting level 15. She said they were even now. He told Sun that no problem, let him apply. The girl said that then let him take it faster. She turned to the merchant and said that, and now she wants to sell some items. The merchant said that, of course, while it is legal. Sunan thought that hadn't she said that all her things were in this bag? Had he been tricked again? After that, they went to the body of Kai Holly. The girl used her stealing skill again. Sunan thought that was how she talked about it. The girl was holding a knife in her hands and said it didn't look like it was worth much. Her skill is stealing. Through touching, she can get a random item from another player's inventory. And by chance she discovered that it also works on corpses. She turned to Sunan and asked that she could take it, right? Or will it just disappear here? Sunan said she could take it, because their deal didn't say anything about it. In normal circumstances, after the death of the player appears at the point of rebirth, and usually there is no troop left. But since this is all reality, the theft skill is very useful. It's worth taking a closer look at him later. The girl continued to rob the steal and asked why there was so much useless junk here. There are limits on how many times she can use this skill on one person. Then she found some kind of sphere and asked what is this? Sunan told her to try to open it. The girl asked what he thought about it. Is it worth a lot? Sunan said that sometimes what is inside has more value than what is outside. This is called a video ball. It stores video recordings. If he carried it with him, it means that there is something important there. And he himself thought that maybe there was more information about Li Yiju. He told her to press the button in order to activate it. The girl did so, and said that it had opened. A man in a dragon mask appeared in front of them and told Cole that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He asked if he had stopped thinking about the things he had talked about before. Sunan thought it was not Li Yiju, was it? The merchant said that so it's the boss of the group that bought a bunch of gear from him this morning. This man said it was pretty depressing for a talented guy like him to be a minion. Since they only collaborated, made him the new leader of the Raiders Guild, then they will become the most powerful in the new world, and everything will be theirs. Sunan asked the merchant that so he says it's the boss of the Dongshin Guild, isn't it? He didn't know he was in such a relationship with Kai Holly. The man said what about this? In order to show him the sincerity of his words, he will give him information about one high-class weapon. Since they're in the same boat, But who gets it first depends on the skills. Sun thought it was a top-class weapon, just don't let them talk. The man said that the weapon is now in the hands of this girl and showed a photo of Huey. Sun Annie stood up and said he would fucking kill him. At the same time, Sun Yu and their team came out of the dungeon. Sun Yu asked Huey, what, does she really want to give him this equipment that fell from the boss? It was the Wolf King's right leg. Rarity, Class C Dexterity plus 12 and Endurance plus 9. Special abilities, Agility. For a short period of time, the player's movements will be light as a feather and there is also a chance to dodge attacks. Huey said he did a good job when they fought the boss, which is why it should be his. And that last kick, his special kick, was so cool. The guy agreed with her and said yes. Sun Yu said that you're a little embarrassed when she says that. Then he will gladly accept it. Huey said that they would divide the rest equally among everyone. And she asked if anyone had any objections. Everyone said in unison that there were no objections. Xiaomei asked, why is there so little this time? Was she sure they'd split it all equally? Sun Yu told her that it was not for her to talk about it. If she had extracted more magic crystals, there would have been much more loot. She always refuses to help. Xiaomei told him that just don't let him say that she didn't know that this area was filled with the remains of wolves. The smell of rot was everywhere. How could she resist that smell? Sun Yu said that she is the only one here who can create equipment, and their lives depend on the quality of the equipment. Xiaomei said that there was no need to blame her for everything. Huey told Sun Yu that everything was fine. They should stop arguing already. At the moment, their levels are very low, which is why magic crystals will not help them much. If they miss them, then so be it. She reached out to Xiaomei and said she knew she was doing her best. She will give her all her rewards, so let her help them with making equipment next time. After that, she thanked everyone for the work done. She would go and look for a place where they could rest. Then she opened the map. Sun Yu said that since Huey doesn't want them to argue about it, then they need to stop complaining. Xiaomei thought that everyone was so kind. They agreed to become a team, but in the end they blame only her. Just because she has a top-class weapon, everyone is sucking up to her. She can't look at it anymore. Only if. It would be great if her weapon just disappeared. He came up to them just the same, the man with the dragon mask with his people. He said what a coincidence. Who would have thought that they would meet right here? He is very glad to meet you. He is the leader of the Dongshan Guilong Guild. Huey thought, is it really the Dongshan Guild? They are surrounded. She said that there seemed to be some kind of misunderstanding. She doesn't think there are any hard feelings between them. Guilong said that yes, they have no hard feelings. He just wants to play with her weapons. Where is it? Why shouldn't she show it to them? Huey apologized and said that, however, she could not give it to him. Her friend entrusted it to her. Then some guy reported to the boss that it seems that this bracelet on her hand is the same weapon. He remembers that it could transform. The boss said it was very curious. It really seems to be a real treasure. The guys from Huey's group said they were attacking them for no reason. Yes, and such a large group. The boss asked that without reason. Then he will give him a reason. And he called out to his subordinate by the name of Wu Jai. Wu Jai said he understood. Then he fired his spear at them. This spear pierced through Chen Yun's shoulder. The boss asked what had reached them now. He is the reason. Then he ordered his men to seize them. Just don't let them kill them, for now. Huey told her team to all stand closer to her, and she herself thought that she really needed his help. After that, she created a protective barrier. One of the men asked what else is that. The boss told them not to be afraid, it's just a shield. They have to keep attacking. Sun Yu turned to Huey and asked what they should do. They're attacking again. Will they fight? Huey said there were too many of them. They can't win. Sun Yu said that they could only delay them for a while. Huey's MP was 0. Shield indicators, 15,600. She said that the shield can only be activated for a certain period of time. We need to think about how to escape when they are exhausted. The healer asked why suddenly his treatment. The system said that due to the shadow reversal effect, the healing value will be converted to the damage value. One of the opponents asked what they would say about his rank skill called Shadow Spear. He works wonders with healing spells. Huey asked that how could this happen. Sun Yu asked that where is Xiaomei? Hadn't she gone inside? Then one of the guys reported to the boss that they had caught one of them. Xiaomei asked them to wait and said she had something to say. The boss said it wasn't bad and told her to bring her here, and everyone else has to keep attacking. Sun Yu asked Xiaomei what is she doing. The man continued to beat their shield and asked why this shield is so strong. Thus, his weapon will simply break. It's even stronger than the boss's shield. Sun Yu asked, do they really think they can break through this shield? This is the power of a high-level weapon. Then a guy came out and said it was his turn. He doesn't believe that he won't be able to break through it. Sunny said that there is another one who thinks he can break through the shield. After that, the man hit the shield with all his might. This man flew away. His fist hurt like hell. Sun Yu said that he couldn't. Huey told him that now was not the time to be so arrogant. This man said that they should just wait as soon as they get out of here before he turns them all into a cake. The boss approached Xiaomei and told her to talk. How do they break through this shield? She should know that. Sun Yu told her that if she still considered herself a part of their team, she shouldn't tell him anything. Xiaomei said that his defense is very strong. As long as the owner of the weapon uses it, it will be very problematic to pierce it from the outside. The boss said so she's not going to talk. So we need to get her to tell us. Xiaomei said that's not the case. What she meant was that the more something looks strong, the more obvious its weakness. She remembers how once the shield broke in the dungeon, as soon as it stops working, it will take a very long time to recharge. All other weapon capabilities will also be temporarily frozen. The boss said it was very good and ordered his men to increase their strength. Sun Yu said that Xiaomei is a traitor. Xiaomei thought that he could only blame this ostentatious weapon. In this situation, the surest way out is to give up. Why can't they just give them the guns? After a while, Sun Yu told Huey that the shield started to crack. Huey said that was his entire limit. The boss shouted that the shield was almost broken. Whoever can beat him first, he will reward him with 3 weapons from the class. Huey thought that this weapon was given to her by Sun. She should return it to him in perfect condition. Can't she give him a ride? This shield won't break, she needs more strength. Then someone told her that the power she craves so much, he can give it to her. Because of this weapon, a woman got out and said that she felt her desire to get even more power. It was the demon Raimel. Huey asked her that she was a demon from a weapon, and she herself thought that she had not even called her, but she herself appeared. The demon told her that she seemed to be in a very difficult situation. The shield will soon break and her friends will be in danger. She doesn't have much time left. Therefore, does she not want her to release her power? The price won't be that high. It looks like she really wants to protect her body, protect the comrades and protect the trust of this person. The contract will help her with that. She has to sign the contract. Huey said she agreed and asked what are the conditions. The demon said that her present and her future. After that, the shield was restored again. Sun Yu asked what was going on. Before he could blink an eye, the shield was restored, and it seems that it has become even stronger. The system said that the strength has been increased to 176. Shield indicators have increased due to the strength of the owner, 37,200. Huey said that it looks like the contract has been signed. The system said that the endurance has decreased to 1. The stats points decreased and were converted to strength. Stamina will no longer increase with increasing levels. Intelligence has dropped to 1. Stats points have decreased and been converted to strength. Intelligence will no longer increase with increasing level. Dexterity has also decreased to 1. Stats points have decreased and have been converted into powers. Agility will no longer increase with increasing level. Perception has dropped to 1. Stats points have decreased and been converted into strength. Perception will no longer increase with increasing level. Huey was chained up. Sun Yu asked, "What is it?" Then the girl fell and thought that this feeling from the reduction of her characteristics is so painful. Sun Yu said that her characteristics, they will no longer be able to level up in the future. Why did she do it? Huey asked that at least they are all alive, right? Maybe this bet is on fate. The boss was furious and asked what was going on. The shield almost broke just now. How the hell did he recover? Well, with glasses. He said that, damn it, his mana and stamina are almost at 0. Xiaomei said that she had nothing to do with it. This is the first time she has seen such a thing. The boss shouted for them to call everyone who guards the dungeon. He won't rest until he gets this weapon. Meanwhile, Sunin was riding with that taxi driver again. He asked Brother Han if he could drive faster. Brother Han said he was going as fast as he could anyway. Sunin thought that he would not have enough time to use teleportation, and the conditions were too complicated. All he can do now is hope that they are alright. Let everything be alright. After some time, the system reported that the shield was deactivated. Sun Yu said that if they wanted Huey, they would only get her over his dead body. The healer said it was his, too. The system said that the demonic necklace has entered a state of hibernation. The duration is 1 hour 21 minutes. The boss said the gap was almost gone. Do they still think they can stand up to him? Huey was at level 16. Her role was a fighter. Her HP, now 20 out of 20. NP 12 out of 12. Role, playing abilities, strength is passive. Acquired skill, level 1 phantom strike. Her strength is 176, endurance is 1, agility is 1, perception is 1, intelligence is 1. Special status, demonic contract. All stats, except the strength score, will no longer increase with increasing level. The boss said that, apparently, they were already exhausted. Sun Yu said that the water was not suitable, because they are not afraid of them. The boss said that, as expected, this weapon was able to repel all attacks. The thought that it will be soon excites him so much. He told Man and Wu Jai to finish them off, and Man said that nothing good would come of it. Wu Jai asked that doesn't the rule say, rob, but don't kill? The boss was furious and told them to do what he says. After that, he did something with them, and Man and Wu Jai changed. They laughed nastily, and one of them said that he didn't know why, but suddenly he had a terrible desire to kill someone. The doctor said that the atmosphere had changed radically. They're really going to kill them. Sun Yu said that they could discuss everything again. Huey thought that she couldn't put their lives in danger because of her. She apologized to Sun and thought that, but for the sake of saving her comrades, she would have to do it. Then, apparently, Sun came to their aid. He asked if they could hear him. He personally asked Huey if she could hear him. The boss asked, who else is this? Have him come out immediately. Sun said that he knows that they were attacked by the Dongshan Guild, and they are in a difficult situation right now. However, he cannot be with them in the blink of an eye. The recording time is limited, so he will tell you everything briefly. Can they pull up a little time before he arrives? Huey thought it was Sun told them that 15 minutes. Let them last another 15 minutes. He will try to arrive as soon as. But then the doctor said that the sound had stopped. Sun Yu said that in the current situation, it's not easy to hold out for a minute, let alone 15. The boss asked them that they wanted to pull up the time, didn't they? Well, they'll see how long they can hold out. Sun Yu defended himself with all his might and thought that Sun was a brat. He said that even if he came, would he be able to defeat so many people? And Man said that no matter how many people come to their aid, it's still useless. Mei told Sun Yu that she advises to think it over carefully. They should just accept defeat and give up their weapons. They don't need to fight anymore. Still, the weapon is worthy, get the strongest. And she asked the boss that she was right, wasn't she? The boss told her that, and she's good, she's trying to get out of this situation. However, the threshold for joining the Dongshan Guild is extremely high. Mei grabbed his hand and said that as long as the boss protects her, she is ready for anything. Sun Yu said she was just disgusting. Then he attacked one of these guys. He said that he really hoped that Sun would keep his promise. After that, he took out an item from the inventory. And he said that, but he wouldn't be able to hold out for more than 10 minutes. He took out an iron rod from his inventory for special situations. And he said that even though he was a little annoying, he didn't know why, but his company would be much better than this one now. The boss said that you shouldn't worry about it. They should just know that very soon they will all die. Mei thought, why has she never seen him use this stick? Huey turned to Sun Yu and said that just don't let him say that Sun Yu said that her parameters are too low now, she should stay behind him. He drew this circle again and said that because of bad memories, he was not eager to use it. But since he asked to wait for him, he will take a chance. He drew a protective circle of the Monkey King. The countdown began. He has 9 minutes 59 seconds left. Sun Yu said that old Sun had returned. The system said that the Easter egg is activated. The Monkey King, is here. When the Monkey King's protective circle is activated, the player turns into Sun Wukong. Effect: the player will continuously apply the teaser. Active for 10 minutes. Let them try to approach him if they have the guts. The boss laughed and asked, what kind of monkey is this here? Does he really want them to die of laughter? Sun Yu told him to show what kind of dough he was made of. The monkey began to trumpet his head. The system said that the people began to be indignant. One of the guys said that even though he didn't understand what he was buzzing there, it felt like they were being called names. The fat guy said he was getting angry. The guy who was walking in front of them said that he wanted to chop this fat pig to pieces. Sun Yu said that their grandpa is already here. Let them come here and he will punish them. After that, they started shooting arrows at him. He said it was too much. He ran away from them as fast as he could and shouted that they tried to catch him. The boss shouted to his people to come back quickly because he was just stalling for time. But now the thing was working on him, too. The system said that the Gui Long player was torn apart. He asked this monkey, who is he calling a moron here? And he called his men to kill him. He wants him to die. But Sun Yu deftly dodged all their attacks. The men did not understand how this was happening, and one of them asked what was going on. He dodged all the attacks. Where does this Longshanks have such flexibility from? Sun Yu thought that he had used all the points in order to boost his stamina and agility. Did they think they could catch him so easily? Plus, the Wolf King's right leg item made it possible to increase these characteristics. It's been about 8 minutes, he needs to hold out a little longer. But then a man appeared in front of him, and Sun Yu got hit in the chest. and Man asked him, why doesn't he run away? Where had all his self-confidence gone? Now it's time to show him their power. The monkey trumpeted Sun Yu to get up. The system said that the effect of Sun Wukong has stopped. Sun Yu thought that this was the end. The system reported that the player is in danger. The Easter egg protective circle of the Monkey King has been removed. Huey said that he had already received her weapon, so he shouldn't touch her friends. The boss said that he put so much effort into stealing it, so he really deserved it. And since it's his now, what else can she offer? These are the consequences that await anyone who gets in the way of the Dongshin Guild. And he really hopes they've learned their lesson. Huey said that he would pay for all this. The boss asked what he would pay. Is she still relying on her boyfriend? Let's say that he really will come, but will he be able to defeat the entire guild? If you look closely, then her face is pretty. It's even a pity to kill her. He would spare her if she agreed to become his. What does she think about it? Huey said that let him dream about it. I'd rather die than be around a jerk like him. The boss hit her in the face, and he said that she did not appreciate his kindness. And he told his people that she was no longer needed, so let them get rid of her. The guy swung his spear and said that he was always curious what it would be like to kill someone with one blow. So he'll try it on her. But Sun came to her aid and killed this guy. He apologized to Huey for not being able to protect her. He told the whole guild that he swore he would kill them all. The boss said he got in the way of their guild. Isn't he too presumptuous? And he thought, who the hell is this brat? He finished off Wu Jai in a second. He asked him what and for what he had come. The outcome will still be the same, even if more people come. Meanwhile, the taxi driver and Chen, with whom he came here, were hiding in the bushes. The taxi driver thought that why was Brother Sun in such a hurry to get here? The entire Dongshin Guild is here. The girl thought he scared the hell out of her. She thought they had been discovered. But Sun didn't pay any attention to this boss' words. The boss got angry and said he was talking to him. He definitely won't live to see tomorrow. Then Sun finally reacted, told him to shut up. If he wants to fight, then go ahead. Then he called Baby Zero. The system said that the Crystal Spirit armband was activated. The boss thought, is it really a magical beast? His subordinates were also very surprised and said that just to think, he keeps a magical beast as a pet. However, he looks just like a cub. Sun bit his finger until it bled. And meanwhile Baby Zero was climbing on his shoulder. After which, he held out his bloody finger to Baby Zero and told him to eat it. After Baby Zero drank Sun's blood, he grew in size. Everyone was very scared. One of the boss's people said that he suddenly found it hard to breathe. So much pressure. He looks much scarier than any boss before. What rank is this thing? Sun thought that it seemed to have worked. Although his goal is just to look intimidating, at least they won't act rashly. The system said it was an Easter egg bluff. It consumes 20% of the player's blood and temporarily strengthens the pet, causing it to gain a large body size and intimidating powers. However, it does not affect the physical strength of the pet. Attention! The strength of the bluff depends on the connection between the pet and the owner. The stronger the bond, the stronger the effect. Scaring the enemy is also a way to show your strength. Sun thought that nothing would happen if he left him with Huey. That way he can focus on their boss. He told Little Zero to come here because he had a task for him. However, no one heard what he said to him, because the player and the pet are able to communicate through telepathy. The boss shouted to his men not to be afraid, they outnumber him. They just need to deal with this brat. Sun told him to try it. After which, he drew his sword and applied a poisonous blessing. After that, he instantly wounded a large number of the boss's people at once. The system said that the poison effect was triggered. Sun thought that it would be very fast. After which, he activated his speed. The boss was furious and asked what they were doing there. They should surround him faster. A man got in Sun's way, who told him that he had to go through him first. But Sun easily dealt with him, too. Then he blinded them with the boss. Sun said checkmate. Meanwhile, Huey was lying on Baby Zero's back. Sun, why you told Little Zero to be clearer? He's about to break all his bones. He shouldn't eat it. He also helped buy time for Sun. It's completely tasteless. And he himself thought that how terribly he wanted to pretend to be dead. But this monster immediately discovered him. Just fine. Almost all of his bones are broken. He can't even move a finger. Little Zero took out a bottle and opened it. Sun Yu asked, what kind of strange goo is this? Just don't let him tell him that Sun told him to do it. Baby Zero squeaked for him to act faster. Sun Yu said that okay, he would drink it. And I thought it was better than being eaten. But when he drank it, the system told him that his health was completely restored. He asked if he could really move. It's a restorative potion. It's very rare. He would never have thought that Sun would get him. Little Zero showed him a paper on which it was written that the master needed his help. Sun Yu asked what his. Meanwhile, Sun En was fighting off all these people. They surrounded him and started clinging to him. He thought that although he had foreseen that he had a trump card up his sleeve, however, he himself had never attacked him yet. He didn't think that the trump card would be such a disgusting skill as mind control. They started attacking like crazy. They have practically lost all their senses. That's why the black veil won't work. The system said that the duration of the blinding has ended. Now the effect has been removed. The boss shouted to his men to hold him even at the cost of their lives, and he himself thought that it was very close. If he hadn't used his skill at the last second, then he would have died. Just to think that he has the skill of mass control. This man is too terrifying. They won't hold him for long. He just has to get out quietly. Some guy asked that why are they behaving like this? Did the guild leader do it? Another guy asked if they were just cannon fodder. He can't do it anymore. He doesn't want to take part in it anymore. The guy with the handkerchief told them to wait for him. The boss shouted for them all to come back quickly, and he thought that they should return all his puppets. His people were hypnotized again. Sun En thought it was a bad thing. Can he control even more people? Their number has already exceeded all the parameters of the game. It's very strange. After that, he used his knuckle blade. The boss shouted at them to hold him down. All newbies should hold it. Sun En thought that things were bad. Meanwhile, their boss was already leaving them. He thought it was just a curse. He almost cornered him. He had to use everyone to keep him. What kind of monster is he? He put so much effort into creating a guild and everything went down the drain. He planned to use them another time. He ran away and shouted that he would definitely remember it to him. At least now he has a top-class weapon, and with the skill of his role, he can even resurrect. This time. But then he was attacked by Sun Yu. He told him he wouldn't let him get away. The boss asked if he wasn't dead. Why is he here? Sun Yu told him to just try to guess. And he himself thought that who would have thought that Sun En even foresees this. And I told him that it turns out that the jerk with such a cool snag turned out to be a noob. At the same time, when the Dongshin guild was fighting, another guild was on their heels. The roof of the building. The guy opened a bottle of soda and drank it. Then he said that what a delicious. It was Bai Mu. He's level 19. Role, Werewolf Warrior. Fighter of the 1st Division of the Raiders Guild. Senior programmers of the Yuanwode Gaming Company. The one who hit him on the head and said that it was enough to cool off. It was the girl who asked him if he had done what brother Ji Rui said. Bai Mu said that, damn it, she was completely crazy, it hurt. Can't he take a sip of tea? So he plowed like a horse. This girl's name is Gusai Nana. She's level 20. Role, Healer Butterfly. Healer of the 1st Division, the Guild of Raiders. Director of the Yuanwode Gaming Company. She asked him what did he say there? Bai Mu said stop wasting time. He has already put the information in this video ball. Dewey Moon's role is called the Traitor. Although this is a special role, however, strangely, it is very different from theirs. The role of a traitor allows him to use his skills only on his comrades. No conditions are required to use these skills, but they do not work on enemies. His main skill is in a rank skill called a puppet. The puppet skill allows you to control players for a short period of time, but their HP should be below 50%. I spend 50 MP. He also had a weakening skill. The player's combat abilities are reduced by up to 80% compared to the player's normal combat abilities. Gu Qingnan said that all his skills were perfect for the role of a traitor. Who would have thought of creating such a role? Bai said that she knows that all the roles in the game were invented by their brother Ji Rui. Du King Nana said that she takes back her words. But Ji Rui said that everything was fine. He wasn't the only one doing it. He would also like to know where this role came from. If you compare the game, the new world and the world in which they are now, then a lot has changed. I would like to find out the reasons for such changes and where they will lead them. It was Lee Rui. He was level 22. Role, Golden Warrior. Captain of the 1st Division, the Raiders Guild. The next head of the gaming company is Yuanwode. Advisor on the content of the game New World. Then they saw something. Bai Mu said that the Dongshin Guild had gathered in the same place. Something seems to have happened. Jai Rui said to wait for Bao Luo and the others to return, and then they will go there. And he himself thought that he had a very bad feeling. 5 minutes earlier, Sun Yu was beating up Dongshin's boss. The boss told him to wait and discuss it better. His death will give nothing. He doesn't need that weapon anymore. Should he just let him go? He's very sorry. Will that be enough? Sun Yu said that if apologies solve everything, then why the hell would the police be needed? He didn't spare them when he attacked. Then he hit the boss on the head, and he passed out. Sun Yu said he was acting too impulsively. Just don't let them tell him he's dead. If he killed their leader, then his minions will come after him in order to take revenge, won't they? But then Sun En came up to him and told him not to worry, because the Dongshin Guild is no more. It looks like he's got it all figured out by himself. He thought there would be problems. Sunny said that yes, what other problems? He's the only one who could defeat him. He even returned the weapon. Plus he should know that it was he who kept 15 minutes of time for him. Sun said that okay, we didn't pass. He himself thought that their boss is very cunning. He needs to go and check on him. Sun Yu said that he was not very happy after Sun and asked to stall for time. If it wasn't for salvation, then he wouldn't be helping him. Someone told the boss that everything was too bad. He thought Gui Lung would be much more useful. But since he is his apostle, he can give him another chance. He has to show them his real strength. At that moment, just the same, that red ray appeared. Sun and asked what was going on. Why was Gui Moon struck by lightning all of a sudden? Sun Yu said he didn't know. Maybe he was rewarded for his sins. After that, some monster came out of there and said that he didn't think they would meet again in this way. Sun Yu asked that it was still their boss. Sun and thought that something was telling him that he was too dangerous. And I told this boss that he had fallen so low that he had become the devil. The boss asked what is low. This is the power that the master of the world has bestowed upon him. And he promises that he will make them beg for death. Sun Yu asked Sun and what should they do? Something he does not remember such a skill when he created a game that would turn a player into a devil. Sun and told him to let him think. He said that the master of the world might be the final boss. Gui Lun said that are they really running away? Didn't they want to kill him just now? He's looking forward to it. After that, he began to shoot at them with some kind of beam. The guys managed to dodge. Sun and thought that it was very close. The boss said that it came out a little clumsy. It seems that he needs a little practice. But it would be terribly boring if they died from it. He would torture them to get rid of all the hatred that filled him. Who was the one who killed him just now? Sun Yu was scared and said that he had come for him. Sun and tried to stab Gui Long and said they needed to run away as soon as possible. The boss said it was too slow. He won't miss this time. Sun and thought that he would not be able to get away from the blow. Then that beam hit him right in the shoulder. The boss said it was time to shake with fear. The boss asked if he was already tired. And where did his arrogance go? He will turn everything around into ashes, leaving only despair behind him. Sun Yu asked Sun and that how is he? Sun and told him to stay away and get out of here as soon as possible. He's already lost control. He must take Liu Huey and the rest of the survivors and get out of here. Or does he want to stay? Why is he frozen? He should run faster. Sun Yu said that he understood well. Let him try not to die. The boss asked if they were already running away. They won't leave here alive. Sun and reached into his inventory. He took out bandages and bandaged his shoulder. He thought that his HP was already at 0. He's using the bean so far to stop the bleeding. If he is a demon, then he still has a chance to defeat him. His bone blade can do quite a bit of damage if he can somehow get into it. He only uses ranged attacks, and this means that close combat is his weak point. It is necessary not to miss your chance and strike a fatal blow, after which he applied his speed. Meanwhile, Sun Yu was running away as fast as he could. He looked back and thought that there was no pursuit. It looks like Sun stayed to fight with him, so he did everything he could. And in such a battle, he is of no use. There aren't many brave people like Sun and to stand up against this monster. All he had to do was run away. That's why you shouldn't blame him for this. I noticed someone here. He asked what had just happened. It was Gukai Nana who was sitting on top of Baimu, who had turned into a wolf. She told him to hurry up. They need to catch up with brother Ji Rui. Baimu said he was already racing like a meteor. Does she think it's easy to keep up with their brother? Then the girl noticed Sun Yu and asked what, and who else is this? Bai husband said that it looks like some kind of fugitive. She should not pay attention to him. Sun Yu thought they were heading that way. Yes, and a talking wolf. The boss grabbed Sun and by the throat and said it was a strong attack. Sun and told him to get off him. The boss said that everything would have been much worse if not for his rapid regeneration. From the very beginning of their fight, he used a bunch of tricks. Therefore, it is worth getting rid of it first. Sun and thought that he was trying so hard to hurt him, but who knew that he could heal himself right away? What kind of power is this? He loses consciousness. This devil is too strong. The devil said he could break his neck in 2 counts, however it would be too boring. How about directing all the attacks on his brain? Then Ji Rui rushed to the rescue and used his skill called Divine Light. The system said that the Divine Light has been applied. All critical attacks of the player were blocked. Divine Light cannot be applied on the same player for an hour. Ji Rui asked Sunan if he was okay. It turns out that he was the one who fought Gui Lung here. Sunan asked why he was here, and I thought, did he really recognize him? Gui Lung said that it was a beautiful day. He didn't expect that the powerful leader of the Raider Guild would also show up here. He came to capture the moment of the birth of the new gooey moon, didn't he? Jiruya said it didn't matter, and he turned to Sunan, asking him if he would tell him what his abilities were. Sunan asked what abilities. He can use a ranged attack that shoots explosive flames similar to a laser. In close combat, he is also strong. More importantly, he has a high regenerative ability, so he should keep that in mind. And he himself thought that did he really come to fight Gui Lung? Then Gu King Nano arrived and said that, and here they are. Ji-Rui thanked Sunayan and said that as soon as the demon appears, it immediately brings chaos and destruction. They need to rid this world of him. The demon asked what to kill him. Even if he is the strongest player, it will not help him. He has the power bestowed upon him by the master of the world. He's up to him like the sky. Jiruya asked him, what did he not understand yet? After that, he applied his skill called Awakening of God. Baimu was very happy and said that brother Ji-Rui was using this skill again. He's so cool. Sunan thought that having the golden rank of his role, he could still awaken her. The system said that the awakening of the golden role is God. 1. The player receives the power of the god Odin within the role. After using Odin's power 20 times, the skill will switch to Odin's sleep state. The player will not be able to use any skill for 10 minutes. The power of Odin doubles any characteristics of the player's attributes and lasts for 3 seconds. Ji-Rui said that he would use all his strength to defeat him. The demon grinned and asked, what is it all about? That's nice, then he'll show them his final form. Sunan thought that after this awakening, Gui Lung became even stronger. Gui Lung said that this is the final form that the master of this world gave him, so they can check how many attacks it will take for him to finish them all off. Ji-Rui told Nana to help Sunan heal his wounds, and Baimu has to protect Nana. Nana asked if he really didn't need their help. Ji-Rui said that things are different now. He won't be able to protect them this time. For their own safety, they should stay away from the battlefield. Then he attacked the devil. The devil said it hurt. Nana began to heal Sunan's wounds. She told him not to worry. This is a feature of her role, a healing butterfly. It will automatically heal his wounds. Since her brother trusts him, she will do everything possible to patch him up. Only it's better for him to stay here. If one of her butterflies disappears because of him, then it won't seem enough to him. The system said it was a healing butterfly. It automatically heals the player's wounds, turning into a butterfly healer's ability. However, if the player she is healing is in danger, then she sacrifices herself and releases all her power in order to heal the player. It takes as much as 3 days for one butterfly to recover. Sunan thought that it turns out that she also has a special role. Baimu said that his brother seems to be coping for now. He said it would be dangerous, but so far he is defeating him effortlessly. Nano said that, of course, my brother is the most reliable person in the whole world. Sunan thought that even if Lai Ji-Rui was so strong, they were too relaxed. He's fought him before and knows it's not that simple. We need to wait for the right opportunity and attack while all attention is focused on Lai Ji-Rui. Ji-Rui asked Gui Long that who was helping him. Is it the demon Lucifer or someone else? How much does he know? Gui Lun said that the master's power is so great that they, the humans, can hardly imagine it. He has to worry about himself first, after which, he hit Ji-Rui, but he used the power of Odin, endurance. Baimu and Nana were very worried about him. Lai Yichui told them that he was fine. The deacon got up and said that it was not bad, and now they would see how he would cope with the dark fire, and will he be able to say that he's fine. After this attack, Ji-Rui told Baimu to protect Nana. Baimu applied the transformation. Ji-Rui used the power of Odin, awareness, endurance, and strength. He thought that he couldn't find the right moment to attack. Baimu used the shape of a werewolf, an armadillo. Nana asked Ji-Rui, how is he? Gui Lung said that when the master gave him power, he realized that demons are the real rulers of this world. He is invincible. Then Sunan got close to him. Gui Long asked that why is he still here. Sunan applied a camouflage cape. She helps hide her presence. Monsters will not be able to detect players who use this item. Sunan told him to kill him. The system said that the Demon Slayer was activated, dealing 10-fold damage. The Divine Sword is epic. Rarity, rank B, a special one-of-a-kind item becomes stronger the longer the player uses it. Attack plus 150. Divine Protection, all basic stats plus 10. Divine Power, critical hits plus 30%. Only the player who has completed the plot can possess this sword. If not, then the sword will find another owner. The demon screamed in pain. Sunan thought that yes, they were just mocking. He recovers and takes damage at the same time. Ji-Rui thought that, and here's a chance. Then he used the power of Odin, speed and strength, and he also struck at the demon. The demon screamed that it was enough. They have to get out into the fog. Ji-Rui thought that how could he still resist in such a state? The demon said that God hates traitors, which is why he cursed them, making them immortal. and he's one of them. After that, he repaired all his wounds and severed limbs, and said that they would not be able to kill him. And while they will try to do it, they will be the ones who will be killed themselves. After which, he made his laser attack rain down from the sky like rain. Sun and Ji-Rui fought off all these attacks. Nana asked if Bai Mu was okay. Bai Mu, who was protecting her, said that how to tell her. Nana applied instant healing. After that, the demon immediately rushed to attack Sun-en. Sun-en thought that this jerk was attacking him, even spitting on the wounds. He can strike from here, and something went wrong according to plan. Therefore, he decided to apply his skill called Black Veil. And at that moment, the demon hit him. Sun-en flew to the side and thought that this was already the second fatal blow he had received. Even if he is lucky enough to hit it, the damage he receives is much greater. Will he be able to defeat him? Although it's risky, but he needs to use this bug. The system reported that the Gui Lung player was poisoned and blinded. His movement speed was reduced. The differences in strength are too great. The debuff effect will be significantly reduced. The demon shouted that these useless tricks were his again, but he can attack him as much as he wants. After that, the system reported that the effect of the poison was removed. Ji-Rui approached Sun-en and asked if he could still fight. Sun-en said yes, he could. Ji-Rui said that even if his regeneration has no weak points, he still needs some time to recover. The longer they don't give him a chance to heal, the more chances they have of winning. Sun-en said he was thinking about it too. Ji-Rui said that Bai Mu was injured, and Nana was also unable to help them. They need to get it over with as quickly as possible. He can use the power of Odin 7 more times. He attacks him first and restricts movement. Although it sounds dangerous, however, he hopes that he will be able to deliver the last blow, since his weapon deals much more damage. Sun-en said that this damage would not be enough. He has a better idea. He's never used the divine light on himself, has he? Meanwhile, the blinding effect has also ended. The demon asked that they had already finished gossiping. He's had enough of it. They need to get this over with quickly, okay. Sun-en rushed into battle and told Ji-Rui that he should just listen to his instructions. Ji-Rui asked him to stop and said that he had not explained anything to him. The demon said what a passion for battle, so let him catch a gift. Sun-en thought that he would succeed. If he did not lose with time, then the Easter egg would start. If not, it will be turned into dust at the moment when he's about to take the most damage. Right now, Ji-Rui thought that Sun-en had really talked about this plan. Doesn't he know that he can't use the divine light on him repeatedly? The demon laughed and said that he finally got rid of him and called him a small insect. Then Sun-en appeared and asked why he was laughing. Did he really think that this attack would kill him? As he sees it, there is not a scratch on it. The system said that this is an error, it is impossible to display health. He thought he was able to survive 3 fatal blows. The demon was very shocked and asked how. He definitely hit it. What are these panels? Sun-en said that it doesn't matter from now on. His attacks are nothing to him. The demon said you're just impossible. He can't be invincible. He doesn't believe. He's just bluffing. Then he started shooting him again. The system said it was time to relax. After receiving 3 fatal attacks in battle, the player will have 10 seconds to rest. Any attacks that were received during this time will not be counted, but the damage received will be reflected to the attacker. Sun-en thought that only he could not be invulnerable for long. It's just a bug action. His goal is to anger him and make him continuously attack him. That demon told him to catch his strongest attack. He must die. Does he still think he's invulnerable? But then he saw Sun-en and was very surprised, said that again. Ji-Rui thought it was just unbelievable. Sun-en asked what he had finished already. Now it's his turn. The system said that the time to relax is over. All damage received will be turned into the player's attack. Unordered data. The player's health will be fully restored in 0.1 seconds as soon as the player's health reaches 0. From that moment on, the player will enter a mysterious state. In this state, all attacks will be absorbed and transferred to the player's next attack. The data will return to normal after the attack. Ji-Rui thought that now he understands what he wanted him to do. The demon said it was a very familiar energy wave. Was he using his own power against him? Sun-en asked what is being used. He just returns what belongs to him. It looks like the traitor has been betrayed. His sword is quite big. Now they'll see how he does. Sun-en asked Ji-Rui to help him. Ji-Rui told him to leave it to him. The demon was shocked and thought that he had already shown all his might. He needs to escape and finish them off if possible. But Ji-Rui had already caught up with him and said he wasn't going anywhere. Sun-en was surprised and thought that he didn't even have time to finish, and he already understood what to do. As expected, from Ji-Rui, he knows how to correctly assess the situation and find the right moment. Ji-Rui told this demon that he would talk when he could repel his attack. The demon held up his sword and said that he reflected it was too easy because his abilities are far from ideal. Huey thought that this was it. He grabbed the demon by the arm and used the power of Odin, force, and shouted for Sun and to be faster. He applied the divine light. The system said it was immune to a fatal blow. Sun was already here and said that, and here he is. He swung his blade and told the demon to go to hell. The demon got scared and told him to wait a minute. But Sun had already struck. The system said that the damage was increased by 10 times. When the demon was dead, Sun shouted, "Laiji Ryu, that where is he? Is he alright?" He thought, did he really not survive? Then Laiji Rui got up and said he was fine. The radius of this attack is too large. He didn't even have enough time to dodge the pile of stones. Sun said he was to blame. He only had one chance, which is why he put all his strength into it. Laiji Rui dusted himself off and said that everything was fine. What matters now is that they defeated this demon. And I thought his clothes were dirty. Nana was very angry at Sun and shouted at him that how dare he treat their brother Laiji Rui like that. And what did he do with her butterfly? Are they done with him yet? Sun didn't pay any attention to her at all and asked Laiji Rui what. Wasn't he the one who was developing the new world game? This world was created entirely by him. So where did the demon come from here? Laiji Rui said that demons are the most powerful monsters and outnumber all others in the new world. Is it related to the plot of the game? The clash between humans and demons was supposed to be the main storyline in the game. From the beginning of the plot, one invasion of demons, to the subsequent continuation of the war with demons, there are 8 largest demons, and so on. However, it seems as if the creation of this world is not on their side. Sun asked what he wanted to say, that he could be a demon or even the final boss, or what. Lee Rui said that yes, Gui Long's appearance means that everything has already started earlier than planned. Initially, they planned to start after the community adjusted to the game. Sun said that about the curse. They are specifically going to attack untrained people. This game was definitely created by a demon. However, Gui Lung, it turns out, was not killed to the end. Only his eye remained, which thought that, fortunately, at the very last moment he was able to leave a particle of his body. What a pity that now the recovery speed will not be as fast as before. Sun is just a scumbag. Sun said that nothing happened after his death. It's really weird. Laiji Rui agreed with him and said that indeed. Usually a panel or notification pops up. Maybe it was a bug. Dui thought that they could give him at least a little time to rest. Sun said he didn't recall such a bug. Gui Long thought that he needed to get out of here urgently. He will take revenge after he has fully recovered. However, he was stepped on by Sun Yu, who ran straight to Sun En. He told him that he really was able to kill Gui Long. Sun En was very surprised to see him here and asked why did he come back. Whereas Liu Huey, Sun Yu said that she had already woken up, and he gave her the inventory. And here he is. Did he come to scout the situation? He definitely had no intentions of helping him. Then the notification came to everyone that the traitor demon had been killed. The level of the players who took part in the battle will be increased. Sun was surprised and asked, what is a level increase? The system said that player Lee Rui had reached level 25. Player Sun He has reached level 22. Sun Yu has reached level 20. Sun Yu said that there are so many notifications. Is he really so cool that he activated the reward mechanism? The system said that an achievement was received. Sun Yu asked what achievements. The achievement was called the Grey Traitor Demon Slayer. Thanks to the successful application of the last blow to the demon, as well as for his murder, he receives a special title. Reward. Enemy bosses and elite warriors of a higher level will use it as the main target of the attack, constantly. Sun Yu was shocked by this achievement. Sun said that he could suggest that Gui Lung was able to somehow survive, but was accidentally killed by a fat man. Lee Rui said that to get such an achievement, it's pretty sad. Sun Yu asked that how to live on. Why is it always him? Meanwhile, Liu Huey on the back of the mole, along with the taxi driver and the girl, ran as fast as they could. The taxi driver asked why they were running. Feng said they were being chased by a whole crowd of people. She's very scared. The guy who was running after him shouted for the demonic doors to stop, because he would die by his hand. He has to stop and stop running away. Liu Huey asked the taxi driver and the girl that they were friends of Sun En. The taxi driver said that yes, by the way, you can take her number. Feng shouted to him that he should focus on escaping. The girl who ran after the guy who wanted to kill this mole said she thinks he's wrong. Bao Luo said no, there is such a terrifying aura coming from this beast. This is definitely the monster that the boss mentioned. He shouted to those people who were running with this mole and told them to stay away from this demonic beast. Otherwise, they will have no choice but to attack them. Liu Huey shouted to them that they were mistaken. This beast would not harm anyone. Thou asked that how could this monster not harm. Baby Zero squeaked that he was a monster himself. Sun heard these screams and thought that this voice was his mole. And then, with Sun and Lai Zhu, their friends appeared. Little Zero was very angry at this guy and squeaked to him that he was going to show him now. Bao said that it was enough to give in already. He had to fight. Sun asked what was going on. Lai Zhu asked Bao what he was doing. He has to let them go. After some time, when everything was explained to everyone, Bao Luo laughed and said that the mistake had come out. He didn't know that this monster was his pet. He gave off such a frightening aura that he seemed like a boss to him. Sun said it was okay. Baby Zero, who had resumed his normal appearance, was sitting on Sun's shoulder very angry. Sun told him not to get angry. They didn't want to hurt him. Then he turned over to the taxi driver and the girl and asked what they were they hurt. The taxi driver said he was fine too. Feng told him not to worry. Then Huey came up to him and said that she had heard from Sun Yu that he was very badly injured. Apologized to him for not being able to help. Sun told her it was just a scratch, and he himself thought that limiting Huey's characteristics was a big problem. He needs to deal with this urgently. The subordinates approached Lai Zhu and told him that the necessary level 30 materials were collected and stored in the underground city. Lai Zhu said it was a good job. We need to raise the level as soon as possible. They don't have much time left. He asked Sun if he had thought about joining a guild. Does he want to join the Raiders Guild? Sun thought it was funny that Lai Zhu personally invited him to the guild. But since there have been conflicts between him and the guilds before, this is the best way to avoid unnecessary problems. Therefore, he said that he had no plans to join the guild yet. He thinks he will be more comfortable alone. Li Rui said that since he says so, he won't insist. However, he should listen to one piece of advice. He knows that he is very strong and can use the shortcomings of the game for his own purposes. However, everyone has their weaknesses. There are many dangers ahead. There always comes a time when a person cannot cope alone. Therefore, sometimes it is better when his reliable friends and support stand behind him. He should try to trust people. Sun thought, what to trust? 20 meters above sea level. There was a small island there. Raffaello was very angry again and told her master that this guy was back. He again uses bugs that contradict the system. What kind of shamelessness is this? How does he infuriate her? He must ban or punish him, otherwise the game will be unfair. Her master told her to calm down. There should be some flaws in the game, so it will be more exciting, right? He's just watching what's going on. He wants to let them bloom like flowers, and when that time comes, they will realize that only despair rules reality. The system reported that the creation of a demon had begun. Uploaded 276 out of 10,000. Time to the demon invasion, 29 days. Lai Rui said that if he wants to get any information, he can contact at any time. Starting today, they become rivals. Whatever the rivalry will allow them to become stronger. He hopes he doesn't get too far behind him. Sun thought that it was obvious that he was the main star here. However, why does he feel like his words have overshadowed his success? He wanted to ask about getting a gold class, but now he doesn't want to know anymore. The taxi driver said he was going to stay. His kids were still waiting for him. Sunny said no, he would definitely die if he went. Sun thought that they had all decided to stay. Does he look really unreliable? Huey went with him. Sun said that the dungeon should be located directly ahead. Huey asked him what, did he really want to go to the living forests? The recommended level is presumably higher than 28. They 8 survived the battle with the demon. Why risk your life again? Sun said that they were not risking their lives, but only helping her get rid of the seal. And he is 80% sure that they will succeed. Does she remember when they first met? At that time he was lost. He thought his life was over, but her appearance made him find hope again. Huey thought, is he really talking about the time when he was bullied? Sun told her that not only did she not look down on him like others, but she also always helped him. And it was only thanks to her that he developed an interest in writing code for games. It helped him realize that coding, the ability to create a lot of fascinating things. Then Huey interrupted him and said that was she really that fat? She was definitely slimmer. She forbids him to reproduce his memories. She wanted to hit him, but missed, however, the fence that was behind Sun and bent. Huey was even scared and said that she had forgotten that her strength was many times greater now. Sun thought it was just creepy. Huey told him that he was forbidden to reproduce his memories. Did he understand? Sun said it was fine, and he himself thought that, it seems, girls become too sensitive if they are called fat. And he said that in general, he wanted to say a big thank you to her for becoming his friend. He is ready to take any risk for the sake of his precious friend. Huey blushed and said that despite the fact that her characteristics are frozen, she is still the designer of the monsters of this game, so she can help. It turns out that Feng followed them and, after seeing the whole picture, said that how touching. They should be together. A cold-blooded jerk has such a soft heart. It's just cute. Sun asked her what she was doing here. Feng said she thought if she followed him, she could earn some extra money. Sun said that the team only needs one merchant, they don't need her. The girl said that was right, wasn't she the merchant? She asks him to let her go with him, she will help him get things. She only needs a part of the loot. Huey asked Sun why not let her join? The more people, the more fun. Sun then told this girl that then she should promise that she would only collect things and not get into them. Did she understand? The girl said she understood. Sun exhaled and said that okay, 3 is 3. They approached the building and Sun told Huey that he would give her a raincoat later. It will help to hide from monsters. Huey said it was fine. Feng asked what, but what about her? The three of them went to the entrance to the dungeon and Sun said that they drove. The girl told him not to ignore her. After that, the system notified them that they had entered a living forest. This world is inhabited only by vegetation that corresponds to the flora of the forest and jungle. Thanks to the local climate, plants grow faster and more luxuriantly. Even if there are no animals here, it does not mean that the danger level is low. They should be careful when a live tree appears. Just now, Sun and his team have discovered this living tree. The system said it was a live tree attack centaur. It's level 27. This living tree jumped up and Sun thought that now. After the system notified him that the living centaur tree had been destroyed. Sun thought that the weak point of these monsters was their faces. Face attacks do the most damage, and he finishes with them quickly. Huey shouted to him to beware of mischievous birds. Just then, 2 of these birds appeared, which headed straight for Sun. The system said that this living tree is a level 28 mischievous bird. Sun said what kind of hemorrhoids, you need to attack them in the air. However, he had prepared for this in advance, and the plants devoured these birds. Sun used the seed of the demonic flower. The system said that the demonic flower was reacting to the environment of the forest. The demonic flower's attack has been increased. The demonic flower's health has also been increased. Feng said they were spotted by centaurs. Their level of intuition is too high. She asked Sister Huey, what should they do? Huey told her not to worry and left it to her. She can handle a couple of monsters. She took out her weapon and stepped out from under her cloak. She told Fen to cover herself with a raincoat and not go out. Huey thought that the centaur's attack range was 1.8 meters. About the attack range of the demonic scythe is 2.4 meters. She came. The hairdryer that was watching her said it was just amazing. Sun asked Huey, how are they there? Huey said that everything is fine. She can get rid of them before they can get to her. She won't let you down. Her level has been raised. Sun told her to be careful anyway, and he himself thought that she was showing herself much better than he expected. They destroyed most of the monsters. His level was also raised. They have very little left. It's only a matter of time before they all die from the poison anyway. The system said that damage distribution has started. In this state, monsters, except for the main body, will not be subject to any diseases or poisons. Then someone asked them who dared to invade his forest. Sun thought that a stronger monster had appeared. Feng said that this boss can talk. The system said that this is a living tree, Lexi. Boss, ruler of level 30. The boss said they were troublemakers of the forest. They must die. The boss said that he would not leave alive anyone who dared to desecrate his forest with their dirty existence. Sun shouted back to everyone. Huey asked him if he was okay. Fen asked that this fool is still alive. The system said that damage distribution. The boss's resistance is too great. I only use it once for each attack I make. When the target is a boss, each player's attack deals no more than 250% of the player's attack number. Sun jumped up and told the boss to catch the answer. The boss said it wasn't even ticklish. Damage distribution started again. Sun thought that, as expected, he wouldn't be able to deal any damage to the boss while he was sharing injuries with other mobs. But the effect of physical attacks is still there. Huey shouted to him from behind. Feng shouted that all the monsters were heading towards him. Sun thought that he needed to keep hitting. The boss got angry and asked how dare he. Damage distribution started again. The boss said he would turn it into dust. The boss has already swung to hit him, but the system said that the target was not found. The error reappears. The goal loss bug. Reactivation using special methods is possible. Apparently, he achieved this repeatedly by attacking at a certain point of the boss. The boss asked what was going on. Why can't he hurt him? What did he do? Sun said it was a programmer's secret. He won't understand even if he explains everything to him. He was able to find his weakness. Then he won't stand on ceremony anymore. Feng shouted to Liu Huey that she had an idea. Aren't trees afraid of fire? Why don't they make a fire and burn them? This will help Sun in. But Liu Huey said they couldn't. It's too dangerous to make a fire. This will only anger the forest and further increase their strength. This is a hidden characteristic of a living forest. The hairdryer said it was a good thing she didn't do it. Liu Huey thought that Sun and probably has some kind of plan, which is why he is constantly attacking Lexi's core. And she said that they needed to prevent other monsters from attacking Sun and after which she immediately got down to business. She told these monsters not to think they would be saved. Let them try to get through it. Fen was running away from these monsters and shouting at them not to approach. Then she changed her mind and said that, although no, let them go to her. Liu Huey thought that they would try to buy some time for Sun Ain, so let him continue. Sun Ain continued to deal damage to this boss. The boss was furious and shouted that it was a curse, a damn thing. His attacks don't reach him. The system reported that the poison effect was triggered. Deals damage only once per hit. Sun Ain told him that he was annoying, so let him be kind and shut up, pretending to be a normal tree. He's already practically defeated. Sun Ain reached the pure wooden crystal. The system said that this is the core of a living tree, Lexi. Extracting the core will cause absolute damage and kill Lexi. In addition, it may have other special notes. Lexi got really angry and said he was a jerk. He asked what he was going to do with his core, and he began to shout that a wooden spike. Sun Ain said it was for his precious friend, after which he tore out this core. The system reported that the living Lexi tree was destroyed, or also destroyed. Centaur, a mischievous bird. Experience was gained 270, and also the level was raised. Fen asked what was going on. Liu Huey said that the connection between monsters causes them to die at the same time. Sun Ain said it was funny, the ability that should give protection was a fatal blow for them. Fen said that so much good had fallen out. Sun Ain held the core in his hands and said that now they have an item for a class change. They will be able to remove the restrictions from Liu Huey by changing her class. Liu Huey asked, "Is this an unusual core?" Fen said that's right. It doesn't look like subjects for a change of profession. Sun Ain said that even though it doesn't look like a cool item right now, it will become so after one small command. The system said it was a special team made of pure wooden crystal. Players can use a specific command to activate the pure power inside the crystal, turning the player's class into a special, pure one. The process of changing a profession takes 24 hours. Sun Ain said the process would take a whole day. Liu Huey will have to be patient. Liu Huey said no problem, because she trusts him. Sun Ain told her that sometimes excessive trust is not entirely beneficial. He had already forgotten which team was there, like something with the letter B. Liu Huey told him to stop fooling around. Sun grinned and said he was just joking. He just wanted to relieve the tension after the fight. And I told her to get ready because now they will start. Restoration of Liu Huey. They will see each other in a day. Liu Huey said it was fine. After that, she found herself in a wooden cocoon. Sun Ain thought that now they would have to wait until a miracle happened. Sun Ain said that now it remains to wait for Liu Huey to come out. But then his stomach rumbled. Sun Ain thought that his stomach, because of all the commotion, he didn't have time to eat. Feng was engrossed in the materials and said how many materials there were, and they were all at least D rank. It's a mountain of money. Sun Ain looked at her and thought that she hadn't eaten either. Perhaps he would ask her about it. He walked up to her and called out to her. Feng got scared and started saying that she knew she couldn't do anything here alone. She just helps to collect items. Don't let him misunderstand her. She gave him all the materials and told him that the cloak and the living wood materials were all his. And now she will collect magic crystals. Sun Ain was shocked and thought that he only wanted to ask if she wanted to eat, so why react like that? And he told her that if she didn't want to, he would eat alone. And first he will collect the equipment. He collected the spiritual body of a living tree. Rarity, Class C. It is a material, and it has the attributes of life. These are exclusively materials for recovery potions. Because of its intense life property, it is also applied to animals and plants. The secret treasure of the forest. Rarity, Class B. This necklace is a unique item. Strength plus 18, stamina plus 18, and critical damage plus 15. Exorcism. When attacked by demons, his chance of a critical hit increases by 50%. He also received a large bag of star coins. Contains 100,000 coins. It's just money. Sun Ain took the spiritual body of a living tree in his hands and said that it was cool, it even moved. The spiritual body of a living tree is a material that will help to make a restorative potion. About 7 or 8 bottles will be enough. It also has other magical properties. If he ever loses his arms or legs, he will be able to use recovery. You will need to save it. When Fen heard this, she tensed up. Sun and said that it's the most important item is the necklace. From bosses, starting from level 30, equipment of the Crimson rank drops out. And I thought that if you believe the words of Lai Ji Rui, then trouble is coming to their world in the form of demons. Therefore, you need to create an advantage, collect items that are effective against demons. Demon King Lucifer, he will get to him. But then something very strange happened. Sun was in another place. He asked where everything had disappeared to and what was going on here. He started calling his friends and asked where they were. Who's here? But they told him they weren't here. In this spiritual world, only they are with him. A spiritual tree appeared in front of him and said that she was very glad to see him. This is the NPS, which is called the Primordial Lexi, the spiritual body. Sun asked, is there really another Lexi? Lexi said she was the primordial guardian goddess of this forest. The voice of his heart woke her up. He doesn't need to worry, because she came in peace. Sun exhaled and thought that she was different from the previous monster. And I asked her what's next. Did she really want to get back at him? But Lexi told him that if she didn't answer, she came because they have a common enemy. The Demon King has brought countless disasters to this world. Although he was once defeated by Hardiman's ally, Sun thought she was telling a story. Lexi said that his existence wasn't completely erased. She felt like the demon army wanted to attack their world again. At the same time, they became stronger. If they are not prevented, then this world will be doomed. However, she is under the restrictions that were created by the Demon King and can only survive in this small area. She was waiting for the appearance of a real hero. He defeated one of the Demon King's henchmen, and the abilities he had just used demonstrated that he was the hero. Sun thought that she mistook the limitations of the system for the restriction of the Demon King. She asked him that destroying the Demon King was his true goal, wasn't it? If so, she will give him a helping hand. Sun said it was, and he himself thought that if her request meets his needs, then how can he refuse? And he said that whatever it was, he was going to kill the Demon King. If she helps him with this, he will be very grateful. Lexi said that all the creatures of this forest give him their blessing. Sun asked, what is the blessing? Apart from this aura, he doesn't feel any changes. Lexi told him to look at his palms. Sun asked, what are the palms? She told him that he now has a glowing flower mark on both palms. He should try to touch the ground. Sun did as she told him and asked, what's like this? After that, flowers began to bloom in the clearing and grow different vines. He asked if he could really control plants. Lexi said that the blessing of the forest would allow him to control the plants without spending mana. Sun said it was very cool. It can even change their shape. Now he will check their limit. Lexi said that the limit depends on his spiritual energy. It will increase with his level. However, she would not recommend using the blessing now. With his current level, he won't be able to maintain this strength for a long time. He may lose consciousness due to lack of spiritual energy. Sun said that's why he feels tired. She should have been told about it earlier. Then he collapsed. Lexi told him that she trusted him with the future. Then he heard his name being Liu, Huey, and Feng. They were screaming for him to wake up. Sun finally opened his eyes and saw them. Fen said he was finally awake. Sun stood up and asked, what is Liu Huey? Isn't she in the process of changing her profession? Why did she get free? Did she really fail? Liu Huey told him that one day had already passed and she had left there a long time ago. The hairdryer told him to forget about it. He fainted yesterday. No matter how she called him, he didn't wake up. Sun said that the horror was that he had fainted for so long. It seems that this special power should be used more carefully. Liu Huey asked what kind of power. Sun said it was a very long story. First he wants to see her update. Liu Huey chuckled and told him not to be jealous. It seems her new class is made especially for her. Not only can she maintain her strength as a fighter, but she also doesn't need to worry about other characteristics. That's because now the characteristics depend on her strength. She can also use vampirism now. Unique class, flawless, talents, perfection, preserves the player's highest attributes, such as strength, endurance, intuition, intelligence, and agility. The remaining attributes are 25% of the player's highest attribute. The highest attribute, strength, gives an additional 10% to HP. The highest attribute is stamina, increases physical damage resistance by 10%. The highest attribute, intuition, gives 10% to the critical damage from spells. The highest attribute is intelligence, evasion is 10% more successful. The highest attribute is dexterity, speed increases by 10%. Strength, all attributes are increased by 100%. Liu Huey said that only now all her skills were reset as soon as she changed classes. However, the ability to link with fate was added. Sun asked, isn't that good? The time will come when it will be necessary to use the connections of fate. The effect of vampirism will be evenly distributed among all allies. She can do damage and heal a group at the same time, which is very useful. Huey told him that he was talking nonsense again. Feng told him that she had not taken any of the magic crystals that had fallen out. Sun said he couldn't believe it. It was very unlike her. Was she up to something? Fen hesitated and said that actually, she fell on her knees and begged him to give her the spiritual body of the living tree. Huey was very surprised and asked her what she was doing. Feng said that she knows that she has no right to ask for such a rare thing. Now she doesn't even have enough money to buy it. However, this subject is very important to Xiao Yu. However, only he can give her hope, and then she would do whatever he said. She won't get up until he agrees. Meanwhile, in some other group, she was attacked by the ghosts of a level 15 little fairy. The guy shouted that this is a new wave of monsters. This time they became stronger. His partner said that, come on, they're just little fairy ghosts. Let him provide them to him. Only he must remember that the whole reward will be his. The guy said that of course. Sun Yu told them to see the power of the demon slayer. The system reported that hostility was activated. Sun Yu dealt with these monsters with ease and said they were nimble. However, he won't let them pass. The system informed him that the ghost of the little fairy was unconsciously angry at him. Therefore, they began to attack him much more aggressively. However, this did not frighten him, and he asked if they really could not attack. Maybe they just didn't eat enough porridge. Let them beat him as much as they want, and he's just going to get sick. The guy shouted for him to deal with him. The other one ran and said he understood. Sun Yu thought that at first he thought that this ability was just terrible. But as it turned out, it is very useful. The skill not only provokes enemies, but can also heal. Somewhat similar to the regeneration ability that Gui Long had. He became a completely different person. Sun will envy him. The system said that all creatures nearby are under the influence of hostility. They are rushing towards him. Level 11 Fang boars appeared. Then Sun Yulia was already very surprised and asked where did they come from. He can't handle them. They're on their own now. Then he took to his heels. His friend shouted at him not to run towards the ruins. But then the system reported that the Fang boar was destroyed. Sun came to their aid. He asked Sun Yu what does he do? Can't he even handle low-level monsters? Sun Yu said you were just warming up. If he was serious, they would have died long ago. Then a guy came up to him and asked who it was. Then Fen came forward and told Wang Dai that she was back. Huey said it looked like an abandoned school. Wang Dai was very happy to see the hairdryer. He told her she was missing for a few days. They were very afraid that she was in trouble. The hairdryer told him not to worry because she's such a lucky guy. Wang Dai was surprised and asked if this guy was her partner. He's very strong. Feng said that he wasn't really a very bad and evil person. Sun said he could hear everything. He handed her that stone and told her that he still had it. She said that he is a villain, therefore, he needs to behave accordingly. Let him think. She can work for 8 or 9 years, or he can send her to a dangerous dungeon, where she will earn for him. The hairdryer overflowed and said that why find fault with that? She was wrong. Sun thought that the spiritual body of a living tree is not so special. It will be possible to get it again. Of course, he could give it to her for a low price, but he needs to see her sincerity. Then someone else appeared and told Wang Dai's older brother that he had come to the rescue. Everyone shouted with one voice that it was Jai Jai. Jai Jai was already ready to attack and asked, where are the monsters? He won't let them destroy their home. He was told that everything was already in order. He could cancel the spell. But then the guy stumbled and fell. He said it hurt a lot. However, he did not have time to cancel his spell, so Fen shouted to everyone to watch out. Sun said it was a water balloon. This little one can use such a rare spell. Huey said she thought Sun Yu had been hit. A guy came up to Sun Yu and asked how he was. Sun Yu was all wet and asked what it was. Wang Di approached Jai Jai and said that didn't he say to stay inside? Every time he tries to help, he only makes it worse. He even managed to harm a person. Sun Yu saw him scolding Jai Jai and said he was fine. Jai Jai was very upset and said that why did he never take him into battle? He's a grown man now. He is already ready to protect them. Feng said that he always had good intentions, so Wang Dai should stop being mad at him. Wang Dai said that, however, he was too reckless. When she becomes a real threat to life, they may not have time to save him. Jai Jai asked Feng that where was she. Xiao Yu doesn't feel well, doesn't even want to eat anything. She came, and now he should get better. Fen asked if he was really ill. She needs to visit him. Jai Jai said that Xiao Yu already knows that she has returned. He's running here himself. Then a puppy ran out to meet her. Fen was very glad to see him and said that he should go to her. Sun said that it turns out baby Huey is a dog. Huey said that he has no hind legs. Wang Dai told them it wasn't innate. He lost his limbs after being attacked by a monster. When he saved him, he was covered in blood. I had to amputate my paws. This game has taken a lot of lives, including Fen's parents. But she was able to raise and take care of the puppy for her. He is almost a member of the family. Feng took Xiao Yu in her arms and said that she knew he was bored. Wang Dai said that in order to help Xiao Yu recover, she teamed up with many people and trying to find any information about the healing medicine. Sun and thought, is that why she begged so much? And he said that she had been through a lot. He asked her what else she wanted to get the spiritual body of a living tree. She should speak faster. Fen said that of course she wanted to. She put Xiao Yu down on the ground and told him that he would recover soon. Just let him wait a little. Feng approached Sun and asked how it worked. Sun said that for some time the dog will need to be near the object and the body will repair the injuries itself. Fen asked if it would hurt. Sun said no. Jai said that this spiritual tree crawls like a caterpillar. After that, the spiritual tree began to restore the paws of this dog. The system said that the spiritual body of the living tree has been applied. The hairdryer said it worked, and I told my dog to try to get up. After that, the dog began to run around in circles. His hind legs had recovered, but were now made of wood. The hairdryer picked him up in his arms and said that it was just wonderful. Everything seems to be in order. He can now run like he used to. Jai said that glory to the millennial caterpillar. Wang Di said that mystical things happen in this world that cannot be explained. Sun shouted to Feng not to be too happy, she should repay him. Huey nudged him and said that he had ruined such a touching moment again. Then Sun Yu sneezed and said that they finally noticed. Wang Dai apologized to him and said that they had completely forgotten about him while they were doing Feng's business. Sun Yu said he seemed to have caught a cold. Is there a place to change here? Wang Dai told him to follow him, and he would take him. He turned to Sun and Huey and told them that if they weren't in a hurry, how about staying with them for a while? What do they think about this? Sun said that actually but then they were told that they had food and hot water. Huey's eyes even lit up. She said it was hot water. Sun said they agreed. After which, Wang Di led them all along. They entered the building and he said it used to be a college, so there was a lot left. They decided to settle here. Sun said that there is even electricity here. Wang Dai said that there are solar panels on the roof. They use their energy. It's not that easy to find a place like this, so they decided to protect it no matter what. He led them to the showers and told them it was a bathroom. On the left, for men, and on the right, for women. There is hot water everywhere. Huey said that was great. She had been waiting for this for ages. Sun Yu grabbed Jai and said that he needed to discuss something. Wang Dai asked Sun that he was Sun and wasn't he. Is he going to come in? Sun thanked him and said no. And he himself thought that, in truth, with food and electricity, this is a pretty good place. Even the monsters are completely ordinary, not the strongest. Everything, of course, looks very cool, but why is my heart so restless? An indescribable feeling. Something terrifying. What could it be? But then someone appeared behind him and said that she had found it. Sun got scared and jumped back. The girl was upset and said that he really hit her. He doesn't love her. It's not him. Then she entered the wall. Sun was terrified and thought that had she really disappeared. His heart almost stood up. Was it really a ghost? Then Wang Dai came up to him and asked what happened. Sun said that a ghost had just appeared here. Is this really a common thing here? Wang Dai asked what the ghost was. What is he? He's been here long enough, but he hasn't seen one. Maybe he just imagined it. The truth is, he's a real coward. He's scared the hell out of all these creepy supernatural things. He really hopes that he is joking. Otherwise he will recline on the spot out of fear. Then Sun saw this girl again and told Wang Di that he didn't want to upset him, but she was right behind him. The girl grabbed Wang Dai by the face and asked, what is he? Does he like her? Wang Dai got scared and shouted that the ghost. Sun thought that yes, they were just mocking. He passed out. The girl was upset and said it wasn't him. Does he dislike her too? Nobody wants to be her boyfriend. The system said it was Gen Zai with a broken heart. She's an accidental NPS. He should try to talk to her. He might be able to find out something. Sun thought that it was as he said. There are no ghosts, it's just an NPS. And more importantly, this is a potential Easter egg. Easter egg, full of experience. Gen Zai said that there is no one who would love her. She's just a loser ghost. Sun thought it was bad, she was leaving. If he misses her now, there's no telling when she'll show up next. He can't let her go, and shouted to her to wait. Gen Zai asked what he needed. He approached her and said that she was different from the others. She managed to get his attention. The Chechen Azzy was confused and asked what he wanted. Would he hit her again? And she herself thought that he was too close. Her heart jumps out of her chest. Sun said it was a little misunderstanding. and now they have to talk about their feelings. Genzai said that, but he was completely not her type. Sunan said that it seemed so to her, but what if for her sake he was ready to change and become the perfect match? And I thought, okay, it's all for the Easter egg. You can afford a couple of pretentious phrases. Genzai asked, what is true? Is he ready to change for her? She finally found someone she likes. Sunan said that okay, she needs to stop crying. Since he confessed to her, shouldn't she? But Genzai took his hand and pulled him along, saying that he needed to go with her. Sunan thought, did he really get rid of Easter eggs? Hidden passage of the game or speedrun is the passage of a computer game in the shortest period of time. He thought that, when he gets back here, he'll sort out the essentials. Meanwhile, Huey was taking a shower and thought that something was really happening outside, or was it her imagination? Meanwhile, Genzai brought Sun into some old room. She let him go and told him they had arrived. He has to stay here and she will be back soon. Just let him try not to hurt anything. Sunan thought that he had expected a little different. This place doesn't look like a dungeon. He was left alone in this room and said that no matter how you look at it, they brought him to the old warehouse. He rejoiced early. He already hoped that he would fill her attachment meter very quickly. He decided to look around and saw books. The books were called What Men Are Made Of, a guide to love for a ghost woman. He asked if she really reads such things. He decided to flip through the book and said that the guide to love for a ghost woman, point 11, and you need to dress up in order to emphasize your coolness. This will give her a mysterious aura. Point 19, she must be behind a loved one. Will it be a pleasant surprise for them? Point 37, if she meets a man who is ready to change for her, then his arms and legs should be cut off. Then he will stay with you forever. Sunan, after reading everything in this, asked that are they really mocking? But she's not going to. Then Gen-Tsu came with huge scissors and asked him what he was doing. Sunan was very scared and told her to stop. They'd better talk about it. Let her use the scissors first. Genzai asked, what's wrong? Didn't he say he was willing to change for her? Didn't he even want her to give him a haircut? Sunan asked what haircut. After some time, Genzai began to cut it with these huge scissors. Sunan stood there and didn't even breathe. He thought it was very creepy. He feels like a lamb before the slaughter. Words cannot convey the feeling when very sharp scissors blades are worn right over your head. But it's an Easter egg, so he won't give up. Gen-Tsu said she was ready. Let him take a look. Does he like it? Sunan thought that thank God he was still alive. It's probably stupid to expect a normal result, isn't it? But when he looked in the mirror, he was very surprised. He asked if it was really serious. The hairstyle looks super. Genzai said it was because she had read Tony's haircut guide. Sunan thanked this Tony and thought that he had saved his life. Gen-Tsu said that his clothes were next. He has to choose because she has also prepared for this. Sunan said that the one on the left. And he asked if it was necessary for him to change his image and costume. How about giving him some personal space? But when he left to change, Genzai was standing outside the door and peeking. Sunan thought that he knew that. When he changed his clothes, he said that it was not bad. Genzai couldn't say a word. She was making incoherent excited noises. Sunel asked her if she was happy, and blew her a kiss. Genzai has completely lost her head. The system said that the NPS name has been changed. Instead of Gen-Tsu with a broken heart, she became Gen-Tsu in love. The Easter egg, healing of a broken heart, has worked. His love helped Gen tears. He got the location of the dungeon with double experience. It is marked on the map. Sunan was very happy and said that he had completed the Easter eggs. He thanked Genzai. He told her that she helped him a lot and gave him very cool clothes. Genzai said that it's not worth it. Let him not approach her, otherwise she will not stand it. Sunan told her to calm down. After that, he decided to open the map and see where this dungeon with double experience is located. Sunal studied the map carefully and said that this dungeon is located in a diner. Other players could have found such an obvious place long ago. It just sucks. The system said that the loading of the monster location under the city has been completed. Now the whole map was dotted with red dots. Sunan was very surprised and thought, what is going on here? How could the monsters get out? The double experience dungeon is a special dungeon in a new world. It can be opened by completing missions or meeting NPS. It looks like a normal dungeon, but it has a double experience bonus. It should be noted that in addition to the usual boss, there are also from 1 to 5 elite monsters sitting there. Because of their danger, they are imprisoned in this dungeon. Only players can enter there, but this time they broke free. Huey, who was still taking a bath, killed the monster and asked that where did this little green demon come from. Feng told her that she would bring her things. Huey thought that the green demon was a monster from the dungeon. What is he doing here? The system said that the little green demon was destroyed. She gained 310 experience, plus another 310 experience. Huey thought that he had been given a double experience for him. Is this a monster from a dungeon with double experience? Then a hairdryer came running and told her to take it. Huey said they had to leave. The little green demon is a monster that moves in groups. His friends are somewhere nearby. Fen said it couldn't be. Then they heard screams from outside. Someone asked who he was. Huey thought it was outside. Sun Yu was attacked by the same monster. He told Jai Jai to wake him up soon. Tai Jai walked up to his brother Wang Di and shouted in his ear that enough sleep. Monsters are coming. Lift. Wang Di slowly began to come to his senses and asked where he was. Who is he? Sun Yu defended himself against the monster and told him not to spit. His mouth smells like garbage. Then he stunned him and said that sweet dreams. He asked, where did these devils come from? It was a good thing he was here, otherwise they would have been in trouble. Wang Di, who had not yet recovered, was very surprised to see a monster here. Sun Yu asked that, by the way, why did he faint? Wang Di said he thought he saw a ghost. Official and passed out, he doesn't remember anything further. Sun Yu asked, what is the ghost? Has he gone mad? And he thought that where is Sun Anya? Then Huey came running along with Feng. Huey said that they also encountered a little green demon. Sun Yu was very happy to see her and said that he had already taken care of everything. He's pretty good, isn't he? Huey said that the situation is not going well. She suspects that the monsters of the dungeon have escaped to freedom. And where are the others now? Did Van Dai say they were in the cafeteria? It's dinner time right now. If what she says is true, then they are in danger. Huey said to warn them. And she asked, what, where is Sun? And Wang Dai said that little brother Sun could have been deceived by that ghost. He was so scared that he fell into delirium. Sun Yuli asked, what is a ghost? He's really delusional. Huey asked that it was an NPS. Maybe he went on a mission again. Sun Yu said it was very likely. He hadn't even thought about it. But then that demon woke up. Everyone was very surprised and Sun Yi asked if it really wasn't dead. But then more of these demons began to come out of the floor. Huey said he called his comrades for help. Sun Yu started trampling on this demon and said that he was nothing but trouble and called him an annoying dog. The system reported that the little green demon had been killed. Huey told them not to get too involved in the fight because they had to find the others first. This place is already teeming with them. Wang Dai said he understood they should follow him. On the way, Huey opened the list of her friends. She thought that she had sent a message to Sun and, however, he did not reply to her. She really hopes that he will see him as soon as possible. Then these messages reached Sun and Huey wrote to him that they had a force majeure. The monsters got out. They go to the cafeteria and meet there. Monsters are little green demons. Sunan, after reading all her messages, said that the little green demons live in groups, and this means that you can earn a lot of experience. The guys, as it turned out, are heading to the entrance to the dungeon. What really happened? Sunan started shouting that he wanted to leave. Why doesn't she let him get out? The system said that Gen Zai imposed a restriction on him. He can't leave the room. And also he can't contact other players. Gen Zai said there are so many monsters outside. Isn't it safer here? She's doing it for him. Besides, she can't let him escape. If he left her, she would be alone again. Sunan said that, however, he needed to help his friends and gain experience. Is there really no other way? Gen Zai said that until he finds another person to keep her company, she won't let him leave. Sunan asked that how would he find it? Can't she change the terms? Gen Zai was about to leave somewhere and said there was no other way. He owes her. Then she left. Sunan thought that she had abandoned him. What should he do? How does he get out of here? Meanwhile, his friends were running away from these little green demons. Sun Yu said that they are very fast. He began to fight them off. Bandai said that around the corner, the cafe will be right across the street. But then the Fen shouted what was ahead. There were already 3 dead friends of theirs ahead. Huey told them to quickly check if anyone was still alive. In the meantime, they will detain the monsters. Wang Dai rushed to his friends. He approached Kaig Tsu and told him to hold on. His friend was mumbling something. He said monsters. Terrible monsters. They're all going to die. They have to run. After which his friend died. Wang Di said it was simply impossible. It couldn't be. Monsters. How did this happen? He rushed to the door and said that someone had to stay alive. Fen told him not to do anything stupid. Sun Yu asked Huey, what should they do? It's very dangerous there. Are they going to go there anyway? Huey said that, of course, saving people is much more important. Sukhoi said that things were bad, they needed to hurry. After that, everyone rushed to help Wang Di. However, he was already covered in blood. Sun Yu said that here it is. What happened? Huey immediately began to examine this room and thought that these footprints. Wang Di was still alive and told them to watch out. From behind, there was a huge monster behind them. His weapon was a huge club. It was Trollberg, elite level 33. Huey called out to Feng and Jai Jai and said that fortunately they had only fainted. Sun Yu said that his punch was too strong. The damage from this guy is fatal. If he had hit it, he would have smeared it into a cake. And what should they do with it? But then another one showed up. Sun An asked if they were just kidding or what. Is there really another one? Now there are as many as 2 trolls here. They have a lot of wounded. And how are they going to fight now? He called out to Huey and asked if she was listening. But Huey apparently saw something much scarier and said she was afraid it wasn't the worst yet. Sun Yu immediately turned around and, frightened, said that yes, they were just joking. It was Krampus. He grinned and said that the prey itself had come into his hands. He feels just fine since he lifted the restriction. The system said it was a demon sorcerer. Boss C, ruler of level 36. The demon sorcerer said he would move out of chaos. They all have to suffer. Their death hour has come. After that, the trolls immediately rushed at them. Sun Yu barely restrained their attack and asked Huey if she was coping there. He won't last long. Huey said she was trying her best to stall for time. She has a couple of wounded here and they need to be protected. So let him be patient. There's nothing she can do about the fact that they're all targeting him. Sun Yu said it wasn't even because of the ghost dragon's curse. The demon sorcerer said how fascinating it was. They are not like other people. They were dying too fast and he couldn't fully enjoy it. Do they want to play a game? Sun Yu asked that who would want to play with him. The demon sorcerer said not so fast. Should he take a look here? He showed the hostages and said they were the people he had caught. His boys taught them a little lesson and purposely kept them on the brink of death. They all recognized their comrades. Huey thought that this guy was with Sun N. The demon sorcerer said that the rules of the game are extremely simple. A huge fireball will slowly melt over their heads, and they must save their friends before they turn into a barbecue. They should also take into account that the temperature of the ball reaches 1,000 degrees. A small drop can kill a person. What a nice sound. One drop fell on that taxi driver and he screamed in pain. The demon sorcerer said they didn't have much time left. Wang Dai called him a scumbag and said that he would haunt him even after death. Huey told Wang Dai that they would not die. She won't allow it. After that, Huey applied her skill called Fate Link Level 1. The system said that she could link her soul with other players. Linked players can share the damage they receive. Each linked player takes damage 100%. The number of connections, the minimum damage is 20%. During the link action, all negative or positive effects that the main player receives are applied to the connected players. MP cost, number of connections divided by 5 seconds. The skill is automatically disabled as soon as the MP ends. Sunny asked her, what is that Phantom Strike skill? Where did she get it from? The system said he only received 20% of the incoming damage. Huey said that it is better to exist as a monster only on the screen. All they do here is destroy and injure humanity. They're just disgusting. The system said that pure talent was activated, used in vampirism. The destiny link is also activated. The main player with the targeted players associated with him will heal evenly. Wang Dai said that his wounds had healed. The prisoner's wounds were also healed. Huey said that's great, vampirism is quite good. And she herself thought that, however, at least the connection of fate can prevent life-threatening injuries. However, there are too many people. The mana consumption, respectively, is also great. We need to heal the wounds of the others, then they will have a chance to escape. Then Sun Yu started shouting, what? Are these monsters really driving a fool? Are they stupid? Let them attack this donut. The system said the hostility was triggered. The aggression level of the little green demons has been increased. The level of aggression of the Trollberg is also increased. Sun Yu told Huey to hurry up. Huey told him to leave it to her. She activated vampirism again and started a connection with fate. After that, Trollberg was destroyed. A bonus was received, raising the level 3 times. The level has been raised to 23. She thought that Sun Yu had definitely caught the moment. As expected, from an old comrade, you can rely on him. But then she saw that Sun Yu was running away from the monsters and said no, he was giving up. Seeing this, Huey thought that she was taking back her words. The demon sorcerer said that this guy managed to attract all the monsters to himself. The wallpaper ability of this girl and how she was able to distribute the damage is also impressive. but it will be terribly boring if no one dies. Does he need to end this? Then he said something. Krampus' elite riding pet appeared. It was a level 34 rhinoceros demon. The demon sorcerer asked him what? How did he like it? Does he smell fresh blood? They need to enjoy this fragrance. He must destroy them. Then this rhinoceros burst into the battlefield. Huey thought that another elite monster. Sun Yu wondered what and how they would fight. The demon sorcerer said something else incomprehensible. Huey thought that she couldn't let this attack hit the wounded. She needs to disconnect the connection. Then hey, shouted Sun Yu from behind. A huge troll was running at her. She managed to repel his attack, but said that it was bad, the ground had failed. Sun Yu said that everything is falling apart. Everyone who was in this zone began to fall down. The demon sorcerer thought that trolls did not know how to use their heads at all. They killed themselves. Huey problematic. He said that the demon king ordered him not to leave alive. They'll have to follow them. He doesn't want to be trapped in the void again. And he told his beast to get ready to jump down. But did he feel something? And he said that there was a fish in their net. Wang Di crept up to the wounded and began to cut the ropes with which they were tied. He thought she was very strong. He said they would escape while the monsters were distracted. There may not be another chance. The taxi driver said they couldn't escape. Cannot. Wang Di told him they wouldn't know until they tried. It's much better than waiting for death. Then a demon sorcerer appeared behind him and repeated the phrase after him, saying that they would not know until they tried. This is all better than waiting for death. And I told him that they were right because he couldn't run in. Then he stabbed his body with a knife. Did he really think that he wouldn't reveal his little plan? This rope is made with his spell. Only those who are stronger than him can break it. He will feel it even if someone tries to break it. Wang Di fell down and thought it was a trap. The demon sorcerer told him that, however, he was merciful today, and maybe he can have mercy. Wang Di said that yes, it can't be. What are the conditions? The demon sorcerer said that the conditions are simple. Once he kills all his comrades, he will let him go. Wang Di told him to dream about it. It's better to die than betray. The demon sorcerer said that even so, very entertaining. Then he will grant him a fate worse than death. He was captured by these little green demons. After that, the demon sorcerer ordered his beast to make a hole in his chest. Let him admire how slowly they bleed. It's so much fun. Wang Di told him to just kill him. The demon sorcerer chuckled and said that the weak are not allowed to choose their fate. Pain, bitterness, regret. It's much more fun to kill him that way. Wang Di said he was a demon. One day God will punish them all. The demon sorcerer said he didn't know if there was a god in this world. But hell definitely exists, and he immediately sent it there. But then something went wrong with his plan. Did he think what had happened? His beast, Ho-Ho, was killed in an instant. The system said that the demon hunt is activated. Ho-Ho was destroyed. Experience bonus, level increased by 2. Sun came to their aid and said that class, double experience. Wang Di began to cry with joy and said that God had condescended to them. Sun said that fortunately, he was not too late. Let Krampus not even think about leaving. Sun said that he had put a lot of effort into finding him. Fortunately, no one has killed him yet. The demon sorcerer asked if he was planning to kill him. What big words. He's just overestimating his capabilities. And he himself thought that since this kid had killed his beast so quickly, he needed to act extremely carefully. Wang Di said that not only did he kill an elite monster, he also forced the boss to retreat. God heard their prayers and sent angels to help them. He began thanking Sun and calling him the messenger of God. Now they are definitely saved. And he also started bowing to him. Sun looked at him and thought he was a young playwright. What kind of god is this, whose messenger is being bullied by monsters? So he turned to Wang Jing and said it was him. They saw each other recently. Wang Di was surprised and asked if they really knew each other. After some time, he finally recognized him and shouted that he was Sun's brother. How did he end up here? Did he know they were in danger? He didn't expect to see him here. He's so strong. Sun told him he was wrong. The main reason for his presence here is the destruction of Krampus. Wang Di said he understood. He's actually an angel. How else could he be here out of the blue? Sun thought that it was all thanks to Zhen Zai's abilities. Then he showed her a picture of some guy and asked what about this? Why Yanzu, Ding Yuan and countless other beauties are stored in this little box, and she can look at them whenever she wants. If she wants, he will give it to her and she will bring him back. Zhen Zai said that, however, they could not speak. It's the same as if she was alone. Sun asked that then he would introduce her to the main handsome man. He can use a bug that will allow her to communicate with him whenever she wishes. It seems to him that they are perfect for each other. Zhen Tsu said it was a deal. Now Sun thought that now Lai Yirui has problems. Then Sun saw something and thought what was going on. The demon sorcerer said that the enemy was right in front of them. and they still managed to chat casually. They shouldn't look down on him. They're all going to die soon. Wang Di shouted to Sun and that he was going to shoot again. What should they do? But Sun and went in the opposite direction. The demon sorcerer got angry and asked if he had ignored him. Sun and approached the bound people and asked if they could move. He'll get them out of here. The taxi driver told him that he shouldn't have come. These monsters used them as bait. Their bones were broken. They won't escape anymore. He shouldn't waste time trying to help them out. He must take Wang Di and escape. Let him leave them, because they are just a burden. The demon sorcerer shouted that did they really want to escape? But it's too late. His lava stone will consume everything. One attack and they're all dead. There is no way out. No one will escape his might. The taxi driver shouted to Sun and that it was dangerous. He had to run. He shouldn't waste time. Sun and said that even though he says so, there is still a glimmer of hope in him. Isn't it? The demon sorcerers laughed and said he was an idiot. The ball is already closed. He's a corpse. The system said that the demon hunter was activated. The demon sorcerer's damage has been cancelled. Sun and said they just don't have the courage to deal with him yet. The demon sorcerer was very much shocked and asked what was wrong. He dissolved his attack. Sun and cut the ropes, said that let him help. He dropped their equipment from the classroom, and then he took out the water and said it was magic water. She treats early and even fractures. However, since there are many wounded here, it should be divided among all. The effect won't be much worse. Then he threw this water to Wang Di. He told him that if he couldn't win, he had to run. Saving your life is much more important. He used to tell him something like that. He's one of the few people who cared about him. He always remembered those words. Running away is not bad. This helps to avoid problems and allows you to protect yourself from danger. But escaping doesn't solve the problem itself. The more he runs away, the more fate mocks him. The more he resists, the more fate will take care of him. That's what his life has taught him. Are they ready to die with painful regret? How about fighting fate face to face, winning and taking control of your life? While Sun was telling them all this, the demon sorcerer shouted to his little green demon that they were distracted. They have to attack the cripples, and he himself thought that it seemed that these people were his weak spot, and ordered the demons to surround them. Sun said to Bait that he would help them one last time. Then he rushed into battle. He thought they were offered a choice, choosing your own path. The taxi driver turned to Wang Di and told him to give him water, and he shouted to Sun that he was right. By continuing to run away, he will achieve nothing. He needs to get back all that he has lost himself. Then the girl got up and told Wang Di to give them too. They have to fight. If you die, then in battle. Wang Di was a little surprised and said that it was fine. The system said that this water is consumed in small quantities. 70% of health has been restored. The broken bones healed. Wang Di said they had finally plucked up the courage. If Brother Sun is not a messenger of God, then he does not know who. After that, all the prisoners rushed into battle with the little green demons. The taxi driver was the most one and said that they were fighting for themselves for their fate. The cleaver demon thought, what's going on? They've changed so much. The hopes of these people have recently been destroyed. Why are they fighting again now? Since this man appeared, the situation has changed radically. Was he trembling? It must be a sign of danger. Then he used teleportation. He called Sun a scoundrel and said he wanted to sneak attack. Sun told him that from the very beginning, his goal was his death, and he himself thought that he could teleport. The demon sorcerer asked if he really thought he was afraid of his pathetic tricks. Sun applied acceleration and told him that he was doing magic too slowly. He had already gotten very close to him, and dismantling the sorcerer said that he was a fool. The demon teleported and was already ready to attack him. He thought that it didn't matter how fast he was, because his teleportation was many times faster. He missed the attack, so now it's his turn. But the demon sorcerer was wounded. Sun took it out with his knife. He told him that he could only teleport up, down, left, right, forward and backward. Its movement is fast, but predictable. The system said that the demon hunter was activated. Tenfold damage multiplier. Critical strike. Sun said she was ready. Meanwhile, the taxi driver was very cheerfully dealing with all these demons. The girl asked Nan's brother how he was holding up there. He has a very low level. She will help him. Brother Nan said it wasn't worth it. It's a shame to lose just because of the difference in levels. Then he hit the monster with his head and told him to get out of here. The monster was stunned. Brother Nanos swung his weapon and said that what can't kill him makes him stronger. After some time, they dealt with all these monsters. Everyone's level was raised. Someone has reached 19, someone has 21, someone has 18, and someone has 17. The girl exhaled and said that they had won. Wang Di said that he had climbed as much as 8 levels. Before that, he could not swing further than 19. The girl said that Feng and Jai Jai also woke up. A guy came up to them and asked if they were okay. Fen has already got up and said that everything is fine. She remembers being knocked out by something. Sunan asked the demon sorcerer why are they able to break through the border of the dungeon. The demon sorcerer laughed and asked what else he was trying to get some information before he died. Sunan said that even if he doesn't do anything, he suffers from a poison knife. The system said that his health is already at a minimum. Resistance to poisons has disappeared, but we bear additional damage. The demon asked him that did he really think that he had dealt with him and everything was over. They're not even pawns of the Demon King. They are here as intelligence to detect troops. The most interesting ones are ahead of them. Sunan asked what kind of troops. The demon sorcerer said that the alien invasion. There was a huge explosion from behind. Wang Dai said that fire was pouring out of the dungeon and lava was pouring out. Everybody back up. The demon sorcerer laughed and said that they would stay here with him. In hell, with him and his king. Sunan thought, is it really an alien invasion? And what does that mean? The system said that the demon sorcerer was destroyed. Sunan thought that maybe the war with the invasion of demons had already begun. It's too late to think about it, he needs to run. Will that trick work? The girl asked that in which direction is the exit, to which she was told that they did not know. Flames are raging all around, nothing is visible. The girl said that they finally escaped and defeated the monster. Are they still going to die here? Jai Jai said that the water balloon is not coming out. Then Sunan said that he had a solution. It may sound a little unreliable, but he still hopes that they will believe him. It is necessary that they stomp on the ground with the same frequency, and the faster the better. The girl asked what to stomp on the ground. The guy next to her asked if it was really a joke. The girl with blonde hair asked him without joking, because they have trouble. Brother Nan told Sunan that he believed him. If anything is required, then he must speak, because he will do it. Yudi called Sunan the Angel of Sun and said that he believed him unconditionally. He believes that he will get them out of here. Sunan said whatever he said. Feng told him that she believed him too. Jai of Communication turned to Xiao Yu and said that they also need to try. The girl with the tail asked if she really had to follow their example, to which she was told that there was no other way out. Will it really help? Or can they summon the Master of the Earth? After that, everyone started stomping. Sunan said that the rhythm is a bit chaotic, they have to keep a constant pace, and he himself thought that it was feasible. Someone shouted that the flames were coming. What to do? Sunan shouted at them not to panic and not to slow down. They almost succeeded. Then someone screamed and called for help. The system said there was a purity error, monitoring of abnormal signals, high intensity frequency range. An error has been detected. Temporary exclusion from the game. Everyone was alarmed and asked if everything was really alright. They're on fire, but they're not burning. The temperature does not feel to the touch, as if the flame does not exist at all. How so? Sunan thought that it wasn't that the flame didn't exist, but that they were temporarily excluded from the game. And also they can't touch real objects. Is it possible to consider the game as a whole? Then it has its own frequency of functioning. They modeled the frequency changes, so the system mistakenly thought it was an error and temporarily suspended them. An increase in the number of people can extend the duration of the action, but it will take no more than 1 minute. Sunan told them that they wouldn't be in this state for long, so they should hurry up and find an emergency exit. The guy said he understood. What did Liu Huey shout to them? That did they hear her? They have a safe room here, and there is a way out. They should be coming down here. Sun Yu asked if there was a volcano eruption from above. Sunan shouted to her that she had rescued them, and he told everyone else that they should move in that direction. Judging by the sound, they are not far away. Sun Yu asked that where do they disappear. Liu Huey said that they should be ready to meet them. Sunan said that if they passed through the flames, they would be able to go down. The guy said that it was good, there was nothing to be afraid of. Sun Yu shouted to them that they were ready below, they should jump. When one person jumped, Sun Yi said that the girl should not jump one, after which he shouted that a soft landing. Let the next one jump. Brother Nan told Sunan that he should go with them. Sunan told him to go down first, and he'll be right there. And he himself thought that he needed to extract items from this demon. If he doesn't take them, he will lose a lot. The time of incorrect cleanliness is not forever, so it's not too late to hope. Sun Yu shouted that everything was collapsing here, and asked if they hadn't lost anyone. Liu Huey said that Sunan was not there yet, she did not see him coming down. Wang Dai said that the flame. This tier won't hold up anymore. Sun Yu grabbed Liu Huey's hand and said it was time to leave. She shouldn't be waiting for him. Then it will be too late. Maybe he's already out, because he always doesn't play by the rules. This is Sunan, she must believe in him. Then everyone ran out of the building. As soon as they ran out, the whole building collapsed. Sun Yu said that he almost threw away his skates. It's good that they're fast. The guy asked if they had seen Sunan. He wants to thank him. Wang Dai said no, but didn't he follow them? The guy said he wouldn't survive, now he can't get out. Huey thought that, what if he really? Then someone said that it seems that everyone has left. Wang Dai asked that who is here. It was Sun and who asked if he was late. He moved to them by teleporting that demon. Sun and told Huey and Sun Yu that he wanted to talk to them alone. Sun Yu didn't recognize him and asked him to tell who he was. Sun and did not understand him. Wang Dai said that there are not so many supplies right now, which is why they will have to save. Meanwhile, the three of them stepped aside. Sun and thought that he had completely forgotten about Huey, because they did not yet know that his appearance had changed. It's like in some comics, when the iconic hairstyle of the main character disappeared, and he became so ordinary that he was not even recognizable. He explained everything to them and said that in general, that's how it was. Sunny said that NPS Ghost Girl, a special dungeon. Why are all these nice things falling on him? Huey said it was no wonder then why there was so much experience. He and Sun Yu swayed 8 levels. Sun Yu told him that but she didn't have to ask them for a secret conversation. It's kind of inconvenient that he wants to give them a secret loot. Not that he's against it. Sun and told him that the items of the special dungeon cannot be equipped because it's just a souvenir. Sunny said that he was wrong to rejoice. Sun and said that he called them here to say something else. He asked if they remembered the alien invasion. Sun Yu asked what he meant by this demon's mission to invade the Hadaman kingdom. The difficulty level reaches the SSS level. The minimum monster level is at least 60, and there are also monsters from level 70, 80 and even 90. Sun said yes, and he is afraid that it will become a reality very soon. Sun Yu asked if it was really over. That's why he told him all this. They couldn't even defeat a single level 60 monster, let alone thousands of the same. Huey asked him that he was worried that others wouldn't be able to accept it, right? That's why he called the two of them, isn't it? Sun said that they have finally gained confidence, and when they hear this news and they probably won't have any hope left. Basically, they know more about the new world than others and maybe they have a better strategy. And everyone immediately fell silent. Wang Dai approached Feng and told her to run here. If she eavesdropped, the messenger would get angry. Fen thought she might have heard something terrible. Sun Yu asked what was wrong, and what else could they do? They need to find a place to solve this problem. This is beyond human capabilities. Huey said that she thinks they should unite strong people in order to cope with this together. Sun said he thought so too. He plans to ask Rui for his opinion. Then a message came from the system that he had received a new message from a friend. Sun opened the messages and said that he was easy to talk about. Rui wrote to him to pay attention to the demons and around. They've been too active lately, it seems like a conspiracy. Very similar to the harbinger of an alien invasion. Sun texted him that coincidentally, he was going to discuss it too, and he asked what his coordinates were. Rui asked what are the coordinates. Then I sent him my coordinates. Sun immediately opened the map and said they were in Pinsy Field, 723, 355. He found it on the map and said yes, the coordinates are marked. If so, they will visit them. Huey said they were hundreds of kilometers away. How do they get there? Sun showed them his new skill. He said that this time he uses teleportation over long distances, because he has a special function, a complete map. Teleportation is an S-class skill. Ability level 1. The ability to instantly move in 6 directions. Forward, backward, left, right, up, down to 30 meters. After activation, there is a 30-second recharge, and each teleport consumes 30 MP points. Level 2, unlocked. He can teleport 2 times in a row before entering recharge. Level 3, unlocked. He can teleport 3 times in a row before entering the recharge. If the character has the full map function, then he can get new effects. The full map function has been obtained. The long-distance teleportation function has been unlocked. He must mark the coordinates on the full map and will be able to teleport over long distances. MP consumption increases with increasing teleportation distance from at least 30 points are spent. The recharge lasts 10 minutes. Sun said he would go and hope for them. Then he disappeared. Sun Yu said that he always suspected that they were not developers, but ordinary laymen. Whether it's items or skills, everything in his hands changes. Huey laughed and said yes. Nana asked Brother Rui if they weren't coming yet. If there is a war, they should be ready. Rui told her to take her time. Sun said that he, too, had met an escaped demon, and would be here soon. Nana said it was Sun again. But there is no one on this field, let them see for themselves. Isn't he kidding them? Rui said they would wait a little longer, and just then, Sun appeared in front of them. He told the leader of the raiders that they had not seen each other for a long time. Rui told Nana what she sees, he's already here. Bai Mu asked that how did he appear? Had he fallen from heaven? Nana asked if they would tell them how they recognized him. Rui told him that he had become much stronger and unlocked the teleport with movement, didn't he? Sun asked him that, and he's almost level 39. He's been through quite a lot too, hasn't he? Rui thought that he was right from the very beginning. There really is something special about him. Sun thought that, of course, he was a worthy opponent. Mu asked, why is the regiment commander still being nice to him? Nana told him that their brother was just being polite. This little thing's strength can't compare to Rui's brother. Rui told Sun that they had better go. They shouldn't waste time. They need to talk. The freshwater turtle is such a first-class steed. Sun tensed up and thought that he had been feeling suspicious eyes on him for some time. He looked at the guy with purple hair and thought, is it really from him? He called him Lee Jun and told him to come here. Sun looked at this guy once more and thought, do they really know each other? This is strange. After which, he followed his companion. Rui asked him if he had clearly heard the words alien invasion. Sun said that's right. Rui said that he had just heard from the demon chief that their army didn't have much time left. His words confirmed his guess, an alien invasion is troublesome. Sun asked what he thought they would come from. Rui said that if so many demons were gathered, they could only come from one place. They looked at the map, and he said that the entrance to Hell is Zane at the edge of Zone K. The other side of it is called the Gathering Place of Demons. The setting is such that powerful demons can enter this world only through this entrance. However, the terrain there is dangerous and it will be very difficult to launch an attack in advance. Sun asked that where is the furthest place from the entrance to Hell Zane, to which he was told that Japanese sapium, a white tree. Mu said it was obvious. After that, he laid out a route. Sun and Rui thought it was Zona and Heidemann. Sun said it might be a good idea to retreat in order to advance. Rui asked him if he could explain. Sun said that they could abandon the active attack and concentrate all their forces to enter this zone. The terrain of this zone is high and difficult, which makes it easier to defend, but makes it harder to attack, giving them more opportunities. With the support of this zone, they will be able to receive reinforcements in a timely manner. In addition, it would take at least 3 or 5 days for the demon army to come here. This is equal to increasing the time for them to upgrade equipment. Lee Chek said that sounds quite reasonable. For everything about everything. 30 days for grouping the demon army and 5 days for advancing the army. If they prepare well, they will be able to fight level 60 demons. Sun thought that there were 35 days left. Now that Rui is in charge of this, then there is no problem. But for some reason, he always has a premonition that there is not much time left. Then that guy with purple hair showed up and said he didn't agree with this plan. Mu called him his deputy. The deputy said that, firstly, he did not trust him. Secondly, the combat situation is uncertain, and they should take advantage of the situation. Defense gives more opportunities for the enemy, which creates danger. The system said that this is the new deputy head of the raiders, whose name is Chisaki. He said that, by the way, he did not introduce himself. His name is Chisaki. He is the younger brother of Kai Howley, whom he killed. Unfortunately, they met.